Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Son of Poseidon from Percy Jackson movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. The Sea of Konoha. We find ourselves on Olympus after the departure of a Percy Jackson, a young black-haired 15-year-old, who had entered the place to end a possible war between the gods. What had happened, you will wonder, because the son of Hermes had stolen the lightning bolt from the all-powerful Zeus, king of Olympus, and shamelessly accused the son of Poseidon, Percy Jackson, of having taken it in favor of his father. Something that after what was shown the god had to swallow his pride and calm the waters. Because the gods had taken sides and war had begun, where the most affected would be humans, thanks to the gesture of the demigod son of the god of the sea, the cataclysm was avoided. So after that, Zeus and the other gods were talking about a very important subject, a continent lost in oblivion for the other humans, located in the great mass of water of the Pacific Ocean, hidden by a fog for its safety. They knew that it was the domain of the Shinto gods, such as Amaterasu, Susanoo, among others, but little was known about them, except that an alien race called Otsutsuki had arrived at that place, who at first got along well with the gods, and after the arrival of the Jubi and Kaguya, a war broke out where the Olympians suspected that the gods would have perished, and if it were not for the help of Hagoromo and Homura, Otsutsuki along with their successors. But seeing what this continent offered and the human evolution that the other emerged lands offered, Hagoromo decided to isolate the elemental continent, even asking Olympus to erase all traces of its existence, which happened. And so the millennia passed. Even Artemis had offered her domains in her moments for seal Kaguya, which happened, but at the cost of Hagoromo and Homura's lives. So we find ourselves in the Olympus Hall where several gods were gathered. Zeus: well, I have gathered you today so that we can take on the matter of the elemental nations. Athena: but the shinobi continent is hidden, not even the demigods know about it. Ares: so that continent now, I hope it's from a war. Apollo: be patient, brother, but this is not the time for senseless violence. Artemis: that's right, it's time for us to see what to do with them. For millennia we haven't known what's happening with the gods of that world. Zeus: all of this is missing. Hades: Zuzan is here, little brother, making a dramatic entrance. Poseidon: you took a while, brother, but it's true, at least we're the most mentally stable and efficient about what to do about the issue. Hera: she's right, Aphrodite is making love to the first idiot who crosses her path. Hephaestus in his workshop making his inventions and improving his weapons and ours. Dionysus taking care of the camp and the demigods. Hypnos and Thanatos fulfilling their duties since others are lazing around surreptitiously watching Zeus, the same with the other minor gods. Ares: and well, why did they call us? My time is limited and I have wars to attend to and a collection of weapons that need polishing. Zeus: one of you must go see what the situation is for at least 4 years in the area and explore to see what happens and see that the Otsutsuki do not awaken the Jubi and are not a threat, since remember, if that continent falls the rest will be next. Everyone started pointing at each other to go, except Poseidon, who was silent, quiet and thoughtful. He had a hunch he should go, but the issue was his paternity with Percy, so he didn't know what to do. The argument was escalating while Apollo was crying in the fetal position because as the god of medicine he had to heal the wounded, and some of them, especially Ares, were not easy. He only whispered work and more work. Worse, in the climax where everything seemed to go to Tartarus itself, Poseidon got up and with a blow of his trident he silenced them all. Poseidon: enough, I've heard too much about personal problems, children, and a long list of etc. But seeing the case won't solve anything. So I'll go see what the situation is. You points to Ares only want war to relieve your boredom. You points to Athena are a brainiac who can't leave her library and stop reading for even 5 minutes. You points to Hera blame Zeus for everything, and I understand you sometimes. I would like to do the same, but I don't fall so low. You points to Apollo. Stop complaining that you don't have to cure anyone, and you points to Artemis. Even though I like you, you don't stop complaining about men and all that. So for once in your bucking life, stop looking for blame and get to work seriously. So I'll repeat what I said first. I'll go. I'll say goodbye to my son and I'll go. Now stop fighting like kindergarten children leaving the room. Zeus: but how cheap he left it for me. Jojo, with Poseidon. Percy: so you're going on a mission, right? Poseidon: yes, but I'm afraid I won't be able to be there for another 4 years. The good thing about this is that you'll have my power helping you whenever you ask. I know you want me to be there, but if the seal on those guys is broken, they could become more dangerous than Kronos and the other titans. Percy, I see, in that case luck hugs him, you'll need it. Time jump. After what happened 3 hours later, Poseidon was at the entrance of the Pacific Ocean, so using his god's speed he managed to reach the Hagoromo barrier, where only the gods can enter. Even humans with Rinnegan failed, but those with divine power or accompanied by one could pass it. So he entered the barrier, arriving at a town named Konoha, where he decided to enter under the name of Minato Namikaze, a 14-year-old orphan boy. No one suspected his true self, even when he appeared before the Hokage, a young Hiruzen Sarutobi who dealt with the enemy that even the gods fear, paperwork. And yes, they fear it since Hades with the deaths has to do paperwork. Secretary Sandame, a young man, comes forward to join the village. Hiruzen, send him in. At that, Minato enters. Welcome to Konoha, young man. I am the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Poseidon, I am Minato Namikaze. Sandame, bowing. I am an orphan boy with the dream of being a shinobi, so I wish to join your village. Hiruzen, I see. In that case I must tell you that you will have to enroll in the Ninja Academy, which currently graduates at 15. Poseidon, I will, sir, smiling. Hiruzen, in that case, have this, giving him some keys and books. The keys are from an apartment in the village and the books are from the Ninja Academy, so you can enter. And here gives him a sheet of paper. With this permission you will enter the Ninja Academy. Thus began his life in Konoha. He always sent one of his servants across the sea to notify Zeus of what he discovered, including things like chakra, jutsus, and summoning. His teacher after graduating from Genin was Jiraiya, the Toad Summoner, whom he saw as a father. He pretended to avoid raising suspicions, since the old man was thirsty for power and would do anything to get it, including sacrificing his teammates, and so he went until the Chunin exams, where he managed to be promoted, and gaining the Sandame's trust, he confessed his past and who he was, along with his reason for being there. Something that almost gave the old man a heart attack. Even during the exams he managed to befriend a muscular dark-haired man named from the village of Maguekio, with whom he had a rivalry. By now it had been 2 years since he had arrived. Needless to say, he left no information without passing to Olympus. He even sent messages to his son Percy and his now brother Tyson, a Cyclops who was revealed after an adventure with the nymph 15 years ago, where several events were happening. Even his father Kronos had been defeated. Even many events happened where Percy, except for the detail that Tyson died facing Hyperion, which Talia along with Percy managed to defeat. That news made Poseidon feel proud, but a deep pain for the death of a son. But he put those thoughts aside when he sees some ninjas with the logo of the Takigakure village. Author's note: here Minato was not Hokage. A does not hate him, with a red-haired girl, whom he had recognized from his academy days, Kushina Uzumaki, whom he rescued, and they both fell in love with each other. So another year passed where both began their dating relationship, where before getting married they had to fight in what in books was called the Third Shinobi War, Takiwakure vs. Konoha, where Minato was jounin with 3 genins, losing 2 of his own, Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara, of which his only survivor was Kakashi Hatake, who after his sensei's marriage thought he would adopt him, something that did not happen. The silver-haired man obtaining great hatred and resentment towards the blonde and the redhead, and more so when he found out that his former partner was still alive. Without saying anything he just hid in the shadows, serving the old war eagle Danzo and his sensei's former teacher. The following year Minato and Kushina received the news of a pregnancy. That made Minato gather his leader, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his best friend and rival, who had taken the position of Raikage, as well as his wife, where he told who he really was. Logically no one believed except Hiruzen, who knew it. But Minato only put his power in motion, his divine power, and put on his armor. That was enough to believe it. A felt humiliated, but Poseidon asked him to be the godfather of the new demigod on the way, which surprised everyone, and the Raikage accepted. Kushina was devastated because she knew that when her son was born he by the rules of the gods had to leave, since the gods cannot raise their children. She even mentioned the possibility of taking Uzumaki jutsus and secrets to Poseidon's home at Camp Half-Blood to ensure that if the child here is not safe he can learn about his legacy. Thus passed the 9 months where little Naruto was born, a blond boy with eyes as blue as the sea. but a masked man named Madara Uchiha, who took Naruto and threatened to kill him if he did not leave the Jinchuriki. Poseidon did as requested and even saved Naruto from some paper bombs by taking him far away from the place. But upon returning he saw how the strongest Biju of the 9 destroyed Konoha, and his wife, the previous Jinchuriki, already deceased after her extraction. That made him want to defend Konoha, but seeing Madara's refusal, they both faced each other, with Minato winning, proceeding to summon the Toad Boss to retain him since his master had given him the contract to sign, where everything happens like in the anime until the sealing. Shinigami, why did you summon me? Mort Poseidon-sama. Poseidon, don't shout annoyed, I want you to seal the Kyuubi in my son. The Kyuubi was going to refuse but, Poseidon, Kurama writes surprising the Biju. Kurama, who are you and how do you know my name? Shinigami, Poseidon, god of the seas. Kurama opened his eyes in shock. Poseidon, I know it's sudden but Kurama will seal you in my son. I know you don't like being locked up and that you would like to be free from this, but I want to ask you to protect him. He won't live a normal life. He will suffer a lot. Kurama, I will do it, my lord. Poseidon. Shinigami, I will do it, my lord. Poseidon, drop the formalities and I want you to take Kushina's soul to my brother Hades. Tell him I'm sending her to the Elysium so she can rest in peace. The Shinigami did as requested and looked at the blonde. Shinigami, I can't take your soul, you know? Poseidon, I know, and I summoned you because you owed me a favor. Shinigami, well, this leaves us even, but you know there is a prophecy, right? Poseidon, don't tell her and try not to let them know anything, and before I leave, cast a genjutsu on them that I was Hokage and Hiruzen took the mantle again because of my wife. I don't want my son to be seen as a monster. Shinigami, you know it won't happen, but I will. But if you know that the Sandaime and a boy from the Uchiha district will not be affected? Poseidon, I know about and Hiruzen because I told them mine, but about the Uchiha boy? Shinigami, he's your nephew, he's the son of Lord Hades. That surprised Poseidon. Poseidon, well, you asked? And leave, I must go too. At that moment, a great light covered all of Konoha, blinding everyone except those who knew, while in Hiruzen's office a letter appeared narrating Shursui's status as the son of Hades. Poseidon did as he asked, and both deities retreated. After that Hiruzen arrived at the area where he found Naruto crying, but he didn't find anyone else but the corpse of his mother, so he asked an Anbu, Yugao, with a cat mask to take the boy to the orphanage. After that Jiraiya entered the Hokage's office excitedly. Hiruzen, what's happening? Jiraiya, the great toad sage Gamamaru dictated a prophecy. Hiruzen, and what did it say? Intrigued. Jiraiya, he said that at the end of the battle against enemies of the past, after the son of one of the oldest gods calms evil, at 20 years old, he will meet and rescue the one who shares his blood and power. That child within him will carry an unparalleled power, which can bring both destruction and salvation. And there is his power that will give punishment to his enemies, salvation to the helpless, and confidence to his allies. The day when sinners will be executed for their heinous crimes will come. They will pay their offense to the heavens with blood, and at the hand of Poseidon's third son they will find their end. The first to fall will be the one who was the master of his progenitor, who will find his end when he is dismembered by the Kraken. The second to fall will be a member of something that was thought to be lost. With his arrival chaos will come, however. He who is chosen will bring peace once more. The champion of the sun, the moon and fire with his power and bravery will rise to victory. It will depend on him whether Olympus will rest or chaos will rule. Hiruzen knew who he was clearly referring to. It was Naruto. He knew about Percy and Tyson, the eldest sons of Poseidon, but he kept his composure. Hiruzen, well, Jiraiya, what do you want to do? Jiraiya, search for the chosen one of the prophecy and train him to be the salvation of the shinobi world. After that he retired to do his research. Hiruzen, Naruto, you will have a great future ahead of you. It is best that they do not know anything about you, especially those mummies. Then he seized a letter from Poseidon, a letter from Minato. He proceeded to read it, remaining incredulous of what it stated. So 2 demigods in Konoha. I will keep this very well. The departure of the demigod. After the attack of the 9-tailed fox, Hiruzen was seen thinking in his office while smoking his pipe to relax his mind from what had happened. Through the blinding light he managed to hear Minato asking to be remembered as the 4th Hokage to avoid raising suspicions about his disappearance. He preferred to assume he was dead than to give answers and be included in the bingo book as a Konoha deserter. Hiruzen, Minato-kun, what will I do now with what you have done? Then an Anbu appears. Anbu, Sandaime-sama is requested in the council chamber. Hiruzen, and now that they want these mummies sighing while it's time to go to the living room. In the council chamber, they were all gathered, the civil leaders, clan leaders and the 3 Hokage advisors gathered waiting for the arrival of the Sandaime, who entered with a face of annoyance that would make the Nara clan proud. Hiruzen, well, who called this meeting and what is the reason for it being at this time? Hamura, it was us, Hiruzen. Kohara, the truth about the attack is an urgent need to meet at this time. Hiruzen, well, sighs, well, I will ask the clan leaders present to use some of their clan funds to rebuild what was damaged by the village. The clan leaders nod. We will also make the Ninja Academy graduate the Genins at 15. 12 seems very young to me, and I think we should give them the opportunity to have a childhood before entering the shinobi program. Besides, I don't want anyone complaining that their child died on a mission at that age. Clan leaders in unison, we agree. Civilian leaders, we support. Danzo, and we're not done yet. Hiruzen and Shikaku, what a bummer. Hiruzen, well, it continues. Hamura, he must resume his duties as Hokage after the death of Yandere Minato. Hiruzen, okay. Koharu, besides, according to what we heard, Minato and his wife Kushina were expecting a child, right? Hiruzen, it's true. The truth is I don't know what happened to the baby. What I do know is that Minato disintegrated when saving the village and Kushina was dead, which makes me think that the baby is possibly dead. Those who were parents had a lump in their throats. Danzo, now that they say it, a newborn baby came into the orphanage. The Kyuubi's attack is no coincidence. Civilian 1, we must kill that child. He is the demon charmer. Civil 2, it is a bad omen that that child is alive. He brought bad luck to the village. Hiruzen, it's a joke, right? They're making conjectures about a newborn who had nothing to do with this. If his parents died in the attack and they were from a well-known family, what do you think would happen? Civil 3. It would be considered a disgrace. Mabuki Haruno, kill the witch. Everyone had been deafened by that cry. Hiruzen, well, regarding the child, we will do nothing, just in case he is the son of our heroes, because if they were, like hypocrites, we would go looking for forgiveness. Civilians reluctantly, yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen, well, this meeting is over. Everyone leaves. Hiruzen Anbu. Anbu, yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen, I want you to bring Anko Mitarashi, and the Anbus Gazaru, Crow and Cat, Yugao, Shursui and Itachi. Anbu, high retreating in a shunshin of leaves. 15-minute time skip. The mentioned are in front of Hiruzen. Itachi, did he call us Hokage-sama? Shursui, we await your orders, Sandaime-sama. Hiruzen, well, I've called you to tell you a truth, but first, Anbus, leave because I need privacy. 5 Anbus came out of the shadows and retreated. Shursui, they are not all yet, pointing his sword at a bookcase from which, upon being discovered, an Anbu with the kanji for root came out. Hiruzen dance. Shursui, well, that's everyone. Hiruzen made hand poses invoking silence seals. Hiruzen, well, I must confess something to you, but in the end I ask that you stay. Shursui, I must talk to you about something. Yugao, as you say. Anko, Hai. Hiruzen proceeded to tell them about Minato and Naruto. Needless to say, the Anbus and the torture expert were astonished, since the Yandere was a deity, and had had a son in Konoha, a demigod in every sense of the word, in addition to confessing to them that he was the container of the Kyuubi and that he entrusted them with its protection. Hiruzen, I understand that it is difficult to believe, but I ask you to protect him, guide him and if possible instruct him. I understand that Yugao, Kushina was your sensei and you are hurt by his death, like the others by the attack, that you have lost a family member. But I tell you this since you are able to distinguish a kunai from a scroll that contains it. Itachi, in that case I will help. Shursui, same. Yugao, I owe it to Kushina sensei. Anko, but why does he ask for all this? Hiruzen became serious. He doesn't trust the civilians, who, while unaware of his status as a Jinchuriki, see him as a bad omen. A sorcerer, a being who brought evil to the village, and if Danzo or Orochimaru found out about him, Kami knows what they will do to him. The 4 look at each other. We understand. Hiruzen, well, leaving that aside, the child is in the orphanage, so I ask you to be aware. Receiving a nod, you may leave, except for you, Shursui. The 3 of them retire. Shursui, what did you want to talk to me about? As far as I remember, Minato wasn't Hokage. Hiruzen, This letter was left by Minato, and you will find answers about Minato in his letter. Shursui read the letter, his eyes wide open in shock. He never met his father, and his mother was unknown even to the rest of his clan. He also saw information about Naruto, Percy, and Tyson's family, as well as Tyson's death. Shursui, is this true? Hiruzen, yes Shursui, that confirms that you are a full-fledged demigod. Shursui, I see, I expected it to be a civilian but not a god my father Hihi. Hiruzen, Minato told me that you have a blessing from Apollo, the god of the sun, which makes you impossible to poison. Shursui, I see, that's why poisons never worked for me. Hiruzen, you are Naruto's cousin, to whom I will entrust his protection, and I also know that Danzo wants your Sharingan. Shursui, that damn old man. Hiruzen, I want you to fake your death if he tries to kill you, only you and I will know. Shursui, and what will happen to my clan? You know very well that they are being targeted for the attack. Hiruzen, I don't know what will happen, but if this were to get worse, you and Naruto, with your fake death, will go to Camp Half-Blood, they will be safe there. Shursui, as the Sandame ordered. Shursui retires. Hiruzen, I'll notify Tsunade, she'll be aware of this, since she knows well how Jiraiya takes investigations. Thus began the days where the child grew up without knowing anything about himself. Camp Half-Blood. Poseidon had returned to his continent from the mission, and the first thing he did was to see the tomb of his son Cyclops, where he found his eldest son Percy, who was equally devastated. After that, days passed, and when death was somewhat overcome, Percy learned of a younger brother in that place, and that when the time came, it would be Percy who would have to go for him, train him and take care of him since his human mother was also dead. At first, the demigod was doubtful, but when he saw that Apollo confirmed the situation, he decided to follow his father and the orders he had given them. Poseidon, Apollo. Apollo, what do you need? Poseidon, I want you to watch my son, I don't trust the Sandame to keep him safe forever. Apollo, I will tell my son. Tell me what? Apollo, Kinfo's sunshine, Mega 2334. Kinfo's, tell me what father? Apollo, I want you to watch Naruto Namake's Uzumaki, son of Poseidon. Kinfo's, okay, but may I know the reason? Apollo, the boy will suffer a lot without knowing his origin, that is why I must ask you this favor, in addition to being my champion, and if necessary. Kinfo's okay. Percy, in that case, I ask you to keep me informed. Poseidon, Percy, I need you to take me to the temple at camp. I need to get something ready for him taking out containment scrolls. Percy, what is that? Poseidon, the legacy of my son's mother's clan. Naruto, your little brother, is leader of the Uzumaki clan. They are scrolls with clan techniques, in addition to what they use there. Percy, good. Poseidon, besides, your cousin is in that place. Percy, isn't Talia the only daughter of Zeus today? Poseidon, I never said Zeus, surprising everyone, even Apollo. Apollo, you won't say what? Poseidon, yes, the son of Hades. Everyone retreats, still amazed, to do their own thing while Percy and Poseidon prepare the temple for Naruto's arrival. Elemental Nations. 3 years have passed since the Kyuubi's attack, and we can see Naruto camping near a lake with his grandfather Hiruzen and his brother Shursui. The blonde had blue eyes like the sea, and whisker marks on his face that made him look tender in the eyes of his friend Ino Yamanaka. Hiruzen, Naruto couldn't calm down seeing how Naruto wanted to enter the water. Naruto, Gigi, is that the water calls me and I feel relaxed when I'm around it. It makes me think that everything the villagers tell me. Which demon worshipper? Shedding tears. Hiruzen, I know. Shursui, calm down little brother, don't cry. After all, I'll train you, hihi. Naruto, seriously Shursui and I? Shursui, of course, hihi. Thus they continued spending their quiet evening. You may wonder what happened in these 3 years. Well, a civilian, Danzo, leaked that Naruto was born the same day of the Kyuubi attack, which was the cause that made him expelled from the orphanage at age 2, in addition to being beaten by the villagers, charging them the most expensive things for being the boy who brought the demon, or the witch boy, which made Hiruzen take him to live in the Sarutobi complex because of his age, where he immediately got along with his son Asuma, to whom he grew fond of calling him uncle, which Sarutobi did not take badly. Even in those years it happened that the villagers saw the Uchihos with great hatred because of the Kyuubi, so the elders, in the company of their clan leader, planned a coup d'etat. Thus a new year passed with tension, where Naruto suffered constantly from the villagers, beatings which intensified on October 10th. Camp Half-Blood. Kinfo's was watching everything the boy was experiencing. The least he felt was anger. He wanted to go and bring down the wrath of the gods himself for mistreating a child, something he told Percy, who, along with his girlfriend Annabeth, daughter of Athena, decided to go look for him. On Olympus, Poseidon saw this with fury. The village that saved him spat in his face. Apollo was the same. His champion was being beaten, mistreated and humiliated. This also did not go unnoticed by the goddess of the moon Artemis, who, seeing the child, despite being a man, seeing how women mistreated him, made her have respect and would compensate him as her champion, something that the hunters did not like. But seeing what the women of that village did to him, they understood. Zoe Belladonna, the chief of the Amazons, received the order to be his teacher as soon as he arrived at Camp Half-Blood. They even saw a redhead named Gaara, something that also made Poseidon frown, making him her champion. Hestia also saw that she could not believe what her godson was living. Konoha. One night in Konoha, 1 year after what happened at the camp, Itachi is seen on a lamppost, and then carries out a massacre in his clan's district, leaving only Sasuke alive. After that, we can see Naruto crying in his room in the Sarutobi district because he had been told about the Uchiha massacre. He thought that Shursui Uchiha had died along with his other older brother figure Itachi Uchiha, the crow Anbu who always saved him from the villagers. At that moment, Shursui enters with his Anbu mask, surprising the younger one, which made the blonde go to hug him tightly. Shursui, here I am, I'm fine, Ototo. Naruto, Shursui and I. Sniff, are you okay? Sniff, I thought I would lose you. Sniff. Hiruzen, how are you? Seeing that he was missing both eyes. Itachi, here, friend, this won't be the last you see of me. I entrust you with my mother's eyes. Shursui, HAI. Shursui placed Mikoto's eyes to have the MSC and avoid her problem and have both eyes again. Naruto, great and Isan. Itachi, Naruto, I want to ask you a favor. Naruto, what? Itachi and I. Itachi, take care of Sasuke. Naruto, HAI. Itachi only disappears and crows. Naruto, I think I'll go to Ichiraku for ramen. Shursui, don't worry, I'll wait for you here. No one can know that I'm still alive except for you, Naruto. At the entrance of Konoha, 3 hooded figures can be seen being escorted by Anbus to the Hokage's office. Anbu, Hokage-sama, 3 people are looking for him. Hiruzen, send them in. The 3 hooded men go to the office. 1. Saname-sama, we would like to speak with you privately, and have all the Anbus and the one on the bookshelf come out. All Anbus come out, including the root one. Hiruzen, well, tracing silence seals. Why do I owe you all here? 1. Let me introduce myself. I am Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. Hiruzen, you are Naruto-kun's brother. Percy, yes, I'm here for my little brother. Hiruzen, you'll take him to Camp Half-Blood, right? Percy, that's right, Sandame. 2. I am Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. 3. I am Kinfo's Sunshine, son of Apollo. Hiruzen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Percy, Kinfo's, can you go tour the village you talked to Hiruzen about? Kinfo's, sure, I hope I get there before those idiot villagers. With Naruto, the blonde was going to his favorite place Ichiraku's ramen, but to his bad luck a mob of villagers found him, making him run for his life, but it was no use because he was cornered. Naruto started to cry. Please stop, I didn't do anything to you. If I did something, I'm sorry. Villager 1, you haven't done anything. Witch child, you've brought the demon to the village. Chunin 1, that's why you'll die. Villager 2, it's for all of us that the demon killed. Chunin 2, that you will be killed so that you do not bring it back. So they began to hit him, cut him and throw fire jutsus at them. But unfortunately these last ones had no effect. In Olympus nobody knew it, but Hestia gave him her blessing and claimed him as champion. But among so many screams, cries and pleas, Naruto gave in, falling unconscious. The villagers continued to hit him, but a voice stopped them. It was the son of Apollo, who brought with him an uncovered eye and a golden bow and arrow pointing at them all. Kinfo's, you better leave the child alone or you'll suffer my life. Villager 1, you are only 1, there are 15 of us, what will you do to us? Kinfo's, on his knees before a king. Chunin 3, he's just stupid. Kinfo's, they are fools. Solar arrow. A single arrow was enough to char the villagers and Chunin's present alive as the demigod took the blonde in his arms. Hokage Hall. Hiruzen and his guests had discussed taking Naruto, but Hiruzen had given permission to take Naruto out on the condition that he become a Konoha ninja again. After signing the exit papers, an explosion was heard. Hiruzen, Naruto, Percy, I'll go with you. Annabeth just followed them, joining Yugao, Anko and Shursui with Anbu masks so as not to be recognized. Upon arriving they saw Naruto in Kinfo's arms while the villagers looked at the young man in terror. Hiruzen, what happened? The villagers were going to answer lies but Kinfo's, those bastards you have as villagers and ninjas mercilessly attacked the child in my arms, shouting, "Die, which child?" That was more than enough for Hiruzen. The villagers replied that it was not true, as did the Chunins present. Hiruzen, the Chunin present are informed that they will be demoted to genin, in addition to going to Ibiki Marino for 2 months to be re-educated from attacking Leaf civilians. The villagers before they were mentioned left in fear while the ninjas left annoyed without their Chunin vests. Hiruzen, let's take him to the Sarutobi district. A friendly doctor will be there. So it happened that they took the boy to the Sarutobi district, while Hiruzen and Percy looked for Tsunade in the hospital. She didn't leave since she stayed to protect Naruto and from the harassment she receives from Jiraiya. Tsunade, what happened to him? Upset seeing Naruto unconscious. Kinfo's, the idiot villagers and idiot rank ninjas who can't tell the difference between innocent and guilty attacked him mercilessly. Tsunade, I see, but at least I'll treat those wounds. Kinfo's, I'll help you, I'm a doctor. Percy, why do they mistreat him like that? Hiruzen helplessly told them about the Kyuubi and how, being the only birth that day, the villagers, thanks to a rumor, treat him as a witch. That made Annabeth cry. Nobody deserved that, not even a child. Tsunade and Kinfo's finished healing the boy, while Tsunade watched in amazement as the demigod used fire as a healing factor for the child without him complaining of pain. In Naruto's mind, he had woken up in a sewer, hearing a loud breath which made him feel scared, but before taking a step he heard a voice calling him. Come Gaki. Naruto followed the voice that called him, finding a gate that contained the Kyuubi. Naruto was not an idiot, he knew who it was, but he did not expect to be a Jinchuriki. So you're the demigod who's my container? Naruto, so I'm your Jinchuriki. But what's that about demigod Kyuubi-san? Kurama, I am Kurama Gaki. And for all that you suffer you earn my respect since you do not hold hatred. And if you ask yourself why you are a demigod, well, they will tell you outside your mind. At that Naruto began to disappear. Naruto, what's wrong with me? Kurama, you're waking up, Gaki. Naruto, okay, I'll be back soon. Kurama, come back when I bring you. Until then let me sleep. Naruto leaves his mental space. Naruto slowly woke up seeing his family and other people there. Hiruzen, Naruto-kun hugs him. I'm glad those bastards didn't do anything to you. Tsunade, Naruto, it's good to see you. Ino, Naruto-kun blushing. Naruto, Gigi, Tsunade Oba-chan, Ino-chan I'm fine hihi. Hiruzen, glad to hear it. Naruto, hihi by the way who are they? Hiruzen, well you see, I must confess the truth about something, about your parents. I know you'll think I lied to you, but I only did a favor to your father. Naruto, by the way, I talked to Kurama, the nine-tailed fox that I have sealed. He said he was a demigod. Is that what you want to talk to me about? Naruto, in doubt, turned his head, giving a kawaii scene to Ino, Tsunade, and Annabeth. Hiruzen, yes Naruto-kun. At that moment Inoichi enters, whom the blonde also treats as if he were his uncle, since he knew that he was Minato's friend, not compared to A who always played with him when he visited him, being like a second father. Hiruzen, after receiving Asuma, the little 1-year-old Konohamaru in the arms of his nephew, and Inoichi, began to comment on what Minato really was, surprising everyone except the demigods and those who knew. Then he tells Naruto about his heritage, and about Percy whom Hiruzen introduces as Naruto's older brother. Naruto, are you my brother? Percy, yes I am your brother. I am Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. Naruto, great I have a nice and I am Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki son of Poseidon. Those present in shock upon hearing this came out of their state, and began to smile. Percy, you see little brother, tomorrow morning we will leave for your new home, Camp Half-Blood where I will show you the other demigods and Kinfos, where some of us will train you. Annabeth, besides you'll study. Hiruzen, and you will become a Konoha Genin again for your Genin exams. Naruto was happy. In that case I will become strong, to protect my loved ones because that is my ninja path database. At that point they started laughing at the little boy's verbal tick. Hiruzen, and you won't go alone. Shursui takes off his mask and speaks. Well, I'll go with you. Yugao and Anko, Shursui? Sure Sway, yes, I'm alive. Anko, how? Sure Sway, the Sandaime will explain, while I must prepare for tomorrow's trip. Ino, but I won't see Naruto again? Inoichi, you will see him again, Sandaime, as he will be the clan head. I ask that Ino and him get engaged. Naruto, only if Ino-chan wants to. Ino, yes, I want to. Hiruzen, okay, I'll do the paperwork. And Asuma, can you help with Naruto's things to pack? Asuma, of course. Time skip to the next morning. 5 figures are seen at the gates of Konoha as they bid farewell to a group. Hiruzen, Naruto-kun become very strong. Naruto, yes, Grandpa, rest assured Databao. Yugao, take good care of him. Anko, if you mistreat him you will suffer what I will do to you, she said with a very sadistic smile. That sent a chill down the spine of the others. Thus began a new adventure for the blonde, training and a new friend. After leaving Konoha you can see a group of 4 young people and 1 child who was walking and playing games like any 4-year-old child, and also had a big smile on his face because he was with his blood brother, something that the blonde believed was impossible. When he found out, needless to say, he was excited, happy, and felt that with him he would be safe, he would have support, and he would not be alone anymore. Naruto was playing, knowing everything he saw around him and bringing smiles to the older ones, until he got exhausted like any child, where he was carried piggyback by Percy. So they advanced for at least 10 days, as far as they could from the elemental continent until they were near the coast of the country of wind. On the map imagine that it is in Keys, before entering a ship bound for New Zealand, where they would take a plane to New York and from there to Camp Half-Blood. They saw a mob of shinobi with the symbol of the Sand Village, beating up a boy the same age as Naruto, with blood-red hair, who was crying because a relative of his had defended him, but due to the number of attackers he had died. The boy was Sabaka no Gara, 3rd son of the Kazekage Sabaka no Raza, a cold man, evil towards the little one, who had made not only his village hate him, but also his brothers. They had also turned him into the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, also known as Shikaku, the one-tailed raccoon, with the aim of turning him into a weapon by mentally destabilizing him. The only one who cared for him and loved him was his late mother's brother, Yashimaru, who defended him until he gave his last breath of life. Gara, uncle, don't go. Ninja, demon dies trying to attack the child with a kunai. Several ninjas were tracing hand seals to launch jutsus of various elements, when a large current of water caught them and saved a surprised Gara, while 4 figures, one of which was a child, ran towards him. Naruto, hey, are you okay? Bringing his hand closer to the boy. Gara, please don't do anything to me, crying. Naruto, I won't do anything to you. Do you know why? Because I'll be your friend, Databao. Suna ninja. They will not take the Suna weapon, throwing themselves at Naruto, who used his body to protect Gara, which made the blonde close his eyes. But nothing happened, they just saw said ninja stamped on a wall thanks to a blow from Kinfo's. Kinfo's, you should be ashamed. Hurting a little boy who doesn't know how to defend himself, doesn't even know the cruelty of this world. What can I expect from such mediocre subjects? Ninja, damn, who do you think you are? As he launched himself at him, Kinfo's just grabbed him tightly and threw him back as he jumped up onto a street lamp that illuminated the vast place with a dim light. Kinfo's, you, pointing to several ninjas, look up and kneel before a king. Ninja, who are you, damn? Kinfo's, I am the pinnacle of human medicine, a born warrior, a being with the best vision of all and the one who stands at the top of everything. I will give you the great honor of calling me Kinfo's-sama. Ninja, you'll regret it. As 15 Suna ninjas rushed towards him. Kinfo's, they are fools, creating a sun of considerable size, leaving little stars in Naruto's eyes and admiration in Gaara's final sun. The sun carried the 15 ninjas into the sky, making them disappear into the heavens in an explosion that lit up the entire area as if it were daytime. Naruto, Kinfo's and I sing you are the best. Kinfo's, of course I am, ha 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 ha, laughing with pride. Only Escaner's laughter. Naruto, hey, are you okay? Approaching Gaara. Gaara, yes, with fear. Percy, hey little one, you shouldn't be afraid. Crouching down to him, you shouldn't be afraid. Annabeth, poor little one, hugs Gaara. How much you must have suffered. Sure Sway, you are Sabaka no Gaara, right? Gaara, yes, he said, fearing the worst. Sure Sway, tell me if what the rumors say about Raza's treatment of you is true. Seriously. Gaara just broke down in tears, saying that it was true, that they only used him as a weapon and that they didn't let him have a childhood like any other child. Kinfos wanted to go to Suna and destroy it, but no one expected Naruto to hug him and tell him that he was no longer alone, which made the three demigods look at each other and nod. There Gaara joined the group, leaving on a boat where they sailed for 3 days towards New Zealand, arriving at a small town by the sea, where they bought clothes for the children and Shursui, since it was strange to see someone in shinobi outfits. Shursui was left with black jeans, Nike-style sneakers with a light blue short-sleeved shirt with a sweatshirt with dark socks and a modern white sweatshirt. Naruto ended up with blue pants, with a white shirt, Adidas running-style sneakers and a black jacket with orange touches. Gaara was similar to Naruto with the difference in the color palette, where light gray, red and black predominated, and white Nike sneakers. So they boarded a plane to New York, where they would both start a new life at Camp Half-Blood. Needless to say, on the way to the airport the children and Shursui looked in awe at the technology of the rest of the world. It was nothing that the shinobi continent had. Gaara and Naruto got along well. Percy saw this and knew that with both of them Naruto would not be alone, since a half-blood almost never went at such a young age. So they arrived in New York after 48 hours of flight. The children were amazed by such a marvelous aerial vehicle, where upon arriving in New York they were amazed to see so many people, buildings and technology. I know it's Tokyo, but imagine it's New York. So they proceeded to continue their journey in a vehicle that surprised the shinobi, where they were on the road for another 8 hours, where Naruto and Gaara spent time talking, getting to know each other and playing, while Shursui talked to Percy, who was driving, and Kinfos played with his cell phone and Annabeth read a book. That's where they arrived at their destination. Percy, Naruto, Otsutsuki, Gaara, Shursui, welcome to Camp Half-Blood. Naruto and Gaara had little stars in their eyes from such a beautiful place, so they dared to enter. Passing where, when they saw Gaara cross the barrier, they were surprised. There was where a being with a horse's rear received them. Welcome, young demigods, and seeing Gaara shinobi? How did he get through the barrier? Percy, Naruto, Otsutsuki, Gaara, he is Chiron, the trainer of the heroes. Gaara, hello, I'm Gaara. Naruto, hello, I'm Naruto. Chiron, you know who your father or mother is? Naruto, of course. Databao, blushing at his verbal tick, which was heard by several nearby demigods and a young centaur. Chiron, so you know who that is, right? Naruto, I am Naruto Uzumaki, son of Poseidon. Gaara, I am Sabaku no Gaara, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. Now everyone was stupefied. I am Zoe Belladonna, captain of the Artemis Hunters, and your future teacher, child. Naruto, really? Excited then, you are very strong, admiring her. Zoe was astonished. The boy admired her as she told him, something that amazed her. He did not look down on her. Something told her that his goddess was not wrong. Wow, you're excited. I'm Elliot Archer, son of Ares and like the Huntress, your future master, and from what I see, also your red-haired friend, Nicuchio's. Chiron noticed Gaara's confused face and approached to explain to him. Chiron, you see, little Gaara, they are children of a god and a human. Your friend Naruto, for example, is the son of the sea god Poseidon. Gaara, really? Chiron, yes. Hello, I'm Sisyphus, a young centaur introduced himself. I'm the son of Chiron. Naruto and Gaara, it's a pleasure to meet you. At that time, several symbols appeared on them that recognized them as son and champion. About Naruto, Chiron, welcome Naruto Uzumaki, son of Poseidon, champion of Zeus, Hestia, Apollo and Artemis. Everyone was surprised because he was the champion of 4 gods and more than one goddess who supposedly hated men. About Gaara, a trident formed over the redhead, recognizing him as Poseidon's champion. Chiron, welcome Sabaku no Gaara, champion of Poseidon. The demigods began to applaud and welcome the children, where they began to laugh and be treated as equals, not as witches, not as weapons, not as animals, but as people, as human beings. So both began training the following weeks, since before that the other demigods would help the children settle into the camp, teach them about the customs, the treatment, the gods and everything related to them. In their first year, their teacher was Kinfos, who began to refine their physical abilities. He knew they were 4 years old, but that didn't mean he gave them any specific training. He did give them training appropriate to their age, but one that would allow them to develop in a healthy and proper way. This year, they completed. First month, he started with their physical condition, teaching them martial arts postures and their replication carefully. He taught them several combat styles. He knew that Shursui would teach taijutsu, so he focused on karate, judo, Muay Thai boxing, Krav Maga, among others. Second month, they continued with the previous exercises and began to learn the theory about weapons, mainly bows, spears, and swords. Third month, they reviewed the previous and began to practice their aim with a bow and wooden arrows in Naruto's case and the kunais and shurikens in Gaara's case. Fourth to fifth month, they continued with the previous exercises and began to create their own combat style. Sixth month, he began to teach them sword handling and other types of weapons, especially basic postures. Seventh to 10th month, apart from continuing with the previous exercises, they began to train more in the handling of the bow and arrows. 10th to 12th month, they will review everything from before and learn to fight without the need for sight. The training didn't stop Annabeth from making them study, teaching them how to read and write, as well as basic subjects and world history, not just that of their continent. As for childhood, they were always able to play and do childlike things. The following year they continued their training with kinfos, but Shursui joined him with the beginning of shinobi training, which consisted of chakra management, its control, and ninja combat techniques, which they practiced for 2 years, including elemental jutsus and jutsus such as kawarimi, henge, and substitution. In addition to continuing their studies with Annabeth, it was during these times that Zeus allowed them both to visit Olympus, where Naruto met his father Poseidon, his godmother Hestia, and his uncles, Apollo and Artemis, as well as his aunt Hera, Demeter, and Zeus. After that he met Hades. When he met them he was filled with joy, and Poseidon, when he saw Gaara, decided to hug him as if he were his father, something that the redhead did not complain. In addition, Hera managed to get her bijus out without problem of them dying. With Kurama there was no problem since he was Naruto's friend. The issue was Shikaku, which with a threat from the gods was enough to become friends and live peacefully. Hera, in those 3 months that they were there, dedicated herself to teaching them manners, the treatment of women, and above all the hatred of a certain orange-covered book with their counterparts. Books that, thanks to Poseidon, had been read by almost all the gods and kept at least one copy of each one in the library of Athena Forbidden Section. Zeus laughed like a schoolgirl, and that book also assured him that he would not be unfaithful to Hera, since after he brought it, they were reunited as husband and wife, but without the almighty god of lightning abandoning his holy reading. Thus, both children became anti-perverts. Even the gods gave gifts to Naruto and Gaara. Naruto, from Zeus he received a Pegasus, white with a blue mane like the sea. From Hades he received the invocation of Cerberus, guardian of the underworld. On the part of Hestia as her champion, the Greek fire, which made her fire-type jutsus green and much more powerful than Amaterasu. From Artemis a black-silver bow, with arrows adaptable to the elemental chakra, since the child earned her respect. Apollo gave his blessing to both children, making Gaara unable to be controlled by Shikaku, as well as making both of them immune to genjutsus and poison. Athena gave them both books of shinobi knowledge, combat techniques, jutsus that have long since ceased to be used. Gaara received from Poseidon the ability to breathe underwater and a hippocampus, which was different from the one summoned by Naruto because it was created with the help of Hephaestus just for him. So, with these gifts, the children returned to camp where they continued their training. Gaara continued his shinobi training with Shursui and added weapons combat with the children of Ares, while Naruto and his brother Percy trained in the use of swords, tridents, and the powers that came with being children of the sea god. Hydrokinesis. He even knows how to create air bubbles for those who can't breathe, swim at inhuman speeds, and walk on water without channeling chakra. Cryokinesis, ice control, which is very weak. Fencing. Like his brother, Naruto is an expert swordsman who polished his skill with his training. Communication with marine animals, so you can summon them if needed. Zeus allowed Naruto to use some lightning, so Percy helped him train with electrokinesis. Horse riding and sailing. With the children of Hephaestus, Naruto became interested in forging, so he likes to create weapons and repair the ones he already owns. With Shursui and the help of Poseidon, who came down to earth, he managed to master the Uzumaki's diamond chains, become an expert Fuin master, and learn his father's jutsus, especially Hiraishin and Rasengan. With Elliot he became an expert in combat with 2 swords in hand, in the use of axes and spears. He even became a noble and proud warrior, who in a certain way generates disgust to use shinobi techniques or his fighting style since he considers it cowardly. Even Elliot taught him about strategy, since his father has some suspicion of the boy for his great mind and his great voracity of knowledge to apply it to the battlefield, something that differentiates him from his brothers who rush into fight without thinking. At the age of 12, both kinfos enrolled them in modeling, both being very loved by girls and young women where they are considered Adonis and among the most coveted youth models, along with teaching them music and some modern medicines, thus until he turned 14, when both of them would go to Konoha to become shinobis. Gaara would not even dream of going to Suna because of everything he had experienced, so he would go with his brother in everything except for his blood and his addiction to ramen, along with Shursui back to Konoha. We moved to Konoha. You will wonder what happened in these 10 years. In the first year nobody noticed until October 10th that the witch boy was not there, where they began to demand Hiruzen to hand him over to torture him. It only took a. He left the village to make them celebrate, something that Danzo did not take as very true, and began to spy on Hiruzen, where he discovered that Naruto is the son of the Yondaime and the current Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, making the old one-eyed war eagle curse himself for losing Konoha's weapon. So they passed until the third year, where Tsunade left Konoha with the excuse of going to look for little Naruto, who confirmed to Hiruzen that he would return when he returned to Konoha. Jiraiya began to look for him as he put 2 and 2 together and began to suspect that the blonde boy is the child of the prophecy. He even confirmed it when he spied on Hiruzen talking with the Reikage and Inoichi Yamanaka about the matter, confirming that his former student was Poseidon, god of the sea, making him desperately search for him to train him, which also did not go unnoticed by Kakashi, who was looking to kill the boy. Sasuke Uchiha became an emo avenger in all the rule, being influenced by the civilian council of Konoha, which worshipped him as a god. In the 5th year they started at the Shinobi Academy. The other children, villagers and clan heirs began their classes, and so it went until our demigod and the champion of the sea returned to the continent 6 months before the Genin exams. The demigod returns to Konoha. The inheritance. A very nice and cool little topic to start with. It's been 10 years since Naruto and Gaara arrived at Camp Half-Blood. Both children made friends there in addition to being accompanied by their family. Luckily for Gaara, Naruto became a brother to him. For this reason Percy also considers him a younger brother. He has even taken them outside the camp to visit several cities. Even Athena has given them summoning contracts for Gaara the bear, a summoning clan that was only protected in Olympus at Hagoromo's request, while for Naruto, for his nobility, purity and kindness, he was received by the clan of the wolves, unicorns and griffins. In addition to kinfos, he had signed the phoenix, where the birds received him with joy. Camp Half-Blood. 2 14-year-old boys are seen training on the training ground while riding 2 horses. Gaara, oh calm, while stroking the horse's mane. Naruto, Gaara and I, what's going on? Gaara, nothing, just that my horse is stressed. Then Percy arrives with Shursui. Naruto, brother, what's going on? Percy, you both need to come with me now. Then the teenagers and young people go into Poseidon's house. Naruto, and Isen, what's going on? Gaara, what's going on? Percy, listen. Percy, well, you see, I was talking with Shursui and we have decided that both of them will return to the Shinobi continent, and before they say why, it is because of the promise that Naruto will be a shinobi for the Sandaime. Naruto, going to see Gigi sounds great, Databayo. Gaara, well, I don't know. I don't plan on returning to Suna, and I don't know if I can continue using Sabaku. No, since it brings me too much pain. Naruto, if you want you can use mine. Smiles, really. Gaara Uzumaki? Sounds good, but what about the Kongo Fusa? Shursui, don't worry, since it was said that only Uzumaki women possess them, and let's just say that the pure blood here is Naruto and one of the last of his clan. So if he needs the bloodline to repopulate, he can use them. Naruto, I'm not going to enter the CRA. Zoine said it was only to use people as breeding rabbits, and I won't do it. Changing the subject, and Kurama and I? In Dionysus' office you can see 2 large chakra creatures dealing with mountains and mountains of paperwork. If you guess, they were the 2 Bijus, Shikaku and Kurama, doing the work of a Kage to become Dionysus' advisors. Back to Poseidon's house. Naruto, nah, I'm sure it will pass and he'll be fine. Well, Gaara and I will pack, and if we go, it will be to Konoha. Okay, Gaara and I? Gaara, let's go. Smiling. Percy, be careful if you carry it. Naruto, what do you mean, and I-san? He said nervously. Percy, I'm not stupid, Oturo. I know you'll want to carry Medusa's head, but only use it in emergencies, okay? Naruto, of course, Databayo. So they spent the rest of the day packing to go. Needless to say, they were both good at Fuin Jutsu. Well, Naruto was a Fuin master, but Gaara had a decent one, so they left with Shursui heading to New Zealand, where they would take their boat to the elemental continent. Upon arriving, Naruto had an idea. Naruto, hey, I have an idea. Shursui, what will you do? Naruto, hold this, I'm coming. He uses the Haration, and after 10 minutes he returns with his Pegasus, to which he added a henge and 3 more horses. Gaara, really horses? Naruto, yes, according to Kinfo's Nissen you have to enter with style and elegance. Gaara and Shursui had beads of sweat. Gaara, well, let's go to Konoha. Shursui, go ahead after putting up a henge to avoid problems. Thus they rode for 5 days towards Konoha, where by chance they were seen as crazy for traveling using mounts in a place where there were shinobi. They even ran into renegade ninjas, whereupon seeing small villages being ravaged by them, they fought and freed them. They were given no other name than the Heroes of Hope. Thus they rode for 5 long days, where at sunset they stopped to rest and left at dawn, where after several fights in which they received and emerged victorious, they were at the entrance of Konoha, where some sleeping Chunin took care of it. Shursui, with these two, how could they not have invaded the village? Gaara, so this is the strongest shinobi village, and they have these guys sleeping like this? Are the other villages the same? No one on the elemental shinobi continent sneezed, as Konoha seemed to be the only village that had this defect. The travelers simply signed the entry papers and headed for the Hokage Tower. As they rode slowly, the villagers looked at them with amazement, doubt, greed, and the desire to grate them, the women. They continued along the path until they reached the tower, where upon entering, they were greeted by the secretary. Secretary, welcome to the Hokage Tower, may I help you? Shursui, yes, we were looking for the Sandaime with my little brothers. Secretary, well, pressing a button. Hokage-sama, some young people are looking for him. Hiruzen, send them in, Tomoyo. Secretary, the Hokage is waiting for you, please come in. The 3 figures entered the office, where they knocked to receive a pass from the front. Upon entering, Hiruzen was signing papers, cursing his luck. Shursui, Hokage-sama, I'm glad to see you. Hiruzen, oh young man, how can I help you? Shursui, first, the hidden Anbus come out, surprising everyone, and the old monkey getting an idea of who it could be. Hiruzen, Anbus, leave us alone. At that moment, Gaara and Naruto notice a bookshelf and a library where, after a threat, 2 Anbus with root kanji come out. Hiruzen, well, tracing hand seals to make the room quiet. What do we owe this talk to? Shursui, simply to return to our home. Hokage-sama, undoing his henge. Hiruzen, Shursui, astonished boy, how have you been? Where is Naruto-kun? Naruto just laughed. Hiruzen, I said something funny. Naruto, it's not that I'm surprised. You remember me? Grandpa taking off his hood and revealing a 15-year-old Naruto with no baby fat on his face, with a formed and toned body, his shoulder-length blonde hair well cared for, in addition to an ornament, a crown of leaves, something that would make any female have a nosebleed, and unholy thoughts about him. Ignore the one in the back with the staff of Asclepius and make him blue-eyed, and Gaara wears a similar outfit. Hiruzen, Naruto-kun, the old monkey cried with happiness seeing his grandson figure there. I'm glad to see you, boy. Naruto, it's been a long time, hehe. So Shursui and Naruto told the Sandaime everything they had experienced, who was perplexed because they were telling him about a world that was totally more advanced than his own, and they also told everyone they met about it. Hiruzen, amazing everything they've been through, to the point of cardiac arrest. By the way, who is he? Pointing at Gaara. Gaara, I am Gaara Uzumaki, surprising the old man formerly known as Sabaka no Gaara. Hiruzen was surprised. Before him was the supposed deceased son of the Kazekage Raza. Hiruzen, how did he say it? Gaara, I am Sabaka no Gaara, or I was before I met Naruto and I. Hiruzen, but how are you alive? Your father, Raza, wrote that you were killed by your uncle in the bingo book. Gaara, what did he do? Hiruzen just hands him the bingo book. That damn bastard. He dared to kick me out of the village, banish me from it at age 4. When my uncle saves me from being killed by dying in the process, as long as I free Shikaku, and that's how he does things. Hiruzen, could you tell me? So they told him the sad story of Gaara, how he was a Jinchuriki, how the gods freed them, giving them peace in Camp Half-Blood, where, to Hiruzen's laughter, the 2-tailed beasts were doing paperwork. Hiruzen, I see you've suffered as much as Naruto-kun. If you want, you can call me Grandpa. Gaara, I appreciate it very much. Hiruzen, I see you want to enter the academy, right? Naruto and Gaara nod. Hiruzen, well, take these papers and tomorrow you can go to the ninja academy. There are 6 months left until graduation, so there won't be a problem. Sure sway. Hokage-sama, what will happen if the mummies? Hiruzen, I don't know. Naruto, if we reveal my heritage? And I say whose son I am, not my demigod status. Hiruzen, that would be a good idea. After that he lifts the seals and luckily for them an Anbu appears. Anbu, the council requests it. Hokage-sama. Sure sway. It's time to go back placing the henge. Naruto, come on Gaara. Gaara would nod. Council room. Hiruzen would enter with the other hooded figures into the council room. Hiruzen, well, who called this meeting? Shikaku. I asked the same thing but it's troublesome. The other clan leaders were asking themselves the same thing. Danzo, I Hokage-sama. Hiruzen, and for what purpose did you summon her, Danzo? Danzo, well, you see, 3 hooded people riding on the backs of unknown animals have arrived at the village, and the reason I'm calling you is to see this matter, since they could be problems for the village, invaders, foreigners who could destroy Konoha. I propose that you hand them over to me so I can make them root members while the civilians shouted in support. Hiruzen, I'm afraid I can't do that Danzo, since they have come from a hard journey and will join the village as shinobis. 2 of them are children so they will join the academy to graduate as genins, and the 3rd will live as he wishes even if he wants to be a civilian. Danzo, I understand, not very convinced, just like the 2 old men. Hiruzen, also, today I come to clarify a matter about the child who was born the day of the Kyuubi's attack, making the civilians shout which child and so on. Danzo got an idea they will wonder who his parents are. The civilians shouted no. Inoichi, I'd like to know. Shikaku, same here. Shibi, I would like to know. Hut, same here. Hiruzen, they never put the pieces together about his appearance, right? Well, Naruto is the son of the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze. The civilians were jaws on the floor. They had treated their hero's son badly. They practically spat in his face. Hiruzen, plus Minato was married to Kushina Uzumaki, which goes back to Naruto. Inoichi, the heir of the Uzumaki clan, and since she is dead he is the clan leader, smiling internally since his daughter was already engaged. Hamura, that's not true. Hiruzen, Naruto-kun, could you show yourself please? Naruto just took off his hood and showed the features that said, the Shinobi Council saw him as the combination of Kushina and Minato. Danzo, so Uzumaki-san, I think I should judge you for leaving Konoha 10 years ago, so it's desertion you know. Naruto, I see that your arrogance clouds you Danzo-san, since when I left the village to train the Sandaime gave me permission to do so, in addition to the fact that I was a civilian, not a shinobi, being 4 years old at that time, therefore if his wish is for me to join Root then it will not happen. Danzo was frowning. Naruto, in addition, as clan leader, he could demand or kick out those who owe rent from his premises. The civilians were terrified because if they paid they would go bankrupt. Naruto, but since I'm in a very good mood, I'll only ask that you stop calling me witch boy and all that nonsense. You don't want to be sent to hell for mistreating the son of your hero. Anyway, you're going to Kosaido's for your dark dealings. Besides that, I claim my place as clan chief, and if the civilians think they can compromise me then I'm already compromised. Aren't I, Inoichi-san? Inoichi, that's right, he will marry my daughter, Hayashi. Commit to my daughter, trying to make both of them useful since they are the worst of the Hyugas. It was never so humiliating to have them being weaker than the secondary branch. Naruto, I refuse, and neither will my cousin Uzumaki Gaara enter the CRA, since we will not be used as sperm machines. Hamura, you can't refuse for Kono. Naruto, I still refuse, and as clan leader he has no authority over me, and that will increase when I can sit there. Also, if they want to prohibit me from being Chunin, I remind them that the laws of the Nidaime Hokage Tobarama Senju dictate that civilians cannot interfere in shinobi affairs, and that includes the academy. If they were sweating before, now they were flooding. Naruto, well, gentlemen civil councilors, clan heads and Sandaime and mummies, we have already lost a lot of valuable time. The clan leaders nodded. Hiruzen, Naruto has your parents' mansion. Naruto, thanks Gigi. I'll go live with my cousin Gaara there, and I'll also make him some stables and a blacksmith's room. So everyone withdrew, leaving 3 counselors with repressed fury because their plans were being frustrated. Danzo could not ensure that he was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Omura could not compromise the daughters of his corrupt friends, and Koharu was angry. She had never been humiliated by a child, and they were joined by Counselor Haruno, who hated the boy. With Naruto, the demigod approached the Uzumaki complex, where upon arriving they noticed a 3-story Japanese-style wooden house with a large garden where they left their horses, and the mare named Nebula was pregnant and about to give birth. There, Naruto began work on a makeshift stable and blacksmith's workshop, while Gaara enjoyed the residence's small lake. They didn't know what the future held, but they would enroll in the Ninja Academy tomorrow to avoid problems and misunderstandings by joining on graduation day, Genin Academy and exams. After revealing his status as the son of the heroes of Konoha, the situation has changed for the demigod. Now the villagers looked at him with regret, happiness, and whenever he wanted to buy something they offered it to him for free as an apology. Of course he wanted to pay for it, because he never hated them for that ignorance. He understood their loss, and he discovered that it was Danzo himself who caused them to treat him that way. For that reason he never held hatred, sadness, or disappointment. With Gaara things were no different. Being a cousin of the leader of the Uzumaki clan, he was treated with respect. It was a radical 360 degrees change. He was treated like any other person. Unlike Suna, he was accepted. All of this had happened on the first day of returning to Konoha, so the next day they both headed to the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving they went to their classroom, where upon arriving they knocked on the door and were greeted by a chunin named Irika Yumino. Irika, hello, can I help you? Naruto, hello, of course. Well, you see, the Sandaime gave us this to join the classes to take the Genin exams in 6 months. Irika, I see, taking the papers to read them. Well, wait here. At that, Irika entered the classroom to announce that they would have 2 new classmates. But he found a mess. All his students were making a mess. Those from the Nara clan were sleeping, and the girls were fighting like fangirls over Uchiha Sasuke, so the Chunin opted to use his patented trademark jutsu, the giant demonic head. Irika, hey devil brats, shut up for once in your life. The students shut up and take their places. Well, I must give you an announcement. This year 2 new students will be joining this room. I was going to continue talking, but a certain pink-haired lost soul screamed, Sakura. But Irika-sensei is only 6 months left before the Genin exams without doing the 6 years like the rest of us? Irika, come on. Sakura, silence. Firstly, those who have traveled can join. Secondly, these are orders from the Sandaime, so having clarified that, please come in. After that order, 2 hairs, one red and one blonde like gold, that the blonde Yamanaka recognized as her fiancé. He was dressed in an orange muscle shirt that reached his navel, leaving his abdomen exposed, black elbow pads that ended in fingerless gloves, white pants, with black shoes with red metallic touches, along with bags of ninja equipment on his waist, and a sword on his back with a strange handle accompanied by a trident symbol on it. His freshly cut blonde hair was tied in a ponytail, while on his sides it was shaved. They had a sword like the one below, and removed the red arm guards. Needless to say, the females were blushing, while Ino was thinking of unholy things to do about her fiancé, because thanks to Kami she hadn't become a fangirl of the Uchiha. As for Gaara, he was dressed like a normal shinobi, as he was more modest and avoided attracting too much attention. Irika, well, please introduce yourselves. Naruto, Hai, well, my name is Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. I like riding horses, swimming and being with marine animals, as well as fighting with honor and nobility. I dislike perverts, and my dream is to be able to live in peace and for no one to suffer. He was lying a little. Shikamaru, you are the son of the Yondaime. While Naruto nodded troublesome. Chuji, I'm Chuji Akimichi, it's a pleasure. This is how they all introduced themselves, including the Uchiha, who, upon seeing the blonde sword, was planning to take it away. Sasuke Heido. Naruto, yes? Sasuke, that sword doesn't deserve a loser like you. Better give it to an elite Uchiha like me. Naruto, first of all, you are not a clan heir to demand anything from me. Secondly, respect me as I am the current leader of the Uzumaki clan. That surprised everyone, since they had never heard of him, except Shikamaru, who suspected that civilians had meddled in the school. And thirdly, I will not give you something that is a relic of my clan. It is the same as your Sharingan demanding it. Do you understand? The Uchiha just snorted in annoyance because it was true. Gaara, my name is Gaara Uzumaki. I am Naruto's cousin. So everyone began to get to know the newcomers. So Irika decided to take the floor to start classes. Needless to say, Naruto and Gaara were bored, because at Camp Half-Blood, with the help of Athena, what do I say help, with punches and knocks, they managed to learn the school's subjects, For them it was not a problem, they had knowledge in several subjects, and in Naruto's case in philosophy, literature and politics. Well, he was not an idiot, both knew several languages apart from his natural Japanese and ancient Greek. If they compared their intelligence in those places, the Nara who were said to be the most intelligent were simple fleas before them. So the days went by, where Chuji and Shikamaru approached them as friends, and Kiba approached because he wanted to have a fight with them. The amazing thing for them was seeing Naruto's forging skills in person, who decided to forge an axe for combat. Naruto named it Double-Edged Kitsune or Double Fox Axe. So after that time passed, even the prodigy of the Hyuga clan approached them along with his rival Rock Lee, a long-haired boy with eyebrows and green spandex. The days began to turn into weeks and the weeks into months. Naruto managed to have a relationship with Iruka and began to warn him about his companion Mizuki, who they kept an eye on. By now 6 months had passed. The village in the form of Repentance organized a party in commemoration of his parents and gave him things. This bothered the blonde because he hated the pleasures of gold and material things. Regarding the relationship with Ano, their commitment was revealed, making the Uchiha demand her hand in front of the civilians who ignored him due to the blonde's status. He only asked Hiruzen to be on the same team as his cousin since it seemed too problematic to separate from him. With his low distrust towards others, it did not cost the Sandame much, only that as a precaution his sensei would be sure sway, whom they revealed as alive. Sasuke could not believe that another was alive. This made Danzo lose credibility and power in the council, which bothered him a lot. This is how everything happened until the day of the exam, where the class was waiting for Mizuki to hand out the papers, which when they reached Naruto and Gaara, they realized that there was something strange. Because the letters were blurred, the genjutsus did not work on them, but they could detect one. Naruto, Sensei, my leaf has a genjutsu. You know that if you wanted to underestimate me, I would have made it stronger. Mizuki couldn't believe his attempt to hinder the witch boy had failed miserably, so he left the room with much pent-up fury while Iruka began. After 10 minutes, Naruto and Gaara delivered the surprising, annoying the Uchiha and the Inuzuka, who couldn't stand someone standing in front of them. At the exit of the tests, the entire village along with their clan leaders and counselors had gathered to see the result of these exams, especially the Uchiha, since several counselors along with Danzo, Hamura and Koharu were demanding things, especially from the son of the Yandane, with the excuse that Sasuke must avenge the clan, something that Shursui did not support, causing the 3 counselors of the Hokage to be angry, upset, which increased when they saw both Uzumakis come out before them. First, without the Uchiha having achieved it before. Hiruzen was proud, Shursui was happy, but behind their backs 2 guys were watching this since they had found out who the blonde was, the son of Minato Namikaze. In Jiraiya's case, for having investigated and resorted to everything, he knew that Minato was the god Poseidon, so he wanted to train him because of the prophecy. But in the case of a certain Aerocyclopes, with the aim of getting revenge on the boy for not making his sensei adopt him, Naruto and Gaara, upon leaving, saw that they would be doing nothing for at least 50 minutes, so using the teachings of kinfos, they took out a very particular musical instrument, rarely seen in the elemental nations, the lyre, where they began to play their requiem. The people were amazed by the beautiful music they played, but they were saddened by the melancholy the music conveyed. The civilian women and kunoichi shed tears at the beautiful songs. 50 minutes passed until the last examinee came out, and it turned out to be Kiba. Thus began the kunai and shuriken throwing tests. Women: Hinata, 7 out of 10 and 8 out of 10. Sakura, 6 out of 10 and 7 out of 10. Ino Yamanaka, 8 out of 10 and 9 out of 10. Civilians, 4 out of 10 and May 10th. Men: civilians April 10th and May 10th. Kiba, 6 out of 10 and 5 out of 10. Chuji, 7 out of 10 and 6 out of 10. Shino, 6 out of 10 and 8 out of 10. Shikamaru, 9 out of 10 and 8 tenths. Gaara, 9 out of 10 and October 10th. Sasuke, 9 out of 10 and 9 out of 10. Sasuke, get over that dope. Iruka, go ahead. Naruto. Naruto stepped forward and took the kunais and shurikens. Naruto, Iruka sensei would like to try even with the bow if possible. Iruka, if the Sandame approves. Hiruzen, go ahead. Naruto threw 10 kunais, hitting all the targets. The same happened with the shurikens and 10 arrows. Sakura, he cheated. He's overshowing Sasuke Kyuin. Ino, what are you saying in front of a crappy marquee? My fiancé didn't do any of that. It was fair. Iruka, Well, Naruto approved, so we will continue with the ninjutsus. Hinata, Henge becoming Iruka and Kawarimi since his clan forbids him from performing jutsus. Sakura, Henge, becoming Iruka, Kawarimi and Earth Wall. Ino, same as Sakura with her clan's mind transfer jutsu, and the Henge was her father. Civilians the same plus Academy jutsus. Shikamaru, Henge, becoming his father, Kawarimi and Shadow Possession jutsu. Chuji, Henge, becoming his father, Kawarimi and Human Tank jutsu. Shino, Henge, becoming his father, Kawarimi and Insect jutsu. Kiba, Henge, becoming Iruka, Kawarimi and Gutsuga. Gaara, Henge becoming Kinfo's surprising many civilians substitution and Kawarimi in addition to his sand coffin. Sasuke, same but becoming Fugaku, Fireball jutsu. Sasuke, get over that dope. Naruto just passed by and made shadow clones, Kawarimi. Henge taking the form of Sisyphus surprising many. Nobody believed what they were seeing, nobody knew what it was. Naruto as his last jutsu did the Rasengan surprising everyone, in addition to activating 2 Kongo Fuza. Iruka, well done, it's time for the women's 1 vs 1 matches. Sakura vs Ino, Ino winner. Hinata vs Civilian, Hinata wins. Ino vs Hinata, Ino wins. Iruka, well, Kunoichi of the year Ino Yamanaka. At that the eldest Banshee squealed. Mabuki, how can this be possible? My daughter is the true Kunoichi of the year. If SHE doesn't appoint her, I'll expel her. Hiruzen was going to speak, but Naruto got ahead of him even before Sakura screamed. Naruto, Counselor Hareno regulation imposed by the Naidame Hokage Tobarama Senju. Civilians cannot interfere in shinobi affairs. Mabuki, shut up, witch child. You know that I am a civil counselor and I can have you exiled from the village. Naruto, and I remind you that I am the leader of the Uzumaki clan, therefore you have no power over me, he said very calmly. Inoichi, that's right, Naruto-san is the leader of the Uzumaki clan, so nothing can be done, Counselor Hareno. The older pink-haired girl was furious and couldn't do her part, so she could only snort in extreme annoyance. Mizuki was stunned because someone had revealed his origins, and he already knew how to keep the civilians at bay. Hiruzen, Councilman Haruno, enough so Iruka can continue. Iruku, hi Sandame-sama. It's time for the men's fights. Shino vs Gaara, Gaara winner. Sasuke vs Civilian, Sasuke winner. Naruto vs Civilian, Naruto winner. Chuji vs Shikamaru, tie. Kiba vs Civil, Kiba wins. Kiba vs Naruto, winner Naruto. Sasuke vs Gaara. The fight began with Gaara using a very strange fighting style for shinobi, but he managed to keep the Uchiha at bay who, tired, used ninjutsu, being disqualified and declaring Gaara the winner. Kiba vs Naruto. The dog boy launched himself against the blonde who just waited and remained patient. He knew he would win without using his Kekkei Genkai, so he launched himself with a style also unseen by shinobi, throwing Kiba off balance and hitting him on the back of the head, leaving him asleep. Naruto vs Gaara. Both friends were looking at each other challengingly, so before Iruka started, Naruto spoke. Naruto, Iruka-sensei, a question. Iruka, yes Naruto? Naruto, can weapons be used? Gaara, and I want to go all out without holding back. Gaara, yes, I agree. Sandame, well, in that case, go ahead. Both contenders took out storage rolls and with a couple of seals they took out shields. Gaara's shield, Naruto's shield. No one could believe what they were seeing. Both would fight with those things, since those weapons were not known in the shinobi world, nor did the samurai of the daimyos use them. Gaara, ready? Taking out his sword. Just as Naruto took out his, the shinobis present were in doubt about the shape of both blades of the weapons. Iruka, begin. At the command, the two dueled with utmost skill. They were noble and proud warriors. They were not going to allow the cowardice of shinobi fighting styles to affect them, and they would battle like warriors. The steel of both swords clashed against each other, just as shields exerted force on each other, while each time they struck with their blades, the sound of steel was heard loud and clear. Not even a word was exchanged, so engrossed in their combat that they ignored any comments about their fighting style. Their challenging smiles were such that even as they lost their shields to a blow from both of them, the combatants continued cutting and blocking with their swords, which at one point they dropped and began to fight hand to hand. Naruto was using Krav Maga mixed with Muay Thai against Gaara's Aikido and Karate. The blows came and went, but they had to stop, resulting in a tie by order of the Sandame, both sharing the title of Shinobi of the Year. After that fight where the duo left the spectators and other shinobi very impressed, Iruka distributed the ninja bandanas to them, where the demigod and the champion of Poseidon placed the idiot on their shoulders with pride, going out to celebrate with Shursui and Hiruzen Ichiraku's ramen. However, that same night Naruto decided to go out to practice at the lake in the Forest of Death with a strange suit. He wore an armor-like outfit with a metal guard on his left chest and carried a trident. He had lost track of time, so he remained calm when he saw Mizuki running being chased by Iruka. "Mizuki, leave me alone, Iruka. Iruka, stop and stop blaming a clan leader like you did with Naruto." "Mizuki, the witch boy, understand, he summoned the Kyuubi and killed several people, including your parents." "Iruka, Naruto is just a kid who had the bad luck of being born that day, and was blamed for it." "Mizuki, so what? That's more than enough to make him guilty. It's a bad omen." Now taking out his giant shuriken dies throwing it. Naruto at that moment left his place while deflecting the shuriken with the trident. "Mizuki, the witch boy, yuck." Naruto buried the trident in his shoulder and stomach, wounding the traitor. "Mizuki, cursed in that he is thrown into the water, which by putting chakra in his feet prevents him from sinking." "Naruto, I see you got away from that attack while pointing his trident." "Iruka, Naruto, what are you going to do?" Naruto starts walking on water, surprising both of them. "Naruto, I see you've brought me to my element," moving his hands and forming water tentacles that trap the traitor ninja. "Mizuki, damn," throwing another shuriken at some rocks which fall, distracting Naruto, who sinks. Ha 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 ha. At that point the water splits in two, showing how Naruto begins to rise in a whirlpool of water. That was where Iruka saw firsthand the power of the third son of Poseidon. "Mizuki, how did you survive that?" "Naruto, it's my Kekkei Genkai. I can breathe underwater." Mizuki looked horrified at that. "Who are you?" "Naruto, I am the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, also known as Poseidon, god of the seas. Cutting off the traitor's head with his trident you have framed me, therefore this is your punishment for offending the gods." Iruka was surprised. After that revelation, the genjutsu that the Shinigami had placed on him during the Kyuubi attack vanished. Team 7. After what happened with Mizuki, Naruto was very calm, because it was not the first time he killed. Together with Gaara they had fought in the camp and killed several Cyclops when they tried to enter his home. That was not a problem for him. But returning to the present, Iruka was stunned, how he could claim to be the son of a god. But now the Shinigami's genjutsu had dissipated, and thinking things through, he never saw that the Yondaime Minato Namikaze really existed. Luckily for Naruto, Hiruzen had arrived with his Anbus. "Hiruzen, Naruto-kun, what happened?" "Naruto, just kill a traitor who framed me." "Iruka, it's true, Mizuki framed Naruto for the theft." "Hiruzen and Mizuki." "Naruto, here it is, taking his trident out of Mizuki's decapitated body. Damn, my trident got stained." The Anbus and Hiruzen were wide-eyed. A child had killed a traitor, and he wasn't scared or nervous at all. "Naruto, Grandpa, we must go to the Uzumaki complex with Iruka. Only you are coming, and to avoid surprises I want you to bring Yugane and Ankone." Hiruzen nodded and withdrew with the Anbus plus Mizuki's body. "Naruto, Sensei, if you want answers I ask you to come to the Uzumaki mansion in the district." "Iruka, I follow you." So both went to Naruto's mansion. So when they arrived together with Gaara and Shursui, they sat down to wait for Hiruzen to arrive with the others, which after 20 minutes they arrived at the mansion. "Hiruzen, well, what happened, Naruto?" "Naruto, you see, he begins to tell her everything that happened until he killed Mizuki." "Iruka, wow, but how is it that you are a demigod?" Naruto proceeds to tell him who his father is, and Hiruzen completes with what Minato and the Shinigami had done. Needless to say, Iruka was amazed at the big lie that had been made up in order to protect a demigod from being turned into a weapon. They even commented on Gaara's truth, which surprised Iruka less, but he accepted that both were shinobi of the leaf, since he saw how the redhead was strongly grateful to the village. "Yugao, now that that's cleared up, Oturo, you couldn't come visit us with a very sweet smile." "Anko, now you will answer me with a sadistic smile." "Naruto, in my defense I was waiting for this, pulling 15 books out of a scroll, the complete 15 volumes of underworld tortures." Anko started to squeal with excitement. She looked like a little girl. "Naruto, also Uzumaki seal art curse release." Anko's neck began to glow, followed by a great pain and a 5-minute fainting spell, but when she woke up she hugged the blonde, promising him lots of dangos. Next was Yugao, to whom he gave a sword forged by him in Konoha. Seduction Tactics, Kakashi Hatake, 35.9K 2.9K. If you come from TikTok, you know that everything is more detailed here. I have nothing else to say. I am Hefastes. Now what? 569K 43K. Our protagonist is reincarnated as the god of the forge Hephaestus, and continues his story while sending fate to hell. The sun and the moon reincarnation of breathing. 8.5K 268. Here I made a collaboration with a content creator. I hope you like it. Detachment. 19.9K 1.7K. You lost the most, the least. Warning images belong to their respective authors. Naruto, son of Apollo, an heir of the sun. 13.2K 800. I don't know what to say. If you like the chapters, you can support the story with a star. It helps a lot. Smiley face. I reincarnated as Naruto. 62.5K 4.7K. When I said I wanted to leave Latin America, I didn't mean this. The only alpha is me. 9.5K 590. Percy, being the reincarnation of Godzilla Earth, unlocking his abilities over time, is placed in the fight against Ares. The former Anbu started jumping like a child, thanking the blonde. After those events, everyone said goodbye because the next day they would choose their teams. Hiruzen already knew Shursui asked both of them to be his Jounin sensei, but since there were two and he saw that Kakashi also had two students, he had to wait until the next day. Time skip. Next day, Hokage's office. All the Jounin senseis and Iruka were gathered waiting for the Sandaime to speak. Hiruzen: well, I've called you to talk about building Genin teams, so I think we should start. Asuma: I Sandaime-sama. Hiruzen: go ahead, Asuma. Asuma: as the leader of Team 10, as well as your Jounin sensei, I asked the next generation of the Ino Shikacho trio, with Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Chuji Akimichi. Hiruzen: well noted and approved, while Iruka writes the following. Kurenai: I Hokage-sama. Hiruzen: go ahead, Kurenai-san. Kurenai: as leader and sensei of Team 8, I asked the Genin Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame to form a tracking team. Hiruzen: approved. Next one is good. Kakashi: I, Hokage-sama, reading his orange cover book and as sensei and leader of Team 7, asked Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Shursui just kept quiet. He didn't like Kakashi, and even more so because of the hatred he had for Minato for not adopting him. Hiruzen calmly denied. Kakashi: if you allow me, I would like to know why Sandaime-sama. Hiruzen: simple, since there are 4 Genins left who will make up Team 7. Kakashi: may I refuse? Hiruzen: if it's a valid reason, go ahead, I'll listen to it, like everyone else here. Kakashi: as you know, Naruto's father was my former sensei, and I'm not ready to see his son face to face while the venom was noticeable in his voice and I couldn't. Hiruzen: that is why you will not be the leader, since Shursui Uchiha will be the leader of said team along with you. Both will be Jounin sensei of Team 7, made up of Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Namake's Uzumaki, Gaara Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno. Kakashi at that moment felt like a bucket of cold water had fallen on him. Iruka: if you allow me, Hokage-sama, there is a boy named Sai who is a root recovered. Shursui: I want him on Team 7. Everyone sees it, the boy has suffered a lot. Don't you think it would be better to put him on the team that could be friendlier? I trust that Naruto and Gaara can make him a human being. And before you demand me, Kakashi, I am aware of how egocentric the Uchiha is and how much of a fangirl Haruno is, so don't try to complain. Kakashi: TSK. Hiruzen: well, it's decided. Team 7 is formed while smiling and smoking his pipe. In that you hear how some metal things fall, followed by a scream of fury, followed by insults in ancient Greek. That caught attention, but Shursui knew who it was. If it was Naruto who had dropped the metals from his blacksmith, heavy metals of course. At Camp Half-Blood Kinfo's, he couldn't ignore that and wrote down what happened in the agenda for future jokes to make him when he returns. The demigod also noticed something. A third demigod in the elemental nations, a boy no more than 7 years old, wondered what he was doing there, but for now he focused on looking for his beloved Giryuki, a woman his age who was traveling with a bandaged renegade ninja with a large sword. Zabuza Momochi, of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, and his younger brother Hakuyuki, who was the Nukanin's apprentice, back to Konoha. After what was agreed with the Jounin senseis, a day has passed normally, so the next day at the academy, Iruka proceeded to deliver the equipment, along with the presentation of Sai. Iruka: well, before we comment and designate your teams, I must integrate a young genin who has passed the tests and has been approved by Sandame-sama to join the ranks. I present to you Sai. Sai. Hello, he said expressionlessly like a certain bicolor from the UA. All the newly graduated genins introduced themselves to the pale boy. Irika. Well, it's time to tell them which teams they're on. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Chujiya Kimichi, Jounin Sensei Azuma Sarutobi. Team 9 still in operation, Junin Sensei Mado Gai. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame, Jounin Sensei Kurinai Yuhi. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, Gaara Uzumaki and Sai, Jounin Sensei Shursui Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake. Civilian teams are of no importance. Sakura, yes, love conquers all. I ended up with Sasuke-kun, you see Ino pig. Ino, as if I cared forehead, I didn't touch it with Naruto-kun. Naruto then hugs her. Hey, don't worry, I promise you'll have a good time. Even without training and missions we can go out on dates, you know. Ino, okay. That's when the Jounin senseis minus Shursui and Kakashi enter, taking their respective teams. While they waited, Naruto and Gaara began to compete with each other's strength to pass the time while both read a book about the gods, Amphitrite, goddess of the calm sea in Naruto's case, and Irene, goddess of tranquility in Gaara's case. Both were intelligent, but also very curious when it came to mythology itself. The Uchiha just snorted in annoyance, things like, "How can he do this to me? I'm an elite Uchiha." And things like that. Sakura just looked at the emo with hearts in her eyes. After 30 minutes of long and eternal waiting, the Arrow Cyclopes entered the door reading the famous orange-covered book, making Naruto and Gaara have auras of fear that clearly, for Ika books, were very scary. Kakashi began to feel that hostile intention but did not give it importance. Kakashi, okay, we'll wait for you on the roof in 5 minutes, disappearing in a burst of smoke. Shursui did the same, and when Sakura was about to speak, Naruto and Gaara were no longer there. Upon arriving, Kakashi was surprised to find Naruto and Gaara on the roof before them. Shursui wasn't surprised. In fact, he expected the ones in the living room to be clones, so he didn't dwell on the matter any further. So, they waited 5 minutes for the gum-filled board to arrive with the emo duck-ass. Shursui, why don't we introduce ourselves? Tell us your likes, dislikes, hobbies and dreams. Sakura, can you give us an example? Kakashi, well, my name is Kakashi Hatake. My likes and dislikes do not interest you. My hobbies are too minor to know, and my dreams I never thought of knowing, although I plan to kill someone to get revenge. Looking at Naruto surreptitiously. Shursui, I knew he was going to do it, although I'm not fooled that he wants revenge on Naruto. The genin, he only told us his name. Kakashi, you're doing well, bubblegum hair. Sakura, my name is Sakura Haruno. My likes are go to Sasuke and scream. My dislikes are Inosuta and her fiancé Naruto Baka. My hobbies are following Sasuke-kun, and my dreams are go to Sasuke and scream. Shursui, I knew she was a fangirl, she was just cannon fodder. But now I confirm that she is a stalker, although they both know what she is, he thought while remembering how Naruto and Gaara were chased when they took their photos for the magazines that participated. Naruto, and now what did I do? I thought. Gaara, so he hates humiliating the emo, how stupid, he thought with a poker face. Shursui, Yugo points to Sasuke. Sasuke, my name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't have many likes, I dislike many things. My hobbies are training and my dream is an ambition, and it's going to come true, and it is to kill a certain person, in addition to exiling the idiot sensei I have, and restore my clan. Shursui, so you want to kill Itachi, huh? If only you knew the truth. Naruto, I promised Itachi and I that I would help him, but he definitely needs a good psychologist who can be a beating. Kakashi, well, a fangirl for the moment, an emo avenger, who follows a ramen addict with desires to be Hokage. Shursui, well, I continue, my name is Shursui Uchiha. I like spending time with my younger brothers, eating dangos and training in various combat arts. I dislike perverts, traitors and a certain mummy. My hobbies are riding with my little brothers and my dream is to live with them wherever they want. Well, you continue, points at Gaara. Gaara, my name is Gaara Uzumaki. My likes are training, eating hot dogs, and visiting big cities. My dislikes are perverts, arrogant people, those who abandon the family for a burden they did not ask for. My hobbies are spending time with my older brother and cousin, as well as playing music. My dreams are to live in peace without wars and in a quiet way. Kakashi, how strange if he is Uzumaki he should be addicted to ramen. Well, you continue your blonde. Naruto, my name is Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. My likes are training, eating ramen, being with my family and friends, as well as being in big cities. I dislike fangirls, idiots who believe in a prophecy, those who wish evil and endanger my loved ones. My hobbies are swimming, playing music, riding horses and studying mythology. My dreams are to find peace and ensure that no one suffers, as well as find the 9 bijus and their jinchurikis to give them the life they deserve, away from the malice of their villages and help them stop suffering. Kakashi, well, he is Uzumaki because of his love for ramen, but he doesn't want to be Hokage. That's new. You continue to be pale. Sai, my name is Sai and I have no idea what to say about anything else. Shirosui, well, that's all for today. Naruto and Gaara aren't going to come against me, so that leaves me calm. Sai, if you want you can come with us to the Uzumaki mansion. The pale one would just nod. Kakashi, tomorrow we will do the first thing as a team, a survival exercise and the test that will determine if you truly deserve to be genin. So I recommend you skip breakfast. He disappears in a puff of smoke. Shirosui, okay, we're leaving. Naruto, comes Sai. Gaara, goodbye. Then they retreat to the Uzumaki mansion. Mission to the Land of Waves 1. After making the introductions, Team 7 headed home to rest. Despite the fact that the next day they were suggested not to have breakfast, Naruto and Gaara did have breakfast, so they went to training camp number 7. Upon arrival, they saw the pink-haired lost soul along with the emo guy with suicidal thoughts and a desire for revenge, and his sensei's perverted cyclops. Kakashi, Shirosui is late. Shirosui, we just stopped by your house to pick you up and came from there. For her part, Sakura blushed at Naruto's body and Sasuke found the outfit he was wearing strange. It was a simple suit with a shoulder pad and a light breastplate that covered his left chest. His arms were bandaged with 2 wristbands with extra weight and a kind of small shield, while a blue necklace made of the most beautiful precious stones in the sea adorned his neck, and as a weapon he carried an imposing trident. Kakashi, without taking his eyes off the reading, just nods, so Shirosui tells what they will do in the test, saying that each sensei has 2 bells and whoever is left without one will return to the academy, to which the genins left to make a strategy. After 15 minutes Naruto and Gaara launched themselves against Kakashi, who did not give them importance. With sword and shield they threw themselves against the arrow cyclopes. Their speed, aggressiveness were such that the Jounin sensei had to put away the book of his holy, perverted, reading, making the genins use the shinobi techniques. Gaara, Futon Kamikaze, Sai Doton Doriyuso, Naruto, Raiten, Rarya no Tatsumaki, Kakashi, Doton Dorihiki, Naruto, Suiton, Suikoden no Jutsu, Kakashi, but what? Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Of the 5 water sharks that Naruto launched, only one hit the fireball, causing Kakashi to dodge the attack but at the cost of losing the bells thanks to Gaara and Sai. After that, Sasuke is seen buried up to his neck courtesy of Shirosui, and Sakura, with her fangirl mood, was left out with a low-level genjutsu, causing Shirosui to further reject those Kakashi chose. They were not shinobi material, but clowns. So at the end of the test, the team's objective is revealed, and when Shirosui wanted to return Sasuke and Sakura to the academy, Kakashi intervened, saying that it was Team 7 as a whole that was passing. He wanted to forget that Naruto, Gaara, and Sai gave him a good beating as a team, since all 3 of them realized about the test. So they started doing D-rank missions in order to gain experience. They were simply attending to the whims of civilians, something degrading for a warrior as Naruto and Gaara maintained. So we found the team after 2 months of boring missions, carrying out the most dangerous and fearsome mission of all, catching Tora, the feudal lord's cat. Naruto, here is the sensual horse. I have the objective in sight. Gaara, Sandfish copies you. Sasuke, duck but approaches the area. Kakashi, perverted cyclops in position. Shirosui, lord of the underworld approaches. Sakura, soul in pain approaching. So Team 7 caught the infamous cat that tormented the souls of the shinobi, all because of the over-affection that the feudal lady gave him. Author's note: God, who wouldn't want a fat woman to grab you like a chocolate bar? Poor cat. After paying for the mission, the lady left, leaving the team in front of the Sandaime. Hiruzen, well? Naruto, we want another mission, old man. Hiruzen, Oh, I must have another D rank. Naruto, no Gigi, give us a real mission. Civilians can't abuse shinobi, and you know it. Before Hiruzen could answer, Guy's team entered, followed by Kurenai's and Asuma Sarutobi's, demanding higher-ranking missions. Hiruzen, I suppose you want a higher-rank mission, right? Everyone nods. Well, I will give you the mission to escort Lord Tazuna and his grandson. They are in a complicated situation because they have paid for a rank C mission, but what they will face is rank A. Asuma, but they are not ready. Sure Sway, I disagree with my partner. A mission like this will help them see the reality of the shinobi world. Kakashi, whatever, without stopping reading his orange-covered book. Hiruzen, seeing that all the genin were willing to go, decided that the client should go along with his grandson, who looked at them seriously. But something caught his attention in Sure Sway, Naruto and Gaara. Tazuna, and these will be our escorts. I only see a bunch of children. Only they, pointing to Neji, Naruto, Gaara, Shikamaru, seem to be ninjas. One looks like a teddy bear, pointing to Chuji. The others are porcelain dolls, pointing to Hinata. Ten and Ino. The other looks like a dog addicted to fighting, pointing to Kiba. The other looks like an emo with a ducks, but pointing to Sasuke. And the pink-haired girl looks like a soul that does not rest eternally, with a gum on her head. Several were going to hit the old man, but their senseis stopped them with the excuse that they had to escort him, not kill him. Naruto, sensei, as soon as we left. Kakashi, in 1 hour, don't be late. Naruto, HAI. At that Sure Sway, Gaara and Naruto retreat. At Camp Half-Blood, a blindfolded man was preparing to leave for the elemental nations, as he was going to see his love of his life, as well as his little brother, son of Apollo like him, and his apprentices and younger brother figures Naruto and Gaara. Kinfos, I'd better leave now for there. Back in Konoha, Uzumaki Mansion. The inhabitants of that mansion were saddling their horses to leave, when Konohamaru came in to wish them luck. Konohamaru, good luck and I-chance. Naruto, thanks Konohamaru. By the way, do you think you can take care of Nebula and her foal? Pointing to a black mare with her foal. Konohamaru, yes boss. With the Konohamaru team we will take good care of them. Sure Sway, we must go. Naruto, I'll just pick up this gift for Lee, taking the double kitsune. Konoha gates. Only 3 ninjas from the village were missing to arrive to leave, with 10 minutes left to go on a mission. But before Kakashi spoke, the footsteps of 3 animals were heard, and Naruto, Gaara and Sure Sway were seen on their respective horses to accompany Mr. Tazuna. Naruto was riding his Pegasus, to which he had added a henge to make it look like a beautiful 2-tone horse between black and white, while Gaara was riding on a beautiful brown and white horse. As for Sure Sway, he was ready to leave on his horse, a light-colored horse with black legs. Kakashi felt jealous. While Guy told them things about the flames of youth that burned in them, Sakura kept saying that those animals should be for Sasuke, the emo demanding it. Ino blushed since Naruto invited her to travel with him on the horse. The others were amazed by such beautiful animals they used to travel. So they began their journey towards Nami no Kuni, land of waves, where Inari never stopped watching them with curiosity. Because there was something that caught her attention. They were not like the other ninjas. So they wandered near a fairly deep river. So as they walked they managed to perceive 2 puddles of water. It had not rained recently, which alarmed Naruto and Gaara. So Naruto drew hand seals, which at the end he released a green fireball towards the puddles. Everyone had doubts why he attacked 2 puddles of water, but more importantly because his fire came out green, instead of the normal reddish-orange. From the puddles came out 2 subjects that the Jounin senseis recognized. The Demon Brothers, rogue ninjas of Kirigakyu no Sato, rogue ninjas Class A. The Demon Brothers launched an attack with their weapons, but Naruto with his trident managed to cut the chains of those weapons. Gozu, damn Genin, throwing his weapons. His brother was going to jump to help him, but a spear was buried in his abdomen courtesy of Gaara. Gozu, brother, you are a bastard. Gaara, those who hide from their enemy are just clowns. They are not true warriors. At that Naruto buries his trident and goes killing him, leaving everyone surprised, except Sure Sway. Kakashi, well Mr. Tazuna, seriously, although it is an A-rank mission, why didn't you warn us about rogue ninjas, since if there are many, the mission must be S-rank. Naruto, even if he lied, we will continue. Gaara, yes we will. The Genin said they would go just like the Jounins except Kakashi. Sure Sway, in that we must travel underwater while looking at the river. Asuma, but how come nobody breathes underwater? Sure Sway, Naruto and Gaara, yes, plus we have a ship that can be used as a submarine. Guy, let's see. Naruto, Lee here, here's a gift. Lee the double kitsune? Thanks. After that they approached the river where Naruto and Gaara managed to take out a ship from a scroll, an ancient Greek galley prepared with an air bag. And how will we breathe in the water? Naruto, go up with confidence. Everyone would board including Tazuna and Inari who, when they were all on top, Naruto moved the trident and the water began to swallow the ship, scaring everyone, but nothing happened. The ship was sunken while they were breathing air from the surface, but something was missing. Naruto and Gaara were not there, but they saw them there, breathing as if they were on the surface while calling out to something or someone. Who will they call? Kiba, haha, losers, you've already gone crazy. Shikamaru, troublesome, but I'm intrigued by Ino. Inari was on a happy horse for some reason. In that two aquatic beings appear. Just listen to the song. A dragon-shaped being that appeared to be a fish approached Gaara as he petted it. Shursui, called Hippocampus, he is a water horse. It is a species that, depending on the breed, can breathe underwater. All surprising. Sasuke, should be mine. In that Naruto also calls his being Shursui, a hippocampus of another race that can breathe outside of water. Shikamaru, troublesome. It's very cute. At that point the ship begins to move, thanks to Naruto and Gaara who tied their horses to it, so they began to swim with them towards the land of waves. To all this, Chuji, how can they be as if nothing were happening in the water? Kiba, did they already die or what? Shursui, it's their Kekkei Genkai, they can breathe underwater. Thus, between surprises and feelings of envy, they continued their journey toward their destination, mission to the land of waves 2. After submerging the boat in the river, the genin looked on in awe at the demonstration of a great Kekkei Genkai while Inari couldn't hide the little stars in his eyes of admiration for them. Both Uzumakis rode on their respective hippocamps while the animals pulled the boat as if it were a carriage, and they continued on their journey for 3 days until the Uzumakis decided to come to the surface. Naruto, how are we doing? Gaara, I reckon one more day and we'll be in Nami. At that Naruto sees a white-furred rabbit nearby, which makes his instincts scream danger. Gaara, did you notice? Naruto, yes. But before they could both take action, an annoyed Sakura decided to get out of the water along with Kakashi, who was trying to stop her. Sakura, Bakas, what do you think you're doing, leaving us alone downstairs? Naruto, we were just exploring, and if there was anyone around you just gave us away, damn bored with legs. Gaara, I don't think it's a good idea to kill her. If she screams like that in life, I can't imagine how she'll scream after she's dead. Then they see the white rabbit, which makes Kakashi have the same feeling. Naruto didn't think twice when he saw this and aimed with his bow. He never missed a shot, but a certain pink board moved the bow to the blonde. Sakura, what are you doing, Baka? He's a defenseless bunny. Naruto, Gaara taking out his shield covers Kakashi. Naruto then took Sakura behind him, covering her with his shield, while Gaara did the same with Kakashi since the rabbit exploded into a smoke bomb and several kunais were shot towards them, where after lowering their shields they saw a man around 40 years old with only striped pants, military pattern leg warmers and with his chest bare, with a large sword and his face covered with a mask made with bandages. Kakashi, Zabuza Momochi, S-Class Rogue Ninja, in the Bingo book. Zabuza, Kakashi of the Sharingan, known as the Copy Ninja. At that, Kakashi launches the attack while Naruto and Gaara manage to get Sakura out of shock and send her back to the ship. And before the two cousins came out, 2 water clones of Zabuza imprisoned them in a water prison, something not very effective. Zabuza, you're lost, brats. Now where's the old bridge builder? At that point they both start talking underwater. Zabuza, what? Naruto, glug 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 glug. Gaara mentally suppressed his laughter and Zabuza put on a poker face. Far away Kinfo's approached the area when he saw the scene with his improved vision, not avoiding laughing like a retard. Kinfo's, back to the fight. Shursui had also secretly come out and saw the scene, bursting into laughter. Shursui, Naruto, glug glug. Zabuza, what? Naruto, that we can breathe underwater, idiot, swinging his trident and breaking the water prison and eliminating the clone. With Kakashi, Zabuza had already noticed what had happened to the clones, so he only preferred to continue the fight having the same as in the canon, with the difference that Naruto realized that Kakashi was getting tired and at the moment of finishing the fight Zabuza knocked Kakashi unconscious. When Naruto was going to face Zabuza with his trident in hand and his shield on his left arm, some Senbons buried themselves in Zabuza leaving him with a false death. Not for nothing had they been trained by the pinnacle of human medicine, but they also noticed that the Anbu was afraid, and above all some marks of blows for his treatment. After that, and with the ship running out of oxygen, they decided to continue their journey, while on the back of Shursue's horse, a sleeping Kakashi rode. Inari had opened up to Naruto and Gaara, becoming more cheerful, and the little one called them older brothers. Everything was going well. They were half a day into their journey when some beings appeared. Winged creatures so ugly that they scared several people, even the Jounins, because they had wings and seemed to be women. Naruto, Shursui and Gaara taking out their shields, all three. Asuma, Guy, you must go now with Shursui and Gaara, we will take care of it. Asuma, I can't leave them alone. Guy, exactly. Shursui, they are harpies, they won't be of much use. At that moment a scream is heard. Inari, Naruto storm. At that, Naruto's horse, which everyone saw as crazy because it was going to chase a winged being on the ground, was removed as an illusion effect that everyone determined as a henge, managing to see a majestic winged horse with blue mane like the ocean, and white fur. Ino began to have fantasies about Naruto galloping on the clouds with her on the beautiful Pegasus while the animal flew through the skies. Sakura was starting to get jealous and indicated that that must be her Sasuke-kun. Guy and Lee were saying things about the flames of youth, and Asuma was surprised. He had heard the stories of the Pegasus, but seeing one was wonderful. Naruto then climbed onto Storm's back, and with a sound, Storm landed on his hindquarters with a deep whinny. Like this, but with the Pegasus. After that the Pegasus began to run while flapping its wings and taking flight, and chasing the harpy. Asuma, why did you take the child and attack us? Shursui, Asuma, you noticed it, right? Asuma, I can only think of what you and I know, but that child, unless it is what I think. Both at that moment looked at each other and affirmed in unison. Both. He is a demigod. At that moment another harpy comes out to attack them, but Lee with the double kitsune manages to stab it in its entire thorax, causing the death of the creature, just as Gaara managed to bury a spear in the last harpy. With Naruto, he had already spotted the harpy, which was flying quickly, nothing that the Pegasus could not reach, managing to be at par with the vile being, burying his trident in one of the wings, managing to make it release Inari, who held the trident since it was close, and Naruto forcefully raised it in front of him and took out a spear, which he used to pierce the evil being. After that successful rescue he began to return with Inari, who was amazed by what Naruto showed him in flight. They managed to return and continued the journey, where Tazuna was very grateful for the gesture to his grandson. Naruto, don't worry, old man, even if you didn't pay we would have helped you, because that is our duty as heroes. Asuma, we must continue. This confrontation took up a lot of our travel time. Naruto, I'll take care of it, drawing hand seals summoning jutsu. At that moment a puff of smoke appeared, and at least 7 animals appeared. 5 of them had a feline at the rear, an eagle at the front. They were very large and had a majestic appearance. The other 2 were like horses, but these had a horn on their forehead, something that, according to the women of the group, made them say, kawaii, because of how beautiful the animals looked. Naruto, please friends, we need your help. We must get to Nami before it's too late. They are attacking us. Tap, as you wish, puppy. Unicorn, as you wish. Naruchan, the horse's voice sounded, which was so soft it sounded feminine. Thus they continued their journey, shortening their journey by several hours. Upon arriving at Tazuna's house and setting up an improvised camp, they were greeted by a beautiful woman, whom they recognized as Inari's mother when the child ran up and hugged her. After settling in, the ninjas began to explore the area, noticing a very, very poor village. In Naruto and Gaara's eyes it was too much. Seeing malnourished children begging for food broke their hearts. So using Naruto's hydrokinesis they attracted a school of fish for the children to catch and take some food for their families. The children cried with joy and congratulated them, all in front of the other Jounin and Shursui. But the celebration was short-lived. Something had fallen nearby, so at Naruto's orders, the children went to their homes, while Shursui, Gaara and our protagonists, took out their shields and a spear and sword. The Jounins and Genins, minus Sakura who stayed with Kakashi tending to his wounds, went to see what it was about. When Naruto and Gaara arrived they put their shields in a defensive stance while pointing spears at the center. Along with Shursui, they approached slowly and on guard, until a roar from that place alerted them. They managed to make out some bat wings, but before they could see any further, A scorpion-like tail hit Gaara's shield, piercing the redhead's steel. Gaara, is it what I think it is? Naruto, Shursui and I, Sensei, stand back. Shursui Manticore. The being threw itself at them but did not count on receiving an arrow shot by a subject unknown to several. Naruto, Kinfos and Isan. Gaara, you arrived, master. Shursui, until you arrive. At that, Naruto and Gaara begin to hit their shields, making a noise that makes the animal writhe in pain, while Shursui and Kinfos throw themselves into the fight, managing to kill the animal. Shursui, glad to see you hugging the newcomer. Guy, Asuma and Kurenai were on guard, but seeing that both greet each other. Guy, go, your flames of youth burn brightly. Kinfos, he is? Shursui nods, wonderful, the green beast of Konoha. Someone I could call worthy of facing off in a friendly combat against me, ha 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 ha. Guy, and who are you? At that moment, Inari and his grandfather arrive to see what happened, but they are scared when they see the being. Kinfos draws the child's attention, for he radiates a little of the power of the sun, as happens to every child of Apollo without them realizing it. Inari, who is that blindfolded guy? Kinfos, listen everyone. Naruto, are you going to do your presentation? With a drop of sweat like Gaara and Shursui. Kinfos, I am the one who brings the day wherever you look. I am the one who rises at the top of the entire cosmos, the one who sees everything and knows everything. I am the great Kinfos-sama. Mission to the Land of Waves 3. After Kinfos' presentation, everyone had beads of sweat on their necks until Guy, the flames of youth burn within him. Lee, yes, Guy-sensei is right. At that moment they both cast the deadliest genjutsu on the elemental nations. Kinfos, my eyes. Shursui, I know them better than you and I'm not used to this. Asuma, well, I guess we should rest. Shursui, and tomorrow we'll continue training. Naruto, Gaara and I will stay a little longer. Gaara, yes. Shursui, don't stay awake. The two, HAI. So everyone left, while Naruto stayed with Gaara to train with wooden swords, having very funny scenes since Gaara was not as good a swordsman as Naruto. Even the gods have come to compare him with the bold Achilles, although Naruto himself claims that he is not even close to such skill. Naruto is Achilles and Gaara is Patroclus. At that moment Naruto hears a noise and throws one of the spears that Gaara had, scaring a young black-haired man, who was gathering medicinal herbs. Naruto, who are you, child? I'm Hakayuki. Gaara analyzed him with his eyes and noticed the multiple wounds. Gaara, calm down, we won't do anything to you. Naruto, calm down friend, we just wanted to see if there was a mummy with a sword that was anything but normal, with cowardly techniques. At that Haku was hesitating whether to answer, but then a beautiful woman with purple hair entered the place to look for her brother. Haku, Gear 1-sama. Gear, Hakuka, who are they? And that sees the idiot of Konoha Haku behind me. Naruto, that won't be necessary, we won't hurt them, besides we were worried about him. We saw some wounds and wanted to know about them. Gear, are you sure? Haku, yes, they asked, but I don't know how to answer. Gaara, it's about Zabuza, right? The Yuki were afraid. Naruto, you can trust us, and if possible we will help you. Gear, really? Gaara, of course. Naruto, of course, Databayo. Gear, well, you see, when we escaped from Kiri due to the civil war, Zabuza took us as weapons, since Haku has his eyes Kekkei Genkai. For that reason he took us, but we are nothing more to him than disposable tools, since he has wanted to grape me. But Haku gets in the way, always protecting me, and is brutally beaten, but thanks to that sheds tears he prevents me from doing anything. Even Zabuza hits him when he does not comply with his orders as a corrective. Naruto, you shouldn't cry, and Haku. Gaara, you're not alone anymore. Naruto, come with us and we will help you. Our companions will not do anything to you, and we will protect you. So the four proceeded to retreat to Tazuna's house, where upon arriving with two more people they explained the situation. Needless to say that upon hearing that they were with Zabuza, Sasuke wanted to go fight, but Naruto warned of the situation. No one could believe it, but without anyone noticing, Kinfos fell in love with Yuki, as she fell in love with him. While Haku was being attended to by the genin with experience in medical ninjutsu, healing the wounds, at least the most recent ones, they proceeded to rest. While in a nearby cave, Zabuza, so those two have escaped. Well, they couldn't go any further, so after this mission I will kill them. At the Konoha camp, Naruto decided to take out his forging and blacksmithing tools from his storage roll and proceeded to work on his metal pieces. Blow after blow he began to work on the molten metal, giving it the shape of a steel shield in one mold, and in another the shape of a stabbing weapon, Of his friends, only Neji and Lee dared to look at the work that Naruto showed in such activity, until finally, Guy joined them, which caught everyone's attention but only made it known that he wanted to see what the blonde was doing. Thus 2 hours passed where they saw the magnificence of the first creation that the blonde made, a sword of strange shape for shinobi, but charming, which also caught Sasuke's attention. The handle made of polished ivory painted in gold, with small rubies embedded in it. The steel blade with a perfect double edge, not too long nor too short, ideal for combats worthy of the hoplites of yesteryear. Everyone was amazed by such a work of art. Then they saw Naruto resume his work, hammering constantly, in addition to embedding various details in metals with shapes that could not be seen from a distance, ending up creating an extremely beautiful shield. Based on the myrmidons of Achilles, he managed to finish his best defense work done so far. The wonder that was very evident in the eyes of others. They never thought of the craftsmanship of their blonde friend. Thus the hours passed until night fell, when everyone got ready to sleep while Asuma took the first watch. Needless to say, the first thing he did was approach Naruto's area to see his magnificent work, and he was amazed. The next morning it was time to train. To Kakashi's anger, Shursui had divided the training in two since Sasuke and Sakura did not know how to control their chakra by walking on trees or on water, while Naruto and Gaara did so. They were training with kinfos with the bow and arrow, so they were living together throughout the day. The surprising thing about this was that when he saw Naruto and Gaara's sword fights, little Inari took Naruto's wooden swords and began to practice, something that the demigod saw with a smile. Even the next day he was invited to train with them, learning from the older ones and noticing Kinfo's aura, where the boy was revealed about his true father, not his name but his divine origin, astonishing Inari and eliminating Asuma and Shursui's doubt. They were like this for almost 7 days, where on the 7th Shursui and Kinfos were going to have a friendly encounter. Only using their fists and wooden swords, starting the fight both clashed their swords with force, making neither of the two retreat. When they were ready to continue the confrontation, a fog appeared terrifying Gear and Haku, which made Kinfos stand in front of them. Naruto and Gaara prepared for the fight, covering Tazuna with their shields while pointing their spears outwards as protection. The others were on alert for the imminent arrival of the Mist Demon, Zabuza Momochi, who, upon appearing and seeing who Haku and Gear were with, launched himself towards them, but Kinfos activated his changing spear Taiyang, in its 9th form, the Sais. At that, Zabuza made several clones, approximately 10, launching themselves towards the Genins and 3 towards Naruto and Gaara, who dispelled them with their spears and threw 1 towards an extra clone that was about to kill Asuma, eliminating the clone. So they were fighting for several minutes, managing to dispel all the clones and Naruto standing in front of the original who was waiting for him. Naruto managed to stick his spear near Kakashi, while walking towards Zabuza unsheathing his sword. That bothered Zabuza, who, caught up in his emotions, threw each kunai and shuriken with such force that Naruto's shield with which the blonde covered himself was pierced. Naruto ended up releasing it and starting to run towards Zabuza, who threw the Kubikuribocho like a spear, while Naruto dodged it, until he was at his side, running to his side, jumping and burying his sword between his left shoulder and neck, so that Zabuza after that walks a few light 3 meters and falls to the ground dead. All the Jounins were amazed at the skill he displayed. Inari had little stars in his eyes, and Guy was talking about the flames of youth. What no one counted on was that Cat would appear behind them, armed with several paid mercenaries, since with Zabuza dead, he wouldn't have to pay for his services. Cat. So that was the famous Zabuza Momochi. What a disappointment. The good thing is that I won't pay him absolutely anything, and instead I hired all these mercenaries. At that, the mercenaries launched an attack, but Naruto and Gaara along with Shursui and Kinfos threw their throwing weapons, killing several of them, while the Jounin senseis and the other genins did the same, killing the rest, leaving Gato and 5 subjects. After that, Gato asked for mercy, but Naruto used a fire-style jutsu, which shocked everyone as it came out green in color, incinerating Gato without mercy. Men, we expected it, Uzumaki. At that, Shursui goes on high alert because those men were not human, as they said. Kiba, what the hell do they care about a blonde? Why don't they mess with an alpha like me? At that, the man in the middle lets out a fiery cough without doing hand positions, which amazed everyone and turned into fear and concern in the demigods and Gaara. After that, the men began to merge together, which amazed everyone, while several reptilian heads appeared while roaring, and behind that, a kind of 5-headed dragon was seen. Naruto, Hydrea, Gaara, run! The genins started running alongside the jounins. Sure sway. The one in the middle throws fire, everyone takes cover in that. After that scream, the head in the middle began to spit fire. All the genins were hitting their heads, while Kiba threw some sweets at them, so that Sasuke and in attack together with Kakashi launched themselves to cut off a head each, achieving it. Naruto, don't cut off their heads. That worried everyone, but Sasuke and Kakashi continued cutting heads until none of the 5 remained, leaving the throne being apparently defeated. Sasuke came down triumphantly, while Kakashi read his Ika, and Sakura started to applaud them. Sure sway, you are an idiot, Kakashi. Naruto, damn theme, you complicated things. Sasuke, as if that is dead. Kiba was going to speak because he saw the beast. Sakura, my Sasuke-kun killed her, so don't bother Baka. Naruto, things have gotten worse. Everyone looks at him surprised, cuts off one head of the Hydra, and 2 more will grow. At that, Kiba shouts, calling his attention late since the Hydra stood up and where its heads used to be, 2 more came out, now being 2 heads that expel fire. Guy, damn, covering himself with Lee and Ten. Asuma, damn, covering his genins. At that, Naruto, Gaara and Shursui began to get the attention of the Hydra by hitting their shields making noise, which worked. Kakashi didn't care if they grew back, but he would rush to cut off the Hydra's head, but Kinfo's throwing arrows would distract it while Naruto made hand seals pop out ahead, which disgusted the women and made the weaker men vomit. It was a woman's head with snake hair wearing sunglasses. Everyone had doubts about who that woman was, but later they would ask questions. In that, the Hydra leaves Kinfo's since she saw the genins and Inari defenseless, but she did not count on Naruto standing in front of them. While the 2 heads breathed fire, Naruto removed the sunglasses from the Gorgon's head, turning the beast into stone, which when it was completely made of stone, Naruto put the glasses back on and sealed the head in the scroll that brought it. Everyone was surprised by that thing. Just by taking off his sunglasses, his head turned to stone, a scare and a shit that 2 made. Without a doubt, this mission was not Class A nor much less Class S. Road to the Chunin exams. After the fall of Gato, the death of Zabuza and a petrified Hydra, the Konoha teams were resting in their camp, after a hard battle, by some, and some scared kunoichis. With 2 angry and ashamed Uchiha and Hatake, at least they dedicated themselves to relax for 2 days, less Naruto, who chose to be working in his blacksmith's shop, while Inari saw him and talked to him, calling him an Ai-chan. In addition to Tsunami, spoke with Shursui about the boy going with them to Konoha, since he must investigate more about his divine powers. Tazuna continued with the bridge, managing to finish it. Shursui and Kinfo's dedicated themselves to speaking well about Inari, while Haku healed his wounds thanks to Ino's medical ninjutsu. Gear secretly spied on Kinfo's, and the other Jounin sensei watched Tazuna. After those 2 days, the genins and their senseis, accompanied by Inari, who was riding Storm since Naruto let him go on it, without first saying that the bridge should be called the Great Bridge of Hope. Since when he had the idea that it would be called Naruto, the blonde refused, not because he did not want fame, but because he is modest and someone who will help whoever needs it without asking for anything in return. After leaving, they spent 4 days on the road to Konoha. Inari, of course, went with Naruto on Storm, while Gaara carried Haku for his wounds on his horse. The others went from tree to tree, managing to reach the gates of Konoha, while the riders upon entering got off their horses and helped those they brought, so they chose to take the report to the Hokage, omitting the subject of the Hydra to prevent certain mummies from sticking their noses where they are not welcome. Hokage Tower. Guy, I'm walking in the door like a normal person. Hokage, that's not normal, but he didn't make that stupid dynamic entrance. Shursui, Hokage-sama, we have returned from the mission to give the report. So the others begin to tell what happened: the death of Zabuza, the enslavement of his 2 subordinates, something that Hiruzen took note of to call them and see the path that both young people want to follow. They were going to continue talking when a perverted Cyclops mentioned the creatures that attacked the Harpies and the Hydra. Hiruzen supposed that they would get there, so he decided to lie to them, saying that they were summons. Shursui and Asuma went along with it, but Guy didn't buy it. He wasn't stupid, even if he pretended to be. So after that, the Hokage fired everyone except Asuma and Shursui. But he didn't count on Guy staying and saying the obvious, so they had no choice but to tell everything. with Naruto. After leaving Shursui in his Jiji's tower, he decided to take Inari and Kinfo's to the Uzumaki residence, where they would stay. Taking advantage of the trip, he would take Shursui's horse to the stable, where Konohamaru and his team, Udon, Moegi and Hanabi, who were taking care of Nebula and her cult at that time, whereupon seeing the newcomers they went to greet them. Konohamaru took Storm by the reins and led him to his stable, where they left him food that Naruto had brought from outside the shinobi continent, so keeping them healthy was not a problem. Moegi took Gaara's horse while Udon took Shursui's, leaving them in their respective stables. After that, Team Konohamaru began to talk animatedly with Inari, while Kinfo's admired the beautiful place that was Naruto's mansion and complex, mainly admiring his coats, where he mentioned the god Apollo and the music room. Kinfo's was given a fully furnished and decorated bedroom according to the tastes of every son of Apollo, gold and white colors, with blackish suns and some scattered red tints giving them the perfect harmony and balance. The Yuki siblings were given a room that they could decorate to their liking. After assigning them, Naruto arranged his works of art in his forge to perfect more attire, as he wanted to use it in the Chunin exams. Inari and Konohamaru shared a room, which at Naruto's secret request, had several gadgets from the world outside of shinobi, advanced technology, and as a power support solar panels on the roof. In the Hokage's room, Shursui clarified everything with Asuma and Hiruzen Tugai and asked him to keep it a secret, mainly because of Jiraiya's greed, along with Danzo's one-eyed mummy and the revenge that Kakashi wants to carry out. So the days passed, training, having fun, going out on missions of various ranks until the day arrived where the Jounin senseis recommended their teams to the exams. With Irika's objection, with the acceptance of the Uzumakis, Naruto and Gaara, in Suna, Raza was furious. Rumors that his son Jinchuriki were circulating everywhere. But he didn't believe it. He was sure he was dead. But it was because of a renegade shinobi with pale skin, addicted to pedophilia, the snake Sanin Orochimaru, who confirmed that his son was in Konoha. Orochimaru wanted his puppet for the invasion of the Leaf Village, but he didn't expect Raza to be smarter, offering him himself that Oto and Suna join forces and invade that village, both agreeing to invade it in the second stage of the Chunin exam fights. In Konoha, Kinfo's in these 2 months began a relationship with Gear, since the Yuki brothers chose to be members of Konoha as civilians, except for Haku, who joined Team 7, while Inari and Team Konohamaru decided to ask him for training, and as he was in a very good mood he agreed. In addition to that, he would check if Inari was his blood brother on his father's side. While with Team 7, Kakashi, the Chunin exams are approaching. Shursui, they are optional exams, but if you want to participate. Both senseis showed the papers to their genin who took them and completed them. The 6 members of Team 7 were ready to take the exams. In a week the other participants from the villages would arrive, but someone whom only the blonde man recognized very well was approaching the village. Hokage's office. A dark-skinned, muscular man was arriving with his 2 genin teams with an annoyed face, as he had been listening uninterruptedly to the horrible raps of his brother Jinchuriki, of Kurama's 8-tailed brother, Gyuki's Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. But someone appeared before entering. Naruto, you're late. A Kage never arrives early or late, he arrives exactly when he wants to. Naruto, glad to see you, Uncle A. I'm glad to see you, my dear godson. They both hugged each other. Secretly, Team 7 listened to everything in detail. The 4th Reikage was Naruto's godfather, which left surprises in those who didn't know. Thus the Kage in the company of his godson, while the rest headed to their hotel in the village. Elsewhere. Are you sure, Danzo? Danzo. Of course, Jiraiya. You want to fulfill the prophecy while I save Konoha. Jiraiya. In that case we have an agreement? Danzo. You train the Uzumaki who is the child of the prophecy. Jiraiya. And then you control it with Shursui's eye to turn it into a weapon. They both shake hands in agreement about what they are going to do. The Chunin exams begin. After the arrival of the Reikage A to the village for the Chunin exams, Naruto decided to spend several days with his godfather, commenting on anecdotes of what he had experienced. I could not believe everything that the rest of the world was like outside the elemental continent, but he smiled with pride when he saw that his godson was one of the most coveted models among girls his age or close to it. He even gave him a copy where his most recent photo was. He was even with Gaara. Needless to say, A was angry with Raza, so he stayed with the boys. A, So this is your most recent participation in magazines. Gaara, seriously, I didn't go to that collection, but you did? Unbeknownst to the Kunoichis of Kumo, and some of Konoha as their male genin, they were listening and watching from afar when Ino fainted with a dumb look and a trickle of blood running down her nose. Something that happened similarly with Yujito. I was more than proud. You really are quite a gentleman, look at this. You must have a good girl fandom out there. Naruto, the difficult part is getting to the photo sets for them, as well as avoiding being chased to take photos with you. I see, but this other one, you are worthy of being my godson, haha. Gaara, thank goodness that perverted Sannin isn't watching, but, doesn't that addiction to writing that wonderful book overcome you? Naruto sees it with a death aura. I meant stupid book, he surreptitiously hiding the Ika. At that point, decides to go see Hiruzen to polish some final details of the exams while Naruto and Gaara leave. Both of them feel Konohamaru's presence following them. Naruto, Konohamaru, the stones are not square. Gaara, Konohamaru is right. Konohamaru, hey bosses, you said you would train us to be heroes. That's when Sakura and Sasuke arrive. Sakura, but who plays heroes? Gaara, they sense that way. Naruto, they learn our fighting style. Also Konohamaru, if what I suppose is true. Konohamaru, you'll ask me to take care of Storm and not the others? Naruto, yes. Udan, of course. Moegi, that's right. The three children. Team Konohamaru will help. Naruto, and Konohamaru, don't touch the things in the blacksmith's shop. Konohamaru, HAI. At that the three of them leave while Sasuke starts talking for 15 minutes, to hear Konohamaru's scream, to which Gaara and Naruto go, while Sakura and Sasuke follow them to see a painted dog boy lift Konohamaru by the shirt, while the boy struggled and asked to be released. Girl, kangaroo, put him down, you'll get us in trouble. Kangaroo, crash into me and I'll make you pay. Naruto, if I were you, I would prevent a war by hitting the Hokage's grandson while holding Kangaroo's arm tightly. Konohamaru, thank you Naruto and I. Naruto, go with Inari to the Uzumaki mansion and take care of the stables. Gaara, what a suc it can't be. Girl, Gaara on the verge of tears. Kangaroo, Gaara surprised, what are you doing here, little brother? Gaara, I'm glad to see you, but I don't want to say that about the bastard Baki and the old man. Raza, so my own son doesn't want to see me with feigned sadness, something the Sabaku didn't frown at. Baki, so the demon boy here, ha? Naruto then points at him with his trident. If I were you, I'd protect your mouth from Gaara, my brother, in everything except blood. Raza, who are you? You look familiar, unless you're the spitting image of Minato IV. Naruto, so you recognize my father. Raza, the light yellow lightning that I recognize. Naruto, so if you know him, let me tell you that if you touch even one of Gaara's hairs, I don't care if Konoha and Suna have a war, but I will stick my trident into your body. Gaara, Naruto, leave it. It doesn't matter, and Kakashi-sensei with Shisui-sensei are waiting for us. Naruto, we're leaving. Raza, Sabaku no Gaara, come here and return to Suna now. Gaara, I am not a Sabaku. I am Uzumaki. Gaara pointing his spear. I must remind you that you yourself condemned me to exile and tried to kill me, where the only one who defended me was Yashimaru, my mother's brother. I leave. Gaara's brothers didn't know that small but important detail. They just glared at Raza and Baki demanding answers. With Team 7, Naruto, calm down Gaara. Besides, we were going to find him. Gaara, just when I was having a good day. Sasuke, I didn't think you hated him so much, and from what I heard, don't worry, he's a bastard. Naruto, I'll just ask you to look for information about the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke, your brother may just be a tool and there may be someone who gave the order. Sasuke, I'll keep that in mind, not entirely convinced, but I suspected there might be a reason. Kakashi, okay guys, he said with his typical laziness, the Chunin exams are coming up. Shisui, so we're thinking of having you join them and show what you're capable of. Team 7, yes. Shisui, well, tomorrow at 9 in the morning you must be at school to take the first part of the exam. After that everyone retired to their respective homes, while Gaara and Naruto along with Shisui and Sai headed to the Uzumaki mansion, where they saw kinfos resting peacefully while Inari and Konohamaru trained with wooden swords. Udan read some mathematics books that the mansion had, including writings of Pythagoras, which Naruto received from Athena herself. And Moegi was looking at fashion magazines that Naruto had from outside the elemental continent. Time skipped to the next day. At the academy, Team 7 was walking towards the classroom, since they avoided Sasuke from shouting like a retard and increasing the competition. Everyone was looking at Naruto and Gaara's clothing, since both looked like warriors outside the ninja profession. Below is Naruto in a similar outfit but with a blue cape for Gaara, with the shields on their backs. Everyone looked at them in amazement, the kunoichis with silly smiles and threads of blood running down their noses. The most affected was Ino when she saw her fiancé, who sent her winks and panty-wetting smiles. Lee, his flames of youth burned brightly. Niji, I expected nothing less from them, and they always attract attention with those extravagant outfits. Kiba, boastful. Shikamaru, troublesome. Chuji, yum yum. Naruto and Gaara sure get all the girls yum yum. Temari, Gaara, since when do you dress like that? They make a lot of noise, you know? Kiba, who are you? I am Kabuto. Kiba, you're weird. Kabuto, this exam isn't very easy, this is my 7th attempt. Kiba, what a loser. Kabuto, that may be so, but it allowed me to have information, even about those who participate today. Thanks to these info cards I know everything. If you want you can ask me and I will answer you with them, he said with feigned kindness. Kiba, I want information about Uzumaki Gaara that hurt Temari and Namake's Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke, this will be interesting to see. Kangaroo, I agree with the Uchiha. Naruto whispers, hey Lee, is it true about the exhibition fight before the preliminaries? Lee, if Gai-sensei will face Kinfo-san in hand-to-hand combat, and with Shursui Uchiha in weapons combat, they will be fights worthy of watching and full of fun. Kabuto, you two stop whispering. Naruto, go ahead. Kabuto, they know their names, that takes away the excitement, but let's see an impossible. It can't be. Kiba, what's up? Chuji, yum yum, what's up? Sasuke pays attention. Kabuto, Uzumaki Gaara, formerly known as Sabaku no Gaara, his teammates are Uchiha Sasuke, Sai, Haruno Sakura and Namake's Uzumaki Naruto, have completed 30 D-rank missions for C rank, 2 B rank, and 3 A rank as they have helped the daimyo of the Fire Country on 3 missions on several occasions, in addition to being trained outside the elemental continent. All what? Kiba, is that possible? Shikamaru, troublesome. Kabuto, I continue, Jounin level ninjutsu, Kage level taijutsu, Kage level kenjutsu, in addition to using sword and shield previously unseen in the shinobi world, Fuinjutsu level 7, and immunity to genjutsu and poisons. He is a skilled rider since he is one of the few who dare to use mounts, such as the horse. Everyone, it's absurdly broken. Sasuke, I should go with them, and see about Itachi. Kabuto, well Naruto Namake's Uzumaki, same team as Gaara Uzumaki, same missions, besides being the current leader of the Uzumaki clan, he has a rare Kekkai Genkai that allows him to breathe underwater that made him lick his lips Orochimaru style in addition to being able to manipulate the water at will, along with his clan's adamantine chains. Nobody said anything, they were astonished. Biju level ninjutsu. Thanks to his high chakra reserves of 5-tailed Gobi level he was already between. Terrified, amazed and greedy Kage level taijutsu, Fuin master level 20, immune to genjutsu and poisons, Kage level kenjutsu, with the same as Gaara on the shield, extraordinary rider. He has the blessing of the goddess of the home Hestia. Everyone looks at him confused, and Naruto, serious goddess of the Greek pantheon outside the elemental nations, which causes his fire style attacks to be green, something rare. In addition to being trained outside the elemental nations. Kiba, don't buck. Shikamaru, troublesome and dangerous. Niji, surprising. Kabuto, and let me finish, both are expert martial artists in karate, judo, muay thai, boxing and krav maga. That made Lee look at them with a pleading, "Are you training me?" expression, which they both nodded to. Half the room flinched in fear at the revelation of 2 people who had been bucking broken in combat. After that, a rather intimidating individual entered, although Gaara and Naruto did not feel intimidated since they met the god of war Ares, who was more imposing than the torture expert who had appeared before them, Ibiki Marino, who was in charge of supervising the exam. Ibiki, why are there so few teams? Well, never mind. Okay brats, fighting is not allowed during this phase, so calm down. I'm Ibiki Marino, and starting today, I'm your worst nightmare. This exam consists of a written test. You have 45 minutes to answer the first 9 questions, and 15 minutes before the end of the period, I'll give you the 10th question. The rules are that you start the exam with 10 points, and for each question you get wrong, you'll lose 1 point. Every time one of the instructors sitting next to me sees you cheating, they'll lose 2 points. That is, if you get caught cheating 5 times, you fail. This test is a team test, so if any team member gets a 0, the entire team fails. Now that everything is clear, take a number and sit in the chair with that number. The Forest of Death. Several had withdrawn after the less than friendly appearance of Ibiki as their evaluator, so after distributing the exam sheets, everyone got to work. If Athena could see them, the exam for them was a simple child's play. Their intellect was beyond any shinobi, even a Nara. In addition to being strategists, they were intelligent. The tortuous hours of study with Athena and Annabeth bore fruit. They simply looked at the exam and sighed. It was for a novice, an idiot, although they knew it was. To gather information, they didn't need it, they could answer the questions themselves. The others saw how they solved with relative ease. Ibiki was warned by Hiruzen of his high intelligence, but he didn't expect them to know how to solve that exam without cheating. For the first time in years, Ibiki was surprised. At the beginning of the test, he was watching his prey. A sadistic smile formed on his lips when he noticed that some of the genin were already starting to panic. His eyes then scanned the left side of the classroom, and his expression changed. His smile quickly disappeared and his eyes widened at what he saw. A blond man and a redhead were sitting quietly, 20 minutes into the exam, signaling that their exams were ready. As he approached, he saw that they were finished, so he didn't bother them, he just listened. Naruto, Ibiki-san, if it's not too much trouble, can we read what's left of the exam? Ibiki, they're done, and I saw it smiling sideways, so go ahead. Everyone was surprised by such speed. Sasuke mentally thanked some of the hours of study they made him spend the night before, which in part was to remove the avenging emo from him without him realizing it. Time continued to pass. The 45 minutes came to an end, so Ibiki spoke with a commanding and imposing tone. Ibiki, enough! Put down your pencils and turn the page. The reactions were varied. For example, more than half of the remaining genin jumped out of their seats, while others accidentally hit their heads on their desks. Naruto and Gaara only briefly saw Sai and Sasuke, one with a stoic face difficult to read, and the other somewhat nervous. While they surrendered, Haku would wait for them in the Forest of Death since Hiruzen ordered them to only do the practical exercise, as shown in his moments as Zabuza Momochi's assistant. Ibiki, it's time for the 10th question. So now, silence. Everyone was silent, not a soul screamed in that place. The other people in charge with Ibiki just laughed internally. You pass. At that moment a smoke bomb exploded in the middle, revealing a chibi Kurama. Kurama, Mwajujujujahajaha, those were the best days of my life, ha 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 ha, you should have seen their faces. After that he disappeared into a poof while everyone wondered who it was except Ibiki, who counted the tails but was amused by the chibi Biju's compliment, and Gaara and Naruto, who gave each other a face palm. Suddenly some crystals broke. Naruto just patted his head because he knew who was coming, showing a kunoichi with a pineapple hairstyle and a sadistic smile. Anko, my name is Anko Mitarashi. I will be the supervisor for the second part of the exam. Ibiki, I see you arrived early. Anko, I forgot, she said in chibi form. In another dimension, Leoness Castle, we can see a blonde-haired man addicted to touching the breasts, and but of a silver-haired woman. Meliodas, for some reason someone makes me proud. Back to the world of Naruto. A sadistic smile formed on Anko's lips as she looked around the classroom. Anko, not bad for this year. Several have gotten cold feet. Naruto and Gaara would just shake their heads, as several left out of fear of the two of them. Anko, well, when I'm done with them they'll be wishing they were never born. Now everyone, I'll guide you to the second part of the exam. Forest of Death. 15 minutes later. The Forest of Death was surrounded by a giant fence with a sign. Naruto could feel enormous killing instincts within the jungle. However, he felt no fear or worry. However, this cannot be said of everyone else. Anko, welcome to training camp number 44, also known as the Forest of Death, she said with a grim smile and an aura that promised pain. But Naruto and Gaara knew what would happen, so they took Sai, Sasuke and Haku since Sakura was terrified. But a hit from Naruto plus a sign made her come back to herself. It wasn't long before Kiba arrogantly stated, Kiba, ha, I'm not afraid of anything. Anko just turned to look at him while Naruto and Gaara with guitars. Sasuke and Sai had a slight but almost imperceptible chuckle while Sakura saw them as retarded. At the Uzumaki mansion, Konohamaru and Inari were training in something that kinfolk calls sport. He was teaching them to play basketball and volleyball. Since they arrived, they want to train with swords and they end up badly. And well, he is not a big fan of them ending up like that. So he decided to encourage them to use the courts that the Uzumaki property already had except for the sacred soccer court. It may be that Gaara and Naruto pretend that they have things from that continent, but in secret with the Hiraishin. They brought several things from outside the elemental continent, not only technology. Back to the forest of death. Enko threw a kunai that paralyzed Kiba, as it grazed his cheek, leaving him with a certain impression, while Enko licked the blood on it. Enko, not bad, young blood is so sweet. Several gasped and Gaara and Naruto were laughing mentally. Enko, if you still wish to participate, please go to one of the Chunin attendants and sign a contract stating that we will not be held responsible if you die or are crippled in the forest. Everyone did as requested, while receiving their scrolls, our teams being the scroll with the kanji, sky, to go to the gate with the team number, which was an entrance with the number 7. The objective was to obtain a scroll with the kanji, earth, from an opposing team. Killing was allowed but not recommended. After that, a horn sounded as the teams ventured into the forest for 5 days to obtain the scrolls. Tree after tree, Team 7 ran toward the central tower. They stayed like this for 2 days, but Naruto and Gaara began to suspect they were being followed. Gaara, someone is approaching. Naruto, I know. Sasuke, and who could be maybe a team and we steal the scroll. Sakura, CHA Sasuke-kun is right. Haku, I don't think so. Just like them, I have training as a censor, and it's just one firm, one person. Sai, what do we do? Naruto, fight? He'll follow us even if we go to hell. After that, they devised a plan to defend themselves against the possible intruder, so they prepared traps with explosive seals, kunais and shurikens, while Naruto had his bow in hand ready to shoot. A woman came out of the bushes with the idiot of the grass village. Woman, wow, there are some Konoha genins and a former Kiri renegade. Sigh, this smell is like a snake. Woman, wow, Kakukaku, you're discovering it, my pale friend. Naruto, Gaara. Both of them stand guard Gaara with shield and spear in hand while Naruto points at him with a flaming arrow. The woman then begins to melt, from which emerges a pale, snake-like man. Naruto, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, wow, it's Naruto-kun Kakukaku. Naruto, I knew something disgusted me shooting his arrow, which the Sannin dodges. Orochimaru, as violent as ever, don't you think? Sasuke, what do you want? Gaara, he'll probably want your Sharingan. Naruto, as if we were going to let him, putting away the bow and taking out a shield and spear. Orochimaru, I don't want Sasuke-kun today. I only want you, Naruto-kun. Everyone raises their eyebrow. You can't meet a demigod every day. Sakura, Naruto Baka, what are you talking about? Haku, what are you talking about? Sasuke had the same question and Sai was curious. Naruto, we'll talk about this later. Orochimaru, not every day you can be before the youngest of the sons of one of the 3 great gods that dominate outside the elemental continent, not Naruto, son of Poseidon, god of the seas. Everyone looked at Naruto in surprise. He was a demigod and a traitor mentioned it as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Naruto, despite my status as a demigod, I do not fear you. The god of war Ares terrifies more than you. Orochimaru, Kakukaku, how brave you are, Naruto-kun, but what will your father say if he sees that I steal your body, stretching his neck to leave the curse mark on him? Naruto, as if I'd let you mark me, throwing his spear and burying it in the Sannin's stomach. Orochimaru, but how? And then he sheds his skin, disgusting everyone. Well, I thought it would be easy. Naruto, insist and I'll take you to my uncle Hades. Orochimaru, I still have a lot to live for. Kakukaku, I have no reason to go to your uncle, god of the underworld. With that he traces hand seals Nicuchio's no jutsu. A large curtain of smoke begins to appear and a large snake emerges from it. Naruto, 2 can play that game Epsilon Pi Capilande de Sigmata. In Greek it is summoning. No one understood those words except Gaara. In the place a great whirlwind of black fire with a nauseating stench began to be felt. It smelled like death. A roar was heard, followed by a powerful bark, or rather barking. When the fire dissipated, the powerful Cerberus, guardian of the gates to the underworld, could be seen. The monstrous creature summoned frightened many of those present, including the Sannin. Orochimaru, and that's it. Naruto, the Cerberus dog guardian of the entrance to the underworld, or as I call him Kuros-chan. The gigantic being stood in front of Naruto, while his team stood by his side. Orochimaru ordered his snake to attack, but before it jumped it was brutally torn apart by the guardian of the underworld, so Orochimaru was eager to escape but did not count on feeling something buried in his stomach. It was Naruto who buried his trident in him. Naruto, you have two options: either you give me your scroll and leave without possessing me, or I'll cut you apart and feed you to Kuros-chan, smiling innocently, which terrified the Sannin. Orochimaru just handed over the scroll and with a jutsu escaped into the ground while the others approached Naruto in fear. Naruto, Kuros-chan caressing the enormous being. The once menacing dog now behaved like a cute puppy, while Naruto petted it, after which the team retreated to a cave to talk and Cerberus returned to the underworld. Time skipped 20 minutes in a cave. Sasuke, now if Dobe answers. Naruto, just as Orochimaru said, I am a demigod. I am the son of the king of the seas, Poseidon. Sakura, but how? Naruto, Minato Namikaze never existed. He was just a disguise my father wore to go unnoticed. Sigh, wow. Sasuke, wait. You mean the fourth never existed? Naruto would nod his head. Naruto, I'm sorry to say it now in this situation. I understand if you want me out of the team, but the Harpies, the Hydra, is something that demigods are attracted to. Gaara, calm down. Sooner or later they were going to find out. Sakura, did you know? Sasuke, it makes sense, he was raised with him, outside of the shinobi continent. Being babies, they wouldn't have genjutsu because they learn everything at the academy, but none of them expected the following. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei already said it, those who break the laws are trash, smiling like an emo knows how to do it. Sigh, but those who abandon a friend, Haku, they are worse than garbage. Naruto, thank you, shedding a few tears. Sasuke, you owe me a way out of this continent. Dope. Naruto, of course. Team. Preliminary battles. The exhibition fight. After encountering Orochimaru, Team 7 took refuge in a cave to rest, where Naruto was interrogated about his affiliation and demigod status, eventually agreeing to take the team outside the elemental shinobi continent. Afterward, he proceeded to ask questions about the world outside the elemental continent, but everyone fell asleep except for Naruto and Gaara. Gaara, at least they don't see you as a freak. Naruto, and you can say it. I just hope Percy and I doesn't get angry when we get back. It's already too much for us to take Konohamaru and Inari with us. Gaara, we have Kinfo's Nissen to help us, and Shursui and I smiling. Naruto and Gaara, they're going to kill us dead. At that, Naruto, being a censor, notices something. Gaara, Naruto, what's going on? Naruto, someone is outside. Haku, I thought I was the only one who noticed. Upon leaving the cave, a kunai was thrown at their feet, and in a tree they saw 3 genins looking at them challengingly. Gaara, because of their headbands, they are from Otogekure. Dozu, who is the one we came to look for? Dozu, they said he was a blonde. Kin, so Zaku, let's go for that blonde. Naruto, I see they want my body for the pedophile snake. Dozu, but how about where the curse seal is? Naruto, he wanted to put it on me but he couldn't. But now either they leave without fighting or they get to know what pain means. Gaara and Haku stood by his side while Gaara and Sai, who were awakened by the commotion, stood by his side. Zaku, they seem to be more. Kin, disappear, throwing semblance. Naruto, pathetic, taking out his trident and spinning it to use as a shield and repel the needles. Zaku and Dozu tried to use their sound equipment, but Gaara positioned himself behind them with 2 swords in hand. Gaara, if I were you, I'd think twice before doing that. Haku was about to draw hand seals, but Naruto spoke up. Naruto, there's no point in killing them. They're just Orochimaru's pawns. In the eyes of that snake, they're simply replaceable. Zaku, shit. Haku and Sai only knocked out Zaku and Kin, while Dozu was knocked out by Gaara. Sasuke, what do we do? Naruto, tie them up and let's take away their scroll. So they did and continued on their way, running into the Inoshikacho team, to whom they gave an extra scroll they had, and continued the route where for 2 days they headed to the center where the tower was located, managing to arrive with 2 days of waiting. When they placed both scrolls, Shursui and Kakashi came out congratulating the 6 of them for passing the exam, but Shursui noticed something in Sasuke, a change. He was more open, but he supposed that he still needed his revenge, which did not matter to him at the moment. So Naruto and Gaara began training with wooden swords, one of which they gave to Sasuke to train with. They were going to get him off that path whether he wanted to or not. They would try the easy way, training until exhaustion. If that failed, they would try the hard way, breaking all his bones if necessary, the old reliable beating of redemption. They also proceeded to teach him some martial arts dances from outside the continent. 2 days later, all the participating teams were present: the Suna team, Teams 7, 8, 9, and 10, plus the Sound team, Akusa team, Killer Bee's team, and Kabuto's team, which withdraws due to lack of chakra. Hiruzen, well, everyone has arrived meeting the expectations of survival, but since there are several teams, I think it is better receiving a nod from the Kages present a preliminary tournament. I know that many are tired, that is why before starting there will be an exhibition fight, a taijutsu match, between one shinobi and a visitor who comes from outside the elemental nations, which in consultation with the Reikage Cone, Setsukijidano and me, we have agreed to hold an opening fight so that we can enjoy a little. So Hate, go ahead. Hate. With pleasure, Hokage-sama. My name is Hate Gecko and I will be your examiner in these fights. But before starting, as Sandame-sama has informed, there will be an exhibition fight. That is why I asked the examinees to go to the stands. Please, those mentioned do as requested. It is time to announce who will face the green beast of the leaf. Mato Guy, on this side. Guy Yash, my flames of youth will burn in this fight. Lee, you can Guy-sensei. Hate. And from this other one, the visitor, the challenger Kinfo's Sunshine. Kinfo's, it's time to see how strong the green beast of Konoha is. Hate. Ready, both get into fighting stance and nod begin. Both of them throw themselves at each other, punching and kicking, dodging and blocking, as well as receiving blows, to end up punching each other on the cheek. In the stands, Sasuke, amazing. Lee, those are the flames of Guy-sensei's youth. Niji, something intrigues me. Naruto, you noticed it, right? Sakura, they are monsters. Niji, ignoring that pink girl's scream, I noticed it. Gaara, yes, they are right. Haku, either of them are serious. Back to the fight. Guy, you are strong. Your flames of youth burn like 1,000 suns. Kinfo's, I must admit, my subject, you are strong, but what do you think if we stop warming up? Guy, those are the true flames of youth. Kinfo's, martial arts versus taijutsu. We'll see who deserves the title of the most powerful. Both of them launch into a serious fight, exchanging punches, kicks, a combination and synchronization of taijutsu versus a style of kung fu developed by the children of Apollo, a combination of Krav Maga, boxing, taekwondo with the disciplines of traditional kung fu. In the stands, the genin were stunned by such a display of combat, while the Kages made bets, as did the jounin present. Naruto, so he's using that style. Gaara, he doesn't trust himself against Guy-sensei. Lee, what a fighting style, with a notebook and pens that even Kami knows where they came from, ready to write like a certain green-haired viable Yuke. Naruto, his style is called Shichiyu. It is only practiced by those members of his family who are said to be descended from the sun god Apollo. I don't know his history well, but I know that only his family decides who to train in that style. Lee, and you and Gaara know how to use it. Gaara, although it may not seem like it, we only know the basics, in terms used in the martial art called karate, where the level is measured by colored belts, with a white belt being the weakest and the expert being a black belt. With Naruto we are still a white belt. Naruto, however, with Gaara we are black belts in karate. We know Krav Maga having a decent level as amateurs and not as professionals. We know boxing, Muay Thai, that we are among the best fighters in our age. We are not recognized because we do not fight, we only train, since martial arts are considered a sport. The same conversation was held with Shursui and the Jounins. In the fight both were panting from exhaustion, so they decided to give one last blow to their opponent, but Guy fell to the ground panting. Hate, victory goes to Kinfo's Sunshine. Everyone except the arrogant perverted scarecrow applauds such a beautiful fight. Hate, well, if the Sandame allows me. Hiruzen nods. It's time to begin the preliminary battles. The screen began to shuffle names, giving the first Sasuke Uchiha vs Dosu Kinuta. The fight begins where the Uchiha, with some light karate lessons from Naruto, manages to close the possibilities of the Sound Shinobi, managing to knock him out. Hate, winner Uchiha Sasuke. The screen shuffled again to be Kim vs Shikamaru, which is a fight just like the anime. The screen shuffles names and it stops at Hyuga Niji vs Shino Aburame, where Niji paralyzes the boy with the 8 trigrams 16 palms, who then hurts the Hyuga quite a bit with his insects. Hate, winner Hyuga Niji. The screen shuffled again, being Sabaku no Temari vs Tenten, which was similar to the anime. The screen shuffles names stopping at 2 Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba, come on Akamaru, we got it easy. Both go down to the sand. Naruto, I hope you've improved. And by the way, Lee taking out his shield, I want you to hold it please. Lee, of course Naruto-kun. Ino, you can do it Naruto-kun. Naruto, of course Haim. Hate. Ready, both get into fighting stance, begin. Both of them throw themselves at each other, Kiba using Inuzuka Taijutsu, against a powerful Muay Thai from Naruto which manages to fracture some ribs, making the dog boy spit blood. Kiba, damn, taking out a pill. Let's go. Akamaru gives him the pill and he becomes a second Kiba where both have animal features. Kutsuga. Both whirlpools approach Naruto. In the stands, Chuji, Naruto looks calm. Lee, but without his shield? Sasuke, the dog will win. With the Jounin, sure sway. He left his shield and wants to face him with martial arts. Kurenai, your genin has already lost sure sway. Kakashi, I agree. Asuma, I don't think so. In combat, Naruto, and to think that he wanted to fight seriously, taking out his trident. I hope this technique works. Moving his trident, the water in the area began to accumulate, forming a large dragon which without hand seals, attacked Kiba. Kiba, but what Garafbug? Kiba hit the wall soaked. Naruto, it worked, but you give up. Kiba. Kiba stood up with difficulty but ended up falling unconscious. Hate, winner Naruto Uzumaki. Kurenai admitted defeat and Kakashi snorted in annoyance. The screen once again shuffled names, the next being Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, with Ino Yamanaka managing to defeat her with great ease thanks to Naruto teaching her taekwondo in her free time. Hate, winner Ino Yamanaka. Sakura, how can you be like that, Ino pig? We are women, we should look pretty. Ino, for your information, I am pretty and my handsome fiancé loves me just the way I am. He doesn't ask me to be a maiden. That makes the kunoichis look weak. I am a warrior like him. Naruto would just go down to the arena and kiss Ino. Naruto, you earned it. Haim to later carry her bridal style. Gaara, long live the bride and groom. The shuffle screen again being the fight of Lee versus Chuji, with Lee being the winner by not letting Chuji use a jutsu from his clan. The next to fight were Gaara and Zaku, who engaged in a taijutsu versus Krav Maga duel so that Zaku tired of taking out a kunai while Gaara used his sword, fighting in a close fight to end with Gaara cutting off Zaku's arm, who gave a cry of pain. Zaku, I surrender with pain, and letting some imperceptible tears appear. Hate, winner Gaara. Naruto, you went too far. Gaara, sorry. Kinfo's, Zaku boy right, come here. I'll heal you, using his powers, joining his arm again. The boy's Jounin sensei just looked with noticed disappointment, so Naruto invited him and Kin to stay at the Uzumaki mansion, being accepted by both genin. The deck showed the fights again, and it was Sai versus Hakiyuki, both ending in a tie, with Naruto's achievement a rivalry between them. Of the genin on B's team, only Yujito managed to get past by beating Akusa genin, while the rest ended in a tie. The last fight was Sabaku no Kankuro vs Hyuga Hinata, where the effeminate defeated the Hyuga, where the Hyuga patriarch saw the girl with disappointment. Niji and Naruto frowned, clearly assuming that both daughters of Highschool Hyuga would be banished, so Naruto would place them under the protection of the Uzumaki clan to both, while Niji removed the seal of the caged bird. Hate, well, since the fights have passed, we will ask the finalists to take a number, taking out one, showing the respective numbers. Well, on the screen you will see the following fights. Naruto Uzumaki vs Hyuga. Niji both look defiant. The Hyuga, seeing the reality before the wave, no longer believes in destiny, and has a competitive attitude. Sabaku no Kankuro vs Gaara. Uzumaki both look at each other and smile. Sabaku no Temari vs Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru's "What a pain!" is heard. Rock Lee vs Ino Yamanaka. Rumors of the flames of youth. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yujito Ni both look challenging. Hate, well, those will be the fights. For the next phase, they will be given 1 month of preparation, so it is recommended that they prepare. Hiruzen, Adano would like to close. Of course, Sandame-sama, they were good fights, brats, especially your humiliation of the dear Inuzuka godson. Prepare for the next phase and give fights worth watching. After that, everyone retired to train, while Team 7 retired to the Uzumaki mansion to celebrate and plan their training, inviting A and the Tsutsuki, who participated at Inoki's request. Sasuke was called by Shursui, saying that he will train him for the Sharingan, so Kakashi left upset, since he wanted to train the favorite student, because of Obito, and continue feeding his hatred, but he didn't succeed. Training month. the perverted Sannin. After the decision to take 1 month for the next phase of the Chunin exams, several retreated to the Uzumaki residence. But before that happened, a certain Aerocyclopes wanted to train Sasuke. Kakashi, hey Sasuke, do you want me to train you? Sasuke, I'll answer your question with another one. Would it only be training for me? Kakashi, yes. Sasuke, then I'll pass. Kakashi, what? But why? Sasuke, because I have no interest in someone increasing my hatred for something that didn't happen. Kakashi, what are you talking about? If Sakura said that Orochimaru bit you? Sakura, it's true. Sasuke, well, he lied to you. Looking at her with disappointment, Orochimaru wanted Naruto, not me. I don't know why he wanted him, nor do I care about the matters of the pale Sannin with confusing Highschool tastes. But, Kakashi, if you want, I'll help you with your Sharingan. Sasuke, why would you help me if you only have it because of Obito? I know he gave it to you, which I don't judge, but you know that Shursui is an Uchiha and can teach me how to use it better than you. He thought about that for a bit. Something's wrong. Kakashi-sensei is angry. He always looks at Naruto with hatred. Only Shursui noticed with Gaara. Really, was that my look? When we're there, I'll ask Hiruzen for an explanation. After hanging out with them so much, it seems suspicious to me that Itachi massacres the clan just because. After thinking about that, he continued, I appreciate the offer, but I decline it. I will train with Shursui-sensei. Kakashi, annoyed. Well, I hope you can win without my help, because from today I stopped being your sensei, leaving annoyed. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. Hiruzen was already aware of it, and looked at him with anger, disappointment, and embarrassment. As for Naruto, he looked at him with some understanding. He knew that his father wanted to adopt him, but since he was a god, it wouldn't work. Furthermore, his heart was filled with hatred. Naruto, well, let's go celebrate this. Let's go to the Uzumaki mansion. All yes. Naruto, Hiruzen, Sasuke, Lee Gai, Kinfos, Shursui, Niji, Ten, Ino, Shikamaru, Chuji, Hinata, Haku, Sai decided to go to the Uzumaki mansion. Sakura just left upset. Kiba went to the Inuzuka district, by order of his mother. Hiruzen, well, it's time for us to participate in this celebration. Lee Yash will be a celebration full of youth. Guy, you said it, my young pupil. Read, Guy-sensei. Guy Lee. In that, everyone is caught in the most powerful genjutsu in all of shinobi history, the sunset of these two on a beach while they cry emotionally. Oh, my eyes! After that, they walked to the Uzumaki mansion where they saw everything there firsthand. The grounds were one of the largest in Konoha, but from afar, a Greek-style structure could be admired, with statues of the gods Poseidon, Apollo, Athena, and Artemis. No one knew of its origin except for the Sandaime, and those who lived there. His house was like a traditional feudal mansion, with access to an artificial lake surrounding the house and receiving its tributary from a stream from the Forest of Death. It was red in color and large. The courtyard was overflowing with life, beautiful sakura trees in bloom. Thanks to a blessing from Demeter, none of the trees lost their flowers or dried up, along with other beautiful plants with beautiful flowers. To the side of the house, crossing the stream, there was a bridge that connected two different plots, which led to the Colosseum area and the sports fields. Naruto, welcome to the Uzumaki mansion. I know we're tired, but doing the multi-shadow clone jutsu, which were 500. Please cook while I show you the house. The clones, yes boss. The 500 clones went to the kitchen. Naruto, please follow me. Everyone follows him. The first place we will visit will be the Colosseum. It is the place where we usually train. So everyone follows him, where upon arriving they see Inari and Konohamaru with strange outfits for them and using a wooden sword and shield, learning to fight with them under the tutelage of a Naruto clone. Inari, Naruto and I. Konohamaru, boss. Naruto, rest, you earned it. You both trained very hard. Konohamaru, Grandpa, have you seen me? I'm getting strong like Naruto and Ai-chan. Hiruzen, I think so. Konohamaru-kun. Naruto, they wish they were stronger than me. Ruffling both of their hair. Well, it's time to rest. Go take a shower. The celebration dinner will be here soon. The children HAI. Naruto, let's continue. Everyone followed Naruto, where after 5 minutes of walking and talking trivial things, they managed to reach their destination, the sports courts, of which the basketball court stood out, something similar to the courts in New York neighborhoods, made of cement with painted areas, in addition to a well-kept grass court with 2 goals and white lines marking both sides. Everyone was amazed by the place, so Hiruzen, having heard of these disciplines as a means of promoting teamwork, was planning to introduce them into the Ninja Academy, and would undoubtedly give them the mission of teaching this to Gaara and Naruto. Naruto, well, let's continue. This is the last thing we have in this area, the pool. So they continued walking in the area, which was at least the size of the entire Ninja Academy. Just that piece alone was bigger than the Hyuga district, even bigger than the Uchiha. Naruto knew that if they entered the house they would see technology, but he wouldn't show too much. He would only use entertainment, movies or series next to a television. He wouldn't show computers and the like, since that would tempt its diffusion and a one-eyed mummy sending his soulless puppets to watch him and steal things from his property. That's why they walked for 15 minutes in the immense field. Ino, she's beautiful, Naruto, and expect him to bring you to the date he planned, he thought with a smile and a blush that only Ino noticed. Ino, what is she planning? No, not that. We are still very young and Dad said that after being Chunin we should do it, she thought, blushing to the level of Kirishima's hair. Asuma, it's a good place. Gaara, then we'll have a party like we did outside the elemental continent. Naruto, it's a good thing I taught Konohamaru how to use the DJ device. Then a Naruto clone appears. Clone, dinner is ready. Naruto, thanks, you can go now. The clone leaves on a poof. Guys, dinner is ready, come on. At that, everyone with doubt approached and touched him so that Naruto could use the Hiraishin, appearing in the dining room, while the clones served the food. Naruto, well, this buffet is made up of various dishes that we have managed to learn. Many are from outside the elemental continent, and the ingredients are from outside. And Gigi, if you ask, I have a Hiraishin seal in my home, hehe. Naruto, well, time to eat itadakimasu. The clones disappearing. All itadakimasu. Hiruzen, this is delicious. Naruto-kun. Ino, it's delicious. Lee, they are full of youth eating pizza and comically crying. Niji, it's delicious. Chuji, this is delicious. With a hamburger in his hand, can you pass me the recipe please? Naruto, of course. Thus the night passed, where everyone said goodbye at the end of it, except for Hiruzen, who would stay in the mansion as a guest, taking advantage of the use of the jacuzzi since the old man liked to usurp said room to relax his old bones and come out refreshed. The next day Naruto was in the dojo training his karate stances, while Konohamaru and Inari both imitated him with their karate suits and white belts, while Naruto moved masterfully, making clear his superiority as a black belt. So the day went by. When he left, he saw that Shursui was taking Sasuke to the Colosseum with the same outfit that Konohamaru and Inari used to train. While he smiled, so he decided to go out to see Ino. On the way he had bought several things that he sealed in a scroll for their date in a few days, but when he passed in front of the hot springs he began to hear a perverted laugh. So heeding the teachings of Hera and Artemis, he took out his trident and approached the area, while he moved his trident and raised the water, scaring the old man. Old man, but what he? At that the women unleashed their fury on him. Old man, damn women, they should feel honored. Naruto, if you were the man they say you are, Gama-san and Jiraiya, you would respect them, but I only see another scum that does not deserve to be called even human. Jiraiya, and who are you, brat? Naruto, you should know that, showing himself, that perhaps you don't recognize the son of your former apprentice. Jiraiya, well, so you're Minato's son. Here's a gift from me, giving him an Ika, but that's not all, right? Son of the Yellow Lightning, the one who was known in the Third Shinobi War, while secretly holding the title of King of the Seas, isn't he Minato's son, or should I call him Poseidon? Naruto, you know, if I've learned anything, it's that whenever someone knows that, it's someone who will try my trident, but I suspect that you investigated it and didn't get it from the pedophile Orochimaru, so I have no problem with you knowing. Jiraiya, not at all, Gaki. I was just waiting for the place to train you, hehe. Your father became a shinobi thanks to me, he said with great arrogance. Naruto, you know what I can do with your book, right? Although I must admit that Zeus is a voracious reader of this nonsense, and the addiction to cheap eroticism that precocious children have has taught me to eliminate any trace of it that disturbs my mind, which is currently like the beautiful calm of the tide. Jiraiya, so the great Zeus reads me. Ha ha ha, how proud, he thought with pride. Naruto, I'm not a reader of yours, Jiraiya, and if the great Hera taught me anything, it's to despise this book. But they taught me to be a good person, and thanks to that, I accept this gift, perverted Sannin. But rest assured, I won't read it. Besides, I find philosophy more interesting than written erotic porn. Jiraiya, well, Let's put that aside. Uncomfortable. What do you think if I train you? Surely you don't know your old JoJo's signature technique. Naruto, the Rasengan or the Hiraishin? Jiraiya, how? Naruto, I must admit that I know both, and I have only used Hiraishin, because the Rasengan is an incomplete jutsu. But that does not mean that I ask you to help me complete it. Jiraiya, you and I will achieve things together, haha, and in thoughts. Besides you being Konoha's weapon, and the savior of the shinobi world. Naruto, I'll wait for you at the Uzumaki mansion tomorrow, and as I told Kakashi, don't be long, I want to use the training area I own. Jiraiya, of course Gaki. So they both said goodbye, while Naruto went seriously thinking to the Hokage's office, entering after asking permission. Hiruzen, Naruto-kun, what's going on? Naruto, we need to talk, so put some silent seals on it, and the umbus on the bookshelf better come out, or I'll kill them, pointing his trident. The umbus left while Hiruzen invoked silent seals. Hiruzen, what's happening? Naruto, how do Jiraiya and Orochimaru know about me? Hiruzen, how? Naruto, as you heard, both Sanin know about me, and my status, which is the most dangerous. Orochimaru in the Forest of Death wanted to leave me a hickey. It was not like Sakura said that they wanted her Sasuke-kun for his Sharingan, he wanted me. Hiruzen, I will investigate this thoroughly. Naruto, you should tell Tsunade Oba-chan about this, so that she can take action on the matter. Because if Jiraiya knows, I don't think Danzo will overlook that. Of my status as a demigod, he will surely add it to make me a weapon of Konoha. Hiruzen, you're right. Naruto, another thing, Jiraiya will come to train me at the mansion tomorrow, so I will be careful with him. There is something that the old man emanates that disgusts me, repels me, and gives me a terrible bad feeling. Hiruzen, don't worry, I'll help you with this, and if anything happens you'll go with Konohamaru to Camp Half-Blood. Naruto, yes. Hiruzen would remove the silent seals, both saying goodbye to that day, so Naruto went to look for Ino for a date, both managing to end that day sleeping together in bed, feeling each other's warmth. Thus passed the days where Kinfos began to train in the Chi-Chiyu style, as well as in its philosophy, where he instructed Sasuke and Lee along with his former pupils Naruto and Gaara, where in order to mature the Emo Avenger, he used physical punishment, making him leave the idea of taking revenge on his brother to physical exercise. The Prince of the Sun. After the celebration party in the Uzumaki district, Naruto invited Ino to a date at his pool where both were seen very blushing. On the one hand, Ino showed the feminine measurement that every man desires, being very beautiful, while Naruto, for being 16, was well toned with some volume. They started that date with a night at the pool, both wanting something more than a date. They were engaged but neither wanted to take the step, so after a passionate kiss and some perverted tricks from both, Ino massaged the Narakonda a little and Naruto did the great Meliodas with his breasts. To have dinner by the moonlight they decided to sleep together. They were already engaged and were dating, so they didn't care if they couldn't sleep together. The next day in Konoha, 3 figures were arriving to surprise someone, so they went to the Hokage Tower to seek their complicity and surprise a certain blonde. At the Uzumaki mansion, the couple woke up seeing each other through the sunlight, to exchange a clumsy but tender kiss, then got up and went to the kitchen where Kinfos, Gear, Haku, Gaara, and Sai were having breakfast. After greeting each other, the group began to eat breakfast for a long day of training. After an hour, those who would train headed to the Colosseum while the others arrived: Sasuke, Neji, Kiba, Shikamaru, Chuji, the Sabaka brothers who arrived earlier so as not to have to put up with their father, in addition to talking with the Sandaime about the plans between Raza and Orochimaru and being able to take care of Gaara. While they were preparing for the warm-up, Hiruzen entered along with Asuma, Shursui and Guy who, upon greeting each other, stepped aside. Naruto, brother hugging Percy. Percy, hi, I'm PercyJackson, Naruto's older brother. Sasuke, but how come their last names don't match? That's when he remembers what happened with Orochimaru and it clicks. Naruto is the son of a god, but they never said the only one or if he was older or younger, making the Uchiha want to hit his head against the wall. Percy, glad to see you, little brother. Annabeth, and there's no greeting for me, brother-in-law? Naruto, Annabeth Nasen hello hugging her. Zoe, and for your teacher, no? Naruto, Zoe One-sama hugging her. I miss you all. Percy, you thought I would miss your test, right? Naruto, worse as I never. Shursui, that was me. I invited your brother to watch the final round. Kinfo's, finally, 2 of the 4 half-blood princes reunited. Sure sway. I'll be waiting for you at the Sun Prince Arena. Kinfo's, I hope the prince of the underworld knows how to defend himself. At that moment Naruto was sweating profusely, along with Hiruzen and Asuma, but fortunately no one understood what they meant, and they took them as nicknames. After that meeting, Gama-san and Jiraiya arrived and, seeing so many people, decided to train Naruto, who only dedicated 3 clones to him because the blonde knows the secret of the shadow clones, while the original was with the others. So they began to train, spending 1 week doing combat postures, while Naruto with Jiraiya in 2 days had the Rasengan perfected with the wind and lightning elements. This is how we are now, because in the Uzumaki mansion after hard training everyone would hear the story of the Sun style, the Chiyu style, but at the moment they were only in white karate outfits in the dojo of the house practicing taijutsu, and they were training hand-to-hand techniques while being watched by Kinfo's, Gear, Sure Sway, Percy and Annabeth, who looked at him with pride. But then the 5 children approached. Inari, hey Kinfo's and I. Kinfo's, tell me, little one ruffling his little brother's hair. Inari, you haven't told us how you got to the camp, and how you became so strong. Konohamaru, that's true, he didn't tell us how he created the Chiyu style either. Kinfo's, ha 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 ha, I expected it. Very little ones, it is better that you sit down since I will reveal to you how I obtained my position as Prince of the Sun. Saying these words, the boys stopped training and approached the teenagers/adults present as they were also curious. Naruto, and tell us Kinfo's and I, how did you become so strong? Kinfo's, well, this is my story. Author's note, recommended to listen with Chinese epic music. Flashback, narrates Kinfo's. A traditional Chinese house in Chengdu City could be seen, where a woman with black hair and black eyes was found, who was in labor. Doctor, just a little more, Mrs. Sunshine, just push a little more. The woman, h. At that moment a baby's cry is heard. Doctor, congratulations, Mrs. Laming Na, you are the mother of a healthy and strong baby boy. Laming, can I see you, doctor? Doctor, sure, here you go, giving it to the baby who was asleep and clean. Laming, holding his son, welcome to the world, my little prince. The baby would open its eyes. The doctor, impressive. I've never seen eyes like these. When the baby opened his eyes, they were golden amber with the iris of a sun in them, which left the doctor speechless. Laming, is this something bad, doctor? Doctor, not at all, they're just peculiar eyes. I'm sure it will be interesting. A few years later, 4 years. We can see a 4-year-old Kinfo's wearing a martial arts outfit with a black belt fighting with several opponents, including one of his teachers. Kinfo's has defeated the last one left one. Teacher, getting up from the ground, you are incredible, young Kinfo's. Kinfo's, thank you, master, it seems that I have overcome it now. Master, that's right, and I'm proud of you. Not even a year ago you entered my dojo and became the best, but tell me, what will you do now? Kinfo's, I plan to learn other styles of martial arts around China. My dream is to be the best martial artist to have ever set foot on this earth. You'll see, master. Teacher, I'm sure it will be, boy. Passage of time, 10 years. In the last 10 years, I traveled all over China accompanied by my mother in search of more places to learn different martial arts. That's how the first 5 years were, until when I turned 9 I managed to enter to train with the Shaolin monks, adopting their philosophy and managing to enter into peace with oneself. So I spent another 5 years where I managed to not only master the Shaolin style, but I also managed to create my own combat style, a unique style never seen before, the Chiyu style. End of flashback. Konohamaru, amazing. Kinfo's, don't interrupt, giving him a comical snitch. Flashback, narrated by Kinfo's. 4th year of training, Kinfo's age 13. Kinfo's shirtless and with his body completely sweaty with bandages on his hands. I'm close, I can feel it. Once again placing himself in a somewhat strange pose, throwing a strong punch in the air. It's still not enough. What do I need? Use your Kinfo's breathing, concentrate and feel the power of the sun within you. Kinfo's surprised. Where did that voice come from? Breathing? Power of the sun? Well, I have nothing to lose by trying, assuming the posture again, breathing, feeling the power of the sun, breathing. When Kinfo's began to breathe, I felt like his body was starting to burn, but it was a pleasant heat, and although it increased a little I could tolerate it. Then taking the posture again. Kinfo's preparing a blow, launching the blow, managing to launch a powerful blast of air that impacted a gigantic broken one, destroying it instantly. Kinfos, did I do it? Yes, I did it. I created the ultimate style, ha 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 ha. Jumping euphorically, Senior Monk arriving at the scene. Kinfos, what happened here? Kinfos, let's just say I managed to evolve my fighting style. Senior Monk thinking, surprising, his chi is peculiar, he is certainly someone interesting. Senior Monk, and tell me Kinfos, now that you have completed your training, what will you do? Kinfos, I think I'll return to my hometown to spend time with my mother. I think it's time to see her after these almost 5 years of training. Senior Monk, all right, but remember you are always welcome. Kinfos bowing, thank you. Chengdu, China. When I managed to return to his birthplace, my mother welcomed me with open arms since she had always been attentive to him. Now they were in a car while his mother drove towards his home while she asked him several questions. But our journey was interrupted by a gigantic snake more than 200 meters long, which surprised and scared us both. Kinfo's a little scared but hiding it. Mom, what is that thing? Laming reassuring, calm down son, don't worry mom is here thinking shit. Shit is Python, but what is she doing here? Supposedly Apollo killed her a long time ago. Python, I finally find you, wife of Apollo and damn brat who radiates power from the sun. Kinfo's surprised, what? Lei Meng, what do you want? Python, simple, the damn Apollo killed my father, and that's why I'm going to get revenge on the annoying god by killing his son and his mother. Kinfo's, what do you mean, mother? Lei Meng, son, something I've been hiding from you all this time. You are the son of Apollo, god of the sun. Kinfo's in shock. What? Piton, that's right. So now Dai launching itself towards the Sunshine family. When the giant snake lunged at us, my mother threw me away from the snake's attack. But the woman didn't count on it as she was split in half by the tip of the snake's tail, leaving me in shock. Piton, ha 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 ha. That damn thing sacrificed itself for you. But it won't do any good since you'll be my dinner. Dai. Kinfo's in shock. Mom? Mom, when the snake was about to devour me, an intense wave of heat was felt, making Piton retreat. Piton surprised and scared, but what? When the heat wave subsided a little, my body grew a few centimeters while the muscles in my body became a little more defined and grew a few sizes. When I opened my eyes, they shone as if the sun was making Piton shudder. Piton surprised and scared. Impossible. Just now he should have awakened his demigod power, but because of this pressure, it is assumed that the children of Apollo can only awaken one of two powers, their vision of the future, or also called Emperor Eyes, or the power of the sun, Lyakata. But for a child of Apollo to awaken both is impossible. Kinfo's slowly approaching Piton. Python regaining some confidence. Ha, even if you have both powers you're just a stupid kid, I'll kill you. Kinfo's whispering and taking a fighting pose, Chiyu style, spear form, claws of the Mount Tai dragon lunging at Piton. When we were both inches away from colliding, we heard the sounds of grazing, and then we saw the python tear itself to pieces without knowing what had happened, and the pieces of the snake were consumed by flames without leaving any trace. Kinfo's running to his mother's broken body. Mother, I promise you I will be the strongest in the world. I will be the true prince of the sun. End of flashback. Guy. What a story full of youth comically crying. Lee, yes, Guy Sensei in the same way. Inari just hugged his older brother. Kinfo's, calm down now, little one stroking his head. I continue. Flashback. Time jump, 2 years. When the tragedy with Piton occurred, I received a visit from a man named Chiron, who told me all about myself and my mixed heritage as the son of the god Apollo. So I decided to accompany the man to New York where Camp Half-Blood is located. Upon arriving there, I quickly caught everyone's attention since during training I easily defeated the rival team, so I quickly took the name of the strongest demigod. Although he was never interested to the point of stopping going to the demigod's training sessions. Many believed that he was an arrogant man who thought I was not worth his time, but the truth was that he did not go since he saw no reason, so I decided to spend more time locked up in his father's temple, while I watched everything that happened in the world through my eyes. I even managed to see about the incident of the theft of Zeus's lightning. But I preferred not to say anything so as not to get involved and let everything happen as it should happen, so time passed and he managed to see a future war against the Titans, for I decided to observe more closely and noticed that a great danger was approaching the camp. End of flashback. Percy, that's why you weren't at camp like the rest. Kinfo's clear. Flashback. Kinfo's narrates. Camp Half-Blood. Kinfo's age is 17. Chiron seeing how the defensive wall of the camp was shaken. What is happening? Sisyphus. Father, there are several giants sent by the Titans to attack the camp. Chiron. Surprised. What? It's impossible, and now that Percy is not here we won't have the help of one of the sons of the Big Three. Quick, Sisyphus, call all the demigods you can and tell them to prepare for battle. We won't let the giants win. Riding at full speed. Sisyphus. Blowing a horn in warning. Preparate for fight. This is not a drill. Code red, code red. In the house of Apollo. Kinfo's watching as several demigods gathered for battle. I think it's time. Come on, son. I know you can take them on. Please save the camp. Kinfo's. Old man, I will only do it because it is the right thing to do since a prince always protects his people putting a blindfold on his eyes. This is for you, mother. On the battlefield of the camp. On the battlefield it was complete chaos because although there were more demigods, the giants had all the advantages and little by little the number of demigods was decreasing. Elliot. Son of Ares. Shit, they keep coming. This is going to get harder. Zoe. Captain of the Artemis Hunters. These damn giants don't fall for anything. We can barely stand up to them. Elliot. You're right. Many are already defeated and those of us who can fight can't handle them all. We need more help. But Percy isn't here so we don't have the help of Poseidon's son and without Athena's daughter. Zoe. Who would have imagined that there would be more than 66 giants in sync in the attack, and when they come in waves we won't be able to stand much longer. But we have to resist. We are proud warriors and we won't fall here. Giant, die, throwing his club. Elliot, if I die here, I'll do it with honor. Kinfo's. Rising sun throwing a small sun at the giant turning it into ashes. Was I late? Elliot, idiot, you're just in time. I'm sorry I can't help you right now, but we're too hurt to escape or fight. Kinfo's. No problem with that, taking out some pink fire, Asclepius fire, healing all the wounded. Zoe was surprised and saw her wounds. My wounds? I have nothing left, but how? Kinfo's. You fought with honor and courage, now leave the rest to me. Elliot, standing next to him. You're crazy. I'm not going to leave you alone. We're not friends for nothing. Kinfo's. Elliot, please take them and look after them. These giants are no match for me. Zoe. Don't be too confident, there are 66 giants for nothing, be careful. Kinfo's with an imperceptible smile. Don't worry, it is a prince's duty to look after his people. Elliot riding his horse. Be careful, friend, seeing the other demigods retreat. When the demigods left, only Kinfo's remained in front of the 66 giants, who looked at me with arrogance. Giant, you're just another dwarf now. It will be easy to kill being split in half. Kinfo's with 2 golden swords. Taiyang shifting spear mode 4, double swords, summoning his swords. How about we take it one step at a time? Giant, kill him, throwing himself along with the other 64 giants. Kinfo's taking a combat pose while flashing his swords. Chiyu-style sword form. Fangs of the golden serpent lunging towards the giants. After an intense fight, I finally managed to raise their swords as a symbol of victory while at their feet were the 66 giants completely dead, and with some flames coming out of their bodies. Kinfo's doing a victory pose. How? From that day on, people talked about Kinfo's great feat, and together with Percy, son of Poseidon, Talia, daughter of Zeus, and Shursway, son of Hades, he was named as one of the 4 half-blood princes. But I was also called the Prince of the Sun. End of flashback. The kids, incredibly with little stars in their eyes. Percy. So that happened while I was taking my little brother and Annabeth. Naruto. I think it was Central Park or the Statue of Liberty. Annabeth, Central Park, that day you learned to ride a bike because you were 7 years old. Naruto blushed slightly. Kiba, wait, if Percy is a demigod and he is the son of Poseidon, that means that. Niji, it can't be. Shikamaru, troublesome. Kangaroo, impossible. What Orochimaru warned about you was true. Hinata, Naruto-kun is. Temari, son of Poseidon. Gaara, a full-fledged demigod. Chuji, and how come you're not surprised, Sasuke? And you too, Gaara? Sasuke, when we were ambushed with Orochimaru, the pale Sannin revealed that. Sakura didn't believe it, fortunately, but Naruto told me like the rest. Sai, the fish face already said it. Haku, the merman is kind and said it mockingly. Hinata, wait, but Ino isn't surprised, either are they pointing at Hiruzen, Guy and Asuma. Naruto, Ino-chan already knew, Besides, she is my fiancé, and Hiruzen Jiji with Asuma knew it since he was a child, while Guy Sensei found out after the Hydra attack on Nami. Zoe, did you say Hydra? Percy, how the hell did the Hydra get here? Inari, and the Harpies innocently. Zoe, Naruto Uzumaki, you will tell me everything, since if it was more than one attack both Inari, and you must return to Camp Half-Blood, said the hunter sternly. Naruto, SS yes. Zoe One-sama very scared. Sasuke, now it makes sense. But if Shursui is the Prince of Darkness, you are the Uchiha that the clan books speak of, the one conceived by an Uchiha and the god of darkness. Shursui, of course. Hiruzen, we only ask that this not be spread. Those present, HAI. Kinfo's, rest, training starts again tomorrow. Unbeknownst to them, an Anbu with root kanji was listening to everything. Anbu, Danzo-sama should know this. Third phase, the Prince of the Sun versus the Prince of the Underworld. After the arrival of Percy, Annabeth, and Zoe, several episodes took place at the Uzumaki mansion, especially when a certain perverted white-haired Sannin came to train Naruto, since in reality, while he was helping Naruto with the Rasengan technique to fuse it with other elements, the perverted sage took notes of what he observed of the district to later pass data to Danzo, and more when he met Percy. Because Naruto called him brother, so the Sannin realized that he was the eldest son of Poseidon. Regarding his research, Jiraiya wanted to write an Ika inspired by Naruto and Percy because he had followed them on their dates with their girlfriends, and more so when Percy was left alone with Annabeth having an afternoon of love and passion, or when Naruto played pervertedly with Ino in the pool, which the blonde Yamanaka followed and returned. To the point that they both practiced oral hex on each other and didn't get to the other point. For Jiraiya it was pure gold, even without seeing those scenes, but what caught his attention was Naruto's physique, worked, inflated quite a bit for his age. Something that caught the Sannin's attention was seeing Naruto's hand-to-hand training with Inari and Konohamaru in martial arts that the Sannin didn't know. There were even times when Naruto hit a bag with only his fists. While he seemed to remember something, the beatings from the villagers, plus their contempt for his ignorance. Thus passed the remaining 2 weeks where Naruto showed great potential. He was a born warrior, a skilled swordsman like his brother Percy, who was also compared to Achilles, something that Jiraiya had heard from an ancient story since the Trojan War had been narrated even in the elemental continent. Shinobi, skilled in ninjutsu, especially when it came to his ability with water without the need for hand seals, along with his strength, resistance, and reflexes. Hiruzen for his part sent letters to the other Kais of the elemental continent, because he wanted to show the exam as something more than a simple exam, since the exhibition fight between Guy and Kinfo's reached Inoki's ears, and the old man was invited because he wanted to know the strength of the so-called Prince of the Sun. Day of the third phase of the Chunin exams, Konoha Stadium. The village had gathered in the stadium to watch the fights. In the Kage's box, Hiruzen along with Inoki, Percy, Annabeth, and Zoe, who all wanted to see the fight. Just then, Raza and the Kage of the Sound village arrived. Hiruzen, I think we're all here, right? Kage of Sound, of course, Hokage-sama. Raza, let's get this started right away. Inoki, I guess we'll see that exhibition fight, right? That's right, Inoki. We'll see the fight that will leave us with our mouths open, also looking everywhere where the hell is the betting stand. Hiruzen, well, I guess it's my turn to say a few words, right? The other Kages nod. Does anyone want to say anything? They all shake their heads fine. Welcome everyone to this third stage of the Chunin exams. I'd like to wish all of today's participants luck. May you all fight bravely and prove that you are worthy of being a Chunin. Genma, may I, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen, of course. Genma, well, it's time to open this fight with the exhibition fight. From this side, nicknamed the Prince of the Underworld, Uchiha Shursui. The aforementioned would emerge from a corner with a Greek-style sword in hand and a Myrmidon armor forged by Naruto. In the Kage box, Kage of Sound, Kakuku, so the demigod son of Hades, and Uchiha. How did I not realize Kakuku? It will be interesting to take over his body. Kakuku, thought the disguised Sannin. Inoki, Underworld? Maybe it's because it's emo. At that moment, Killer Bee would play a drum to make the joke funny, but no one would laugh. In the arena, Genma, on this side, he who rises at the top of all, he said, reading a well-made presentation by the participant in question. He who sees and knows everything, he who has the sun itself as an ally, known as the Prince of the Sun, Kinfo's sunshine. Kinfo's. Let's see how the heir of the underworld fights. Both fighters draw their weapons, Shursue's sword, named Cerberus, after the dog of the underworld, and the changing spear Taiyang. Kinfo's. Changing spear Taiyang forms 6 katana. Shurusue. Let's see how well you cover yourself in darkness. Kinfo's. My light shines so that your darkness dissipates. Genma begin. Both of them throw themselves at each other with inhuman speed, exchanging blows and stabs with both weapons as well as blows with their free arms evenly until Kinfo's. Taiyang's shifting spear form 1 spear. Kinfo's. Don't give up now. Chiyu's spear form. Dragon claws. Shurusue begins to dodge and block attacks with his sword and chakra-enhanced arms and legs. Shurusue then traces hand seals. Darkness release night dragon. A black and violet dragon comes out against Kinfo's. Kinfo's. Rising sun. A sun the size of an Inuzuka dog crashes into the darkness dragon, creating a huge curtain of dust. With the Kages. Percy. They're fighting pretty well. Zoe. We both know that Kinfo's never fights seriously. No one can match his level. Raza. How strong is it? Annabeth. She's strong, but no one has ever appeared to fight her or force her to remove the blindfold. Kagev sound. And that they have their eyes so that he can wear the bandages with great interest. Percy. His ability as Emperor's Eyes is known. We have never seen him in action, so we do not know his abilities. Kagev sound. Well, Kakuko, I'll keep him too, in Genin's box. Naruto. It's a good fight. Gaara, you're right. Sasuke, they are strong. Ino. I think they are holding back. Hinata, that's a lot of power. Niji, don't activate the Byakugan in this fight. Sakura. Che, they are monsters, the banshee screeched. Back to the arena. Kinfo's. Taiyang's spear formed 2 axes. With one cut he cleared all the dust that had been raised by the clash of both techniques. Kinfo's. Taiyang's shifting spear formed 5 bow. Shurusue drawing hand seals, fire style. Phoenix Flames Jutsu. Kinfo's. Explosive stars. Both attacks collide as both half-blood princes rush into battle. Kinfo's. Taiyang's spear 8th form daggers. The daggers and Shursue's sword collide, knocking each other back, so that Shursue's sword falls split in half. In the stands, Naruto. The sword comically crying, I worked all night making it. Gaara Yaya. Sasuke, will you make me one? Naruto, of course. Kiba. You make me look worthy of an alpha. Naruto, okay. In the sand, Kinfo's. You know it wouldn't be fair for you to fight without weapons, smiling and leaving the daggers buried hand to hand. Both of them throw each other, Shurusue combining his taijutsu with Muay Thai, giving a strongly aggressive fighting style, while Kinfo's used his Chiyu, both exchanging blows and blocking each other until both separate while Shurusue gasped, who was going to throw himself but fell to the ground unconscious from the overexertion of the fight. The stands began to applaud and cheer the fight. With the Kages. Anoki, what an incredible fight. Kagev sound. Where did he say the challenger came from? Hiruzen, from outside the elemental continent. That's right, haha. It's the second fight I've seen. Kagev sound. Kukukuku, with that body I can enter and exit. Anoki ki? In the arena, it was time to begin the battles of the examinees. Genma. Go down to the arena. Uzumaki, Naruto, and Hyuga Niji. Both of them went down to the arena with challenging smiles while Naruto's armor left the Kages speechless. Niji. So you polished that armor of yours. Naruto. What will you say if I tell you that this outfit helps a lot? Niji. That fate wanted to give you that benefit mockingly, or well, that's what I would say if I hadn't gone with you to Nami. Naruto. Destiny only exists if you consult the right oracle. Niji. In that case, your fate is sealed. You will fall fighting before me. Challenging smile. Naruto. Let's see that. Putting on his helmet, let's see who the gods glorify with their victory. Unsheathing his sword. Niji. And who wallows in defeat? Both of them stared defiantly. Genma. They're ready and thinking, this fight will be great to watch. In the stands, Hayashi. Prove your worth, Niji. If you are defeated, I will activate the caged bird. Naruto just looked at Hayashi out of the corner of his eye. He was plotting something about Niji as well as his cousins Hanabi and Hinata, but he would see him later. In the arena, Genma begin. Unforgettable battles, the invasion begins. Naruto, let's see who the gods reward with victory. Niji, and who wallows in defeat. Genma, ready, thinking, this fight will be exciting. In the stands, Niji's uncle was plotting something, which didn't go unnoticed by Naruto while Niji sweated down his back. Genma begin. At the moment, they both threw themselves at each other while exchanging blows, thrusts and blocks, to separate both with a blow. Naruto, not bad Niji. Niji, you don't fight badly either. Naruto then takes out his shield and adopts a strange posture while with his left hand he points his shield towards Niji, and his sword in his right hand slightly protrudes from the metal layer of the shield. Niji, even if you use your shield it won't mean anything. Soft fist, 8 trigrams void palm. Author's note: I know it's Hinata in the picture but imagine it's Niji. Naruto only covered himself with his shield, so when his palm hit the metal a loud noise of metal was heard throughout the stadium, while the palm on the shield was marked by such force exerted. Naruto, using this is neither honorable nor fun. Putting away his sword and shield, that's why we're going with this. Niji adopting a hand-to-hand fighting stance. Seduction tactics, Kakashi Hatake, 35.9k 2.9k. If you come from TikTok you know that everything is more detailed here. I have nothing else to say. I am Hefastes. Now what? 569k 43k. Our protagonist is reincarnated as the god of the forge Hephaestus, and continues his story while sending fate to hell. The sun and the moon reincarnation of breathing. 8.5k 268. Here I made a collaboration with a content creator. I hope you like it. Detachment. 19.9k 1.7k. You lost the most, the least. Warning images belong to their respective authors. Naruto, son of Apollo, an heir of the sun. 13.2k 800. I don't know what to say. If you like the chapters you can support the story with a star. It helps a lot. Smiley face. I reincarnated as Naruto. 62.5k 4.7k. When I said I wanted to leave Latin America I didn't mean this. The only alpha is me. 9.5k 590. Percy, being the reincarnation of Godzilla Earth, unlocking his abilities over time, is placed in the fight against Ares. In the stands, Gaara, this will be interesting. Sasuke, what is that posture? Lee, it's not about karate. With the Jounins, Guy, isn't that the karate you taught Lee? Shursui, no. Kurenai then? Kakashi, I'm just saying that stance is wrong against the Jukin. Shursui, if you're so confident, why don't you observe? Jukin is a rigid posture, while Naruto's is extremely flexible. Interesting Kung Fu versus Jukin. It will be nice to see. Kage stance? Jiraiya, sensei, what kind of stance is that? Hiruzen, I don't know. I can only tell you that Naruto is an expert in at least 5 different martial arts from outside the elemental continent. Jiraiya, but how? Hiruzen, the day I went you helped him with a martial art called Krav Maga, which he told me originated in a country called Israel. You helped him while you told him what postures a book said while he, Konohamaru, and Inari imitated those poses. Jiraiya, how did I not notice? Raza, let's see how he does with that fighting pose. Kagev sound, how intriguing. Percy, cheer up little brother. On the battlefield, the tension was in the air. Either of the two made a move, but Niji decided to give a tenketsu hit, while Naruto blocked and repelled the blows, as well as giving punches and kicks, and the Hyuga repelled. Niji, this is getting heavy, don't you think? Naruto, of course. The exchange of blows with great mastery between Niji's Jukin versus Naruto's Kung Fu was such that the people, in amazement and emotion, only applauded each blow they gave each other. Niji, soft fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Naruto only countered the Hyuga's technique by blocking with his arms with great skill, while Niji grew a little frustrated and eventually exhausted due to his lack of chakra. Naruto saw this and simply hit him in the back of the head, causing him to faint. Ginma, winner Naruto Uzumaki. The public erupted in jubilation at such a fight. Ginma, it's time for the next fight. Go down to the arena. Gaara Uzumaki that made Raza angry versus Sabaka no Kankuro. Both brothers came down with a defiant smile. Gaara, let's see how you fight. Kankuro, I hope you don't disappoint me taking out his puppet. Gunma, start. Both of them launched themselves at each other while Gaara began to hit him hard thanks to his specialty in Muay Thai, showing an aggressive fight, making Kankuro decide to use the puppet that Gaara in a quick sword movement cut in half without letting him receive a hit. Kankuro, shit, Gaara, you've improved a lot, but you're dependent on your puppet. Kankuro fights seriously, adopting his stance again. In the Kage's box, Raza, why that aggressiveness annoying? Hiruzen, Gaara is a martial artist, ha ha ha. Muay Thai is the branch of martial arts he uses most frequently. From my perspective, it is somewhat aggressive but extremely effective, especially because it is extremely similar to Guy's Goken. Orochimaru now had 2 bodies he wanted. With the Jounin, Shursui, Muay Thai against a puppeteer, don't you think you're exaggerating, Gaara? Guy, did you say Muay Thai? Lee told me Gaara had books and they said he was more aggressive and stronger than Goken, he said excitedly. In the sand, Gaara hit Kankuro hard, breaking his nose, and then kicked him, almost breaking his leg, leaving his brother on the floor. Kankuro, I give up, falling unconscious. Gaara, I'll take him to the infirmary carrying Kankuro on his back. Ginma, winner Gaara Uzumaki. Gaara retreated with his brother on his back while his brother was with his nose bleeding. Ginma, next fight Sabaka no Temari vs Shikamaru and Nara go down to the arena. A troubled noise was heard as they both walked down to the sand. Ginma, ready start. In nursing, Kankuro was waking up as his brother carried him on the way to the infirmary. Kankuro, oh my poor little nose. Gaara, sorry for the rudeness of the fight, brother, but I don't specialize in a soft martial art like Naruto. At that moment Raza would arrive with a face of pure anger, but upon seeing Gaara his expression worsened to the point that he wanted to attack him, if it weren't for the prompt intervention of Sai, who used his position and the war if he touched him. In the arena, the fight would proceed as in the anime, with Nara's intelligence evident, but giving up due to being troublesome. Ginma, winner Sabaka no Temari with poker face. Temari, damn lazy piece of shit, she wanted to jump to kill him but Ino held her back. Ino, don't worry, it's not worth it, I've already tried, even hitting doesn't work. Ginma, next match Ino Yamanaka vs Rock Lee. The battle was short with a mind transfer jutsu causing Lee to surrender. Ginma, next fight Uchiha Sasuke vs Yujitoni. Both would go down to the arena while maintaining an analytical countenance towards each other. Ginma, ready, both would nod start. Both of them would throw themselves against each other with pure taijutsu. Well, if you can say that, since Sasuke used the little karate he learned from Naruto, spying on him, while he was teaching Lee and the children. The fight was even, but Yujito lengthened her nails like claws, so Sasuke activated his Sharingan to keep her at bay, but it was useless, since several cuts were received. Sasuke drew hand seals, Katan Gokaki no Jutsu. Yujito was not far behind and used a fire jutsu, which was a blue fire in the shape of a two-tailed cat that made both jutsus fight for supremacy, ending in a tie. Sasuke traces hand seals, Katan Hosenka no Jutsu. Yujito, Katan Kane Senpu. The Kunoichi's whirlwind blocked the fire spheres that Sasuke threw. Yujito, Katan Karyu Enden. Sasuke drew hand seals, Raiten Kaminari, throwing a net that caught the Kumo ninja. Yujito touching the power grid would paralyze it. Ginma, the Kunoichi of Kumo cannot continue. The winner is Sasuke Uchiha. The audience cheered as they watched the fights while waiting for the next stage. But feathers began to fall, leaving everyone but the genins asleep. Naruto, what's going on? Temari, Gaara started. Gaara, I knew the old man didn't come with good intentions. Kankuro, wants you to free the Tanuki. Gaara, ha 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 ha. Temari, what are you laughing at? Gaara, let's say my Biju is free in an area of the world far from the shinobi villages. At Camp Half-Blood. Shikaku, ACHEU throwing the papers to shit. Kurama, damn fat raccoon shit, you threw the papers, launching towards the raccoon. Shikaku, I'll wait for you loosely. They both started fighting comically. Denisio, we had advanced so much, resigned. Back to Konoha. Gaara, I'm sure they're fine. The Jounin stood beside their genins to order. Temari, you must help Mr. Hiruzen. Kakashi, dies with a Chidori in hand. Naruto, leave her alone, hitting him with the shield. Shursui, well done Naruto. Asuma. Temari then started what they warned us about with her brother. Kankuro, yes. Guy, Lee, Niji, 1010 escort the Sabaka brothers to the Uzumaki district. Those mentioned, yes sensei. Shursui, you two, pointing at Naruto and Gaara, go with the Kais, I have a very bad feeling. Naruto, yes, me too. Gaara, I follow you. They both run away. Assume, what type? Shursui, someone extracted DNA from a traitorous demigod, from the same thief of Zeus's lightning, so if they have it in their possession. Kurinai, Edo Tensei. Shursui, bingo. Asuma, Team Inoshikucho protect the hospital. Kurinai, Team 10 go to the school and defend it. The aforementioned, HAI. Shursui, Sasuke, Sai go with Asuma's team. The mentioned, as you say. So they all set off on their missions. The village invasion, the lightning thief returns. Ninja Academy. We can see Team 10 arriving at the academy along with the Chunin senseis who were evacuating the children from the academy. Kiba, seeing how the Suna and Oto ninjas are approaching enemies at 6. Shino, understood, sending his insects to peel. We have to buy time while Irika sensei and Hinata help with the evacuation. Kiba, I know, now Akamaru launching himself on the ninjas. I will show you the power of an alpha. With Iruka and Hinata. Iruka, with a group of children, listen to me. You must continue along this path. Don't worry, we will be in charge of your protection. Hinata, something doesn't give me a good feeling, sensei. Iruka, calm down. Hinata, we'll be fine. At that, the wall of the academy was destroyed by a sonic explosion, revealing 15 ninjas from Suna and another 15 from Oto. Oto Ninja 1, look what we find here. Some brats and some pathetic excuses for shinobi. Suna Ninja 1, looking at Hinata with lust. But what a cute girl. Maybe I can have fun with you for a while. Iruka, standing in front of Hinata and the children. Don't think I'll let them hurt you. Ninja Oto 1, do you really think you can beat us? You're just a simple Chunin master. You won't be able to beat us. Seeing the other ninjas kill him. At that, 10 ninjas launched themselves towards Iruka, who was determined to protect his students even if he had to give his own life in exchange. But in that, and 2, ice style, absolute 0 dice, killing the 10 ninjas. Ninja Suna 1, who did that? Hinata, it's good that you've arrived. Haku-san and Gear-san. Haku, help has come. Gear, in a combat kimono, leave the work to the 3 of us. Iruka 3, Kinfo's, changing spear Taiyang, forms 7 crossbow with his weapon in his hands, hunter arrows shooting and killing the remaining Oto and Suna ninjas. Dash. Iruka, you are the so-called Prince of the Sun, isn't that right? You are Kinfo's. Kinfo's, that's right. Now they must continue evacuating the academy, looking towards where Naruto and the others were. Inari. Inari, tell me, older brother? Kinfo's, I want you to use Taiyang while I help Naruto. Inari, but you will be defenseless. You will no longer be able to use your weapon. Konohamaru, that's true. Even Naruto and I uses his trident. What would you do? Kinfo's, untying my blindfold. You can't be a one-trick warrior generating a great current of air and heat. Throw Taiyang. Obey my orders, help my brother and my beloved, and do what they tell you, making the weapon shine ready now. Both your Inari and Gear will be able to use Taiyang without any worry. I'll see you later. Taking a great leap, creating a crater and leaving the ground melted as if it were lava. Iruka, surprised beyond belief, did you see the same thing as me? Inari, yes. Kinfo's Nisan is amazing with stars in her eyes from excitement. Gear, thinking Kinfo's, take care please. With the Kages and the demigods. Orochimaru, Kukukuku, we have here nothing more and nothing less than the eldest son of Poseidon, the daughter of Athena, the old Tsuchika Jinoki, the Reikujei, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, and my old sensei. But where are Naruto-kun and Gaara-kun? Hiruzen, do you really think we'll let you lay a hand on them? Orochimaru? Percy, you better not even try to do anything about it. Orochimaru, Kukukuku, do you really think I would face them just like that? Kabuto, seeing his assistant do it. At that, the 4 of the sound separated and created hand seals, thus creating a cube enclosing Hiruzen and company with Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Raza. I don't know what you're up to, Snake, but you won't be able to defeat all of us, even if the Kazekage is with you. Orochimaru, giving a big twisted smile, do you really think we would face them just like that? Tracing hand seals, summoning. Hiruzen, opening his eyes, don't do it. Orochimaru. At that, 4 clay coffins came out, only 2 of which opened, revealing the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Hiruzen, you used it, the forbidden technique, the Edo Tensei. Orochimaru, that's right, the forbidden jutsu of the second, but we're not done yet. Seeing the other 2 unopened coffins, I think this will surprise you, pointing to the demigods and those from Kumo open, 3rd and 4th. At that, the coffins began to open, revealing first a tanned, muscular man with ash blonde hair and a beard of the same color, and the second was a boy with blonde hair and a scar over his eye. Clenching his fists in anger, damn Orochimaru, how dare you? Orochimaru, I introduced them, the 3rd Reikage, and the other is Percy, Luke, son of Hermes, the true lightning thief. Luke, with a smile, hello Percy. Orochimaru, wow, they already know each other, that makes it easier, and now placing some kunais with seals on them, but only managing to do it on the Senju brothers. But how? Luke, do you really think you can control a demigod? Even if I'm dead, I'm a superior being to you, so you better not even try it again. 3rd Reikage, in my case, I won't let you control me, but I will still fight since I want to see how strong you 2 have become, seeing your children. Orochimaru, well, at least I tried, but now let's see how the fights will be. Hiruzen, Seeing his companions, do you think we can beat them? Percy, if it were only against the Hokages, yes. But with Luke here, only a demigod can face him, so I can face him. Not to mention that only a very strong person can stand up to my father, and I'm afraid to say that not even B and I together can fight him. Hiruzen, this is getting tough, and is it just me or is it getting really hot? Annabeth, heat, did you say? But it's not even summer. Percy, he's right, it's stiflingly hot, and it doesn't seem normal. Orochimaru, this heat, where does it come from? Luke, scared Hichi, said, no, it can't be, he can't be here. Third Reikage, who are you referring to? Luke, from a person who earned the fear and respect of some gods. A man rumored to be able to match Typhon himself, that man is. At that a great flash shot out towards the cube, which was completely destroyed, surprising Orochimaru and others, and when the flash dissipated, 3 silhouettes were shown which generated a great air pressure, leaving everyone surprised. When the silhouettes began to be seen, they were surprised by what they saw. They were a Naruto with his combat suit, a Gaara with a Myrmidon armor, and a Kinfos without his bandages, showing his eyes for the first time in many years. Naruto, holding his trident tightly, it's time to kick ass. Databeo, Gaara, I haven't heard you say that in a long time, it means you're excited. Kinfos, releasing a great pressure of hot air while it began to grow in size and musculature, I hope it is interesting. Third Reikage, staring at the sun. Demigod, who are you? For some reason you emanate a different aura. Kinfos, approaching slowly, wow, this is something I didn't expect. So this is the famous Edo Tensei that Shursui mentioned. Wow, what an absurd technique. Well, at least I can have a good warm-up. Third Reikage, you act very proud of yourself. Tell me, aren't you worried about my presence? It's like you don't know who I am? Kinfos, of course not. Why would I be worried about someone who is not at my level? He only makes me feel sorry for him. Besides, I know perfectly well who you are. The Third Reikage, the man who fought against 1,000 ninjas for 3 days and 3 nights straight and who only died from exhaustion. This will be an interesting fight. Reikage, I'm surprised you praise me, even though you sound very proud. Kinfos, standing in front of the Reikage, I am proud, because I have the power to back it up. I am the Prince of the Sun, the Seer of the Firmament. You can call me, Your Majesty. Kinfs fights on another level, the heir of the sun with a clean hand. Everyone was surprised and could barely move due to the pressure exerted by the Third Reikage and Kinfos. The Kages and the demigods saw this with several drops of sweat due to the great heat that flooded the place. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and his allies were aware of the events, while the revived Reikage and the demigod just continued to stare at each other. Luke, looking at Orochimaru, why didn't you tell me that a son of Apollo was here? I thought it was only Percy and his younger brother. I never expected him. This is really bad. Kabuto, what do you mean? Luke, that guy seeing Kinfos is very strong, so much so that he has already caught the attention of several gods, among them the 12 main Olympians, one of them his father Apollo and his grandfather Zeus. So much so that it was said that he would be one of the closest to replacing his father when he decides to retire from Olympus. This is very complicated. Raza. But no matter how strong that boy is, after all, the Third Reikage is much stronger than any other shinobi. Luke, what part of? Successor to the Sun God. Did you not understand? Kinfos has never lost a single fight or met anyone who could stand up to him. With Naruto and the others, Naruto, neither of them starts fighting, they just stand there staring at each other. Zoe, it's obvious, Kinfos wants to see if the Third Reikage is someone worthy. But it's not good to trust my father, he hasn't lost any fight either. Naruto, don't worry, Godfather, Kinfos and I will be able to finish this with Taiyang. Percy, you're wrong, brother, Kinfos doesn't carry his weapon. Gaara, how do you know? Zoe, it's simple, she doesn't wear her ring where she keeps Taiyang, which means she'll fight only with her fists. Naruto, that's impossible, seriously, Kinfos and I plans to fight like that. Even when he fought against the giants he used it. Why not now? It's simple, because when I fight against giants I don't use it either. Gaara and the demigods, AAA Apollo-sama. Apollo, looks like I'm on time. Naruto, what are you doing here? I thought the gods couldn't intervene in mortal affairs. Apollo, and you're right, but I won't intervene. I just want to see my son fight. Zoe, since it is mentioned that when I fight against the giants I do not use Taiyang either, I clearly saw that I summoned her to fight. Apollo, that's true. But when you left the truth came out. Narration of Apollo. Kinfos, Taeyang's shifting spear formed 4 double swords seeing the giants. Shall we begin? Giant, you are just a simple demigod. You will not be able to fight us. Kinfos, do you really believe it? Making his swords shine, turning them into a golden ring dash. Well, it's time to start this. Giant, but what? You don't carry your weapons seriously, so you plan to confront us. Kinfos, I don't need my weapon to defeat them. I only need my fists. Giant, annoyed, don't think you're too much. Damn brat, all of you kill them. Kinfos, Chiyu style, sword form, Emperor Swallow cut leaping towards the giants. In the image, pretended is in sword form. At that, Kinfos just slid his arm in a cut, and from one moment to the next the heads of all the giants were cut off and caught on fire, disintegrating. Kinfos again. Just in one blow. I wouldn't count on that. Kinfos, who are you? I am known by many names, but you can call me Atlas. Kinfos, the son of one of the titans is not like that. You are Atlas, the son of the titan Iapetus. Atlas. It's true, and I'm surprised at how strong you are, but now it's your turn to die. Kinfos, why are you here? As far as I remember, only Cronus appeared, and it's never known if the others escaped. Besides, Zeus condemned you to bear the weight of the world. You should be serving your sentence. Atlas, that's true, but let's just say some monsters escaped and freed me, while we're waiting for the Olympians to be defeated so the Titans can rule again. Kinfos, don't think I'm going to allow it. Die or return to your job, your choice? Hi. So let's fight, show me your power, demigod. At that point, both of them launched into a fight, but surprisingly, Atlas had the advantage since he possessed more power than Kinfos, which, despite dodging his attacks, the Titan could be at the same level as the demigod without problems. Atlas, wow, that's interesting. No one has ever fought me, apart from Zeus, and you are the first of all after a long time. You really are very strong, boy. Kinfos, I say the same, you really are someone very strong, which is what I expected from the son of a renowned Titan, but I still haven't given up spitting out a little blood. Atlas, this is what an opponent should be like. Come and face me, Prince of the Sun, leaping over Kinfos. Kinfos, if you want me to be serious, I will. Atlas placing himself in a combat stance, Chiyu style, halberd form, white tiger upward kick. Thus began a fight where the demigod and the son of the Titan, the one condemned to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, gave no quarter. The blows went back and forth for both, and neither gave any respite in any way. They reached such a point that the fight lasted until noon, without knowing that this would seal the fate for Atlas. Atlas, looking at the sky midday is not majestic. Seeing the sun at its highest point is something magnificent. Kinfos, with a slight smile, did you say noon? Well, that's a shame since this means your defeat. Atlas, what are you saying? In that he saw how Kinfos' body was covered by a flaming aura, while several marks appeared on his body and on his chest was printed the symbol of his father, the sun. Kinfos, with a big smile, it's over, Atlas. Atlas, but what? Kinfos, with a large sun on the tip of his finger, take this cruel sun arrow, launching the attack towards Atlas. Atlas, curse, disappearing from existence. Kinfos, without half of his suit and making a victory pose, you were a great opponent, Atlas. I will always admire you. I will never forget our meeting. End of flashback. Apollo, from that day on, I witnessed the power of Kinfos, and I knew that a great destiny lay ahead for him, and we called that state Hyperion Solaris, a state of absolute power, unique to the descendants of the sun. Naruto, impressed, amazing, that means Kinfos NI hasn't shown his full power. Gaara, it means that he was able to easily defeat Shursui NI very easily. Hiruzen, the young Kinfos surprises me more and more. Anoki, well, we just have to see how the fight develops, with Orochimaru and the others. Luke, finishing telling the same thing about Apollo, and from that day on I knew that Kinfos is someone invincible. Orochimaru, surprised and thinking, Kukukuku, forget Naruto-kun and Shursui-kun, that boy is the only thing I need. Raza, I can't believe there are such powerful people. Kabuto, Orochimaru-sama, look, in the fight between the demigod and the Raikage, staring at Kinfos, just by looking at you I know you're strong, but you're still a kid. Kinfos, with a smile, you're right, I'm a kid, but I'll be a kid who will beat you. Raikage, jajajajajajajajaja, I've never heard someone with so much arrogance. Jajajajajajaja. Kinfos, ha 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 ha, giving him a strong blow, cutting him in half. That's what pride is all about, old man. Everyone was surprised by what the demigod did, since with just a movement of his hand he managed to split the third Raikage in two, but he began to join together, as if nothing had happened. Raikage, that was surprising, but remember I'm a resurrected, you can't finish me off that easily. Kinfos, I know that, otherwise this wouldn't be fun. Raikage, you sound like you've been holding back on purpose, you're too arrogant kid, but I see you have the power to back it up. But now being covered in lightning it's time for me to show my power. Kinfos, please make it interesting taking a combat stance. I would be very disappointed if you made it easy for me. Raikage, how proud you are, boy. Well, it's time to start this launching towards Kinfos. Kinfos, Chiyu style halberd form, white tiger bow giving a powerful kick to the third Raikage. Third Raikage, with his lightning armor a Nookite finger launching his attack blocking Kinfos' kick. Kinfos, but what I see, he stopped my attack with his chakra-covered finger. How interesting, but now it's time to stop playing games. Third Raikage, behind him don't get distracted four fingers Nookite. Kinfos, but what receiving the attack head-on and barely blocking with his palm. Third Raikage, I thought that would have been more than enough, but I see you managed to block it. Kinfos, seeing the palm of his hand with a burn from which blood was coming out I see why I felt a little itch. I really am amazing. Third Raikage, ha 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 ha, but how funny and proud can you be, kid? I want you to repeat it to me. What is your name? Kinfos, I am the demigod Kinfos, son of Apollo. Please engrave this in your memory making a small sun now, because I am a great adversary. I will respond to your will as the Prince of the Sun, but do not think that it will be a merciful death. Third Raikage, how amazing, you are an amazing brat. But if you use too much power you will end up hurting the people behind you or worse. Kinfos, Hiruzen, could you confirm if there is a lake outside of Konoha? Hiruzen, confused yes, why? Percy, a little annoyed and if that's the case, at this rate you'll make us fried chicken, with the Kages. Tobirama, who would have thought they surpassed your will to fire? Walking Bush, Hashirama, I see that, in the fight. Kinfos, I understand moving his hand forward, sending the third Raikage flying. Well, it's time to continue. I'll leave the rest to you taking a great leap. After jumping, everyone saw them from a distance, an act that Kabuto took advantage of to throw himself at Naruto with his chakra scalpels, which the demigod blocked with his shield, while Gaara received his father with his shield and Luke with Percy began a sword duel where the eldest son of Poseidon maintained his superiority. In addition, the revived Kages faced the Kages present and the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. Kabuto, I'll knock you out so your body belongs to Orochimaru-sama. Naruto, as if he were going to go with the snake of dubious sexual tastes, dodging the slashes of the scalpels and counterattacking with his trident. Kabuto, tisk tracing hand seals Doton, Doriyuso. Naruto, predictable moving his arm and breaking a nearby water tank to stop the jutsu. Tobirama, hey, his handling of water is natural and better than mine, admiring him and somewhat jealous. Hiruzen, sensei, don't be distracted. Katan Gokaku no Jutsu. Tobirama, Suetun, Sunjeki. Hashirama was fighting against A with his lightning armor and B in Biju mode, while Anoki helped Hiruzen with his Jintun. Orochimaru, the fight is quite incredible I must admit. Annabeth, oh no, pedophile snake, you're not leaving drawing her sword. Orochimaru, Kukuku, but she's Athena's daughter. Kukuku, and then an arrow hits him in the shoulder. Arg. Oh yes, she's none other than the captain of the Hunters of Artemis. So both demigoddesses began to fight with the traitor Sannin while Luke and Percy equalized their fight. Percy, for a dead Luke, you're not doing too bad. Luke, and for having beaten Ares and Hyperion you're getting rusty. Percy, with Gaara. Raza, you're coming back whether you like it or not. Gaara, and who the hell are you to tell me what to do or not? Raza, I'm your father. Period. Gaara, oh, but what a great father. Tell me, if you are such a father, why did you banish me? Raza, destabilize yourself and unleash the power of the Ichibi. Gaara, so that's what I am to you, a weapon. Raza, clear. Gaara then hit his face with his shield to continue hitting him with his bare fists, using a Muay Thai much more aggressive than the one used in the exams, after removing it and lowering his spear, to finish him off and break his jaw with an uppercut, and giving him a Leonidas of Sparta-style kick breaking his ribcage, that made the Suna ninjas present take their leader and leave, knowing that it was a very bad idea. With Naruto, Kabuto continued sending earth and wind jutsus, but none of them hit Naruto because he used water to his advantage, so that already tired of this he used his hydrokinesis and enclosed Kabuto in a sphere of water, to open it and let Kabuto fall very exhausted, all being seen by Percy and Luke, who remembered their first confrontation before returning the lightning to Zeus. Luke, so you showed it to him. Percy, me? What reminds you of the first time I kicked your ass? Luke, a long time ago, before the one I saw as a friend turned his back on me. Percy, what are you talking about? We never turned our backs on you. Luke, what? Percy, you died before the arrival of the gods to fight Typhon. Your father suffered, I did, since Tyson also died there. Grover, Annabeth, Talia, Nico, several of us suffered your death, and we remember you as a hero despite having stolen the lightning bolt and almost eliminating humanity in that war between Zeus and Poseidon. Do you think we forgot you? Do you really think so? The camp has a statue of you. At that moment Luke stopped his sword, while he let Percy approach. Percy, we never turned our backs on you, and we always remember you as a friend. While this was happening, the selected team was arriving at the Uzumaki district where, thanks to Lee's quick action, they managed to repel all attempts to enter the place. The curious thing was that those who did so were not invading ninjas but a kind of Anbus with a strange kanji for them. With the Kages. B. Oh yeah brother. A. It's not time for your bucking rhymes, B. Hashirama. I'll keep telling them when to attack because that guy won't let me not do it. At that moment a large wave attacked him, Naruto being the owner of it, to jump to the side dodging a water dragon from Tobirama. Anoki and Hiruzen, watch out. Hiruzen, this won't stop. Anoki, if we don't stop that pedophile. Naruto, I'm going against him, seeing how his sister-in-law and teacher were fighting the snake. Orochimaru, Kakuku the huntress and demigoddess can't beat me, while he made an effort to stay, because the huntress wounded him several times, forcing him to change his skin, exhausting his chakra. I think it's time to take it out, taking out the Kusanagi through his mouth. Naruto, Orochimaru connecting his sword against the Kusanagi. That caused the demigod and the Sannin to have a sword and shield versus katana duel. The clash of the metal of both weapons and the shield was felt throughout the stadium. Orochimaru, you're not doing bad. Naruto-kun Kakuku piercing the shield, but your shield is no longer useful. Kakuku. Naruto, you're not doing bad either, and I don't have just one trick. Unsheathing his second sword, I'll make you pay for everything. Orochimaru, even if you did, Kakuku, your time in the village is numbered. Kakuku. That surprised the demigod, but it didn't matter. He would leave it for later, managing to bury a sword in the Sannin's belly, forcing him to use the last skin change. Orochimaru, who do you think you are? Panting and annoyed, I am the Sannin of the snakes. Orochimaru. Naruto, and I forming a water trident am Naruto, the son of Poseidon, throwing the weapon. The trident took Orochimaru by surprise, who was stuck between its spaces without suffering any injuries, but by force he was thrown into a lake near Nami. The Edo Tensei began to fade while Luke and Percy greeted each other by shaking hands. So the sound people took Kabuto and left. Hiruzen finished tired. Naruto, I think so, Grandpa, although I have a bad feeling, he thought the last thing. With the third Raikage and Kinfos, a few moments ago. Third Raikage, while suspended in the air. Kinfos, standing on a sun staring at the Raikage. Whether I told you or not, your death would not be easy. Rising sun launching his technique towards the Raikage, crashing him into the lake. Equinox flare squeezing his hand. At that, a great explosion was heard throughout Konoha, and then a great current of hot air was felt throughout Konoha. Ninja Academy. Inari, feeling the presence of her brother Kinfo's and Irika, is something wrong, Inari? Gear, Kinfo's presence continues to increase, thinking, Kinfo's, please take care of yourself. With the demigod and the Raikage. Kinfo's, walking slowly towards the Raikage. Raikage, regenerating. I must say you are very strong, boy, but this ends now. Activating his lightning armor again. Kinfo's, with a sun in his palm, is the only thing we can agree on. Raikage, launching towards Kinfo's four Nookite fingers. Black lightning. Kinfo's, blocking the attack, but the lightning exploded in front of the demigod. Raikage, my black lightning managed to hurt you, which means you are vulnerable to lightning. Even if you have that monstrous power, you won't be able to last long like that. You know what that means, KYNFOS. At the academy, Inari, looking towards where Kinfo's was brother. Ninja Ado, die brat. Gear, killing Asuna ninja. Inari, be careful. Inari, thinking, no, I can't die. I promised my older brother that I would be strong, because I am the brother of the Prince of the Sun, releasing a golden aura. Ninja Auto. But what being split in half? Inari. With golden eyes and sun pupil changing spear Taiyang form 1, spear, gear. Surprise has awakened his power as a demigod. But why does he emit an aura similar to that of Kinfo's? Inari. Free yourself. Hyperion Solaris taking a well-known pose. I am Inari, brother of Kinfo's and son of Apollo. And I swear that I will defeat them, throwing himself against several ninjas from Oto and Suna, with the third Raikage, smiling it's over, receiving a deep cut on the chest. But what? Kinfo's. Increasing his size and musculature. You say that I am vulnerable to lightning, and whoever decided it, you say that my power has weakened, and whoever decided it while the sun he had increased in size and was covered by lightning. Raikage, thinking scared, who is this damn brat? It seems he absorbed my electricity, and his power has increased even more than before. Kinfo's now returns to Hades' territory. Cruel sun with a serious look. I am the only one who decides shine. Raikage, for the first time in his life, scared. At that moment Kinfo's launched the attack, hitting the Raikage directly, causing him to fly away while being consumed by lightning and fire, leaving a trail of smoke and ashes. Raikage, Kinfo was disappearing and undoing the Edo Tensei. Kinfo's, sighing, now I must return to Konoha. Well, I would like to, but it's been a long time since I used that amount of power. It would be best to stay here for a while, looking towards some trees. It's better if you leave. I know they're there. Akatsuki. At that, two silhouettes came out that had a cone hat, with black robes with red clouds. One was a young man with light skin, black hair, and the most notable thing was his blood-red eyes with 3 tomos in each one, implying that he was a member of the Uchiha clan, and the other was a man with light blue skin with strong blue spiky hair, with a smile with sharp teeth and similarities to those of a shark, and on his back he had a sword covered in bandages. Kinfo's, you must be the so-called Akatsuki, Kisame from the Mist Village, and Itachi Uchiha from the Leaf Village. Itachi, staring at Kinfo's. Kinfo's, doing the same as Itachi. You don't scare me, Uchiha. According to Shursui you are strong, but you are not at my level, either you nor your partner. Kisame, hee, what great power you have. It will be interesting to fight against you. Taking out his sword, my Samahata wants to test your power. Itachi, looking at Tiburansen. Kisame, don't even think about it. If you face him you will die immediately. Kinfo's, I see that your eyes are useful. Well, I know what you came for, and I tell you that you are wasting your time. The Ninetails and the One-Tails are not here. They are in a place so far away that it would take centuries to find them, even with the help of the supposed god Pain. Itachi, that's not why we came. Seeing Kinfo's, I want to warn you about something, besides asking you a favor. Kinfo's, seriously, tell me. Itachi, I want you to take care of Sasuke and Shursui, since there will be a coup against Konoha, so I ask you to take care of them. Kinfo's, calm down. I promise, they will be fine. And I ask you to keep me informed of the movements of Akatsuki and Konoha. I doubt that whoever takes command will not ally themselves with their supposed god. And Kisame, seeing the shark man, if you help him I promise that you will have a fight with him afterwards. Kisame, it's okay. If we fight after that, that's fine. Itachi, well, it's time to go. Please take care of them. Kinfo's, before you go, take this, giving him a bottle of liquid. This medicine will cure your illness, so don't worry, you'll be able to see your brother again later. Itachi, with a small smile, thanks, disappearing with Kisame. Kinfo's, a coup, but who? While his eyes shone, Kinfo's whines, with Hiruzen's death, I name myself the new Hokage, and now we will kill those who stand in my way, starting with those stupid clans that support the witch boy. Civilian counselors, yes, Hokage-sama, let's kill the traitors. Naruto, it's time to escape. Everyone to the Uzumaki compound. Civilians, death to the witch child and the traitors. End of the vision. Kinfo's, thinking this is bad. I must keep up with Hiruzen and the trustworthy Jounins. I'm sorry, Naruto, but Hiruzen's fate has been sealed. He will die no matter what you try. Besides, it is what the old man wants. Overcoming his death will be one of your missions to become strong. Looking towards Konoha, I must go now, disappearing in a whirlwind of fire. In search of Tsunade, prelude to the fall of Konoha. We find ourselves in the Kage's box in the Konoha Stadium after the end of the invasion of Suna and the Sound Village to Konoha. in which all the invaders have been defeated and the Sandaime taking Raza with the help of Gaara, who thanks to some Anbus could not escape far, while his shinobi held him on the verge of unconsciousness, with a fractured jaw and several broken ribs, courtesy of Gaara. Hiruzen, I should take it to Ibiki, but, Gaara, he did it for me, since in his eyes I am a bucking weapon, not his son, he said with great pain. Naruto, brother, putting an arm on his shoulder. A. Even I know that even a Jinchuriki is a human being and not a weapon. B. That's right, brother. At that moment a whirlwind of fire would appear between them, showing kinfoes that something serious was coming. Hiruzen, at least this is over. Kinfoes, I must speak with you in private. Hiruzen, of course. At that moment an Anbu would appear requesting his presence since the council had met. Anbu, Sandaime-sama, the council requests your presence. Hiruzen, what do these vultures want now? That was the collective cry that each clan leader and the Sandaime launched into the air without fear. And Inoki for some strange reason felt deep condolences, although Inoki was struck by how it was possible for civilians to have more power than the Hokage himself. We'll accompany you, Hiruzen. Inoki, I must see this. At that moment a Soma would appear, reporting that the daimyo himself had arrived and was on his way to the council room. Hiruzen, well, Naruto-kun, prepare yourself because you will finally receive your position as clan leader. Naruto, of course. Thus the group, saving Hiruzen and kinfoes, retreated to the Uzumaki district. Hiruzen, so what happens? Kinfoes, it's hard to tell you, but do you remember who my father is? Hiruzen, of course, the sun god Apollo. Kinfoes, in fact, it is not the only domain of my father the sun. My father is known as the god of medicine, the bow, music, art, plagues, youth, and above all prophecy. Hiruzen, so I guess that ability that your father inherited from you, kinfoes, is seeing the future for a brief moment. Hiruzen, I'll stop you there. If I were to die, it's my decision to do so. Naruto needs him with Konohamaru to be closer to each other. In addition to maturing, my destiny is already marked. If I have to die, I will do it. Kinfoes, in that case, I suggest that after meeting with the council, gather everyone we trust except Percy and Naruto at the Uzumaki mansion, because something is coming. Hiruzen, okay. Kinfoes, I'll go with him, then I'll go check on my little brother, who must be resting at the mansion. So both headed to the council meeting room, where everyone was already present besides Naruto and the Kages, plus the relevant shinobi. The one who stood out the most was Naruto, because in that half hour that Hiruzen arrived he managed to send a clone while the original was preparing to be in the meeting. His clothing was strange for those present, but for several kunoichi it was like seeing an Adonis in front of them. He was dressed like a Greek, something rare in a continent where the majority were shinobis or samurai. Even the daimyo who was present was amazed to see a dress like that. Naruto in thoughts, it's a good thing I didn't put on the clothes Apollo gave me, otherwise I would already be running to protect myself because I feel like they want to grape me. Hiruzen, well, we're all gathered, aren't we? Hamura, that's right. Hokage-sama forcing it, since in the presence of the daimyo he must treat his leader with respect. Jiraiya, since we owe this, if it is not a bother, looking at Naruto, confirming that he is the child of the prophecy. Danzo, it is used to designate someone who takes Hiruzen's mantle, because although he still maintains his strength to be able to fight, in the invasion it was noticed that old age is taking its toll on his body. He is no longer the young Hokage he once was. Daimyo, that's true, that's why I'm here. Besides being possible, I had thought about selecting Jiraiya as Godame Hokage. Jiraiya, with all due respect, I can't. I have to maintain a spy network, and it would be difficult for me to be there. So I propose. He was going to plead for Danzo, but his sensei spoke first. Hiruzen, I propose Tsunade Senju. All civilians, he's not in Konoha, and that drunk doesn't deserve him. Daimyo, that's perfect, in that case we'll send a team for her. Hiruzen, of course, Daimyo Dano. I would also like to make this official before you. Naruto-kun, please. Naruto, yes, Sandaime-sama. Hiruzen, as Hokage of the Leaf, in view of your valor during the invasion, I grant you the rank of Jounin, in addition to giving you and revealing to Daimyo Dano that you are the new leader of the Uzumaki clan, and heir of Minato-kun. Daimyo, oh, if that's the case, then I accept the nomination, so Naruto-san takes the seat that belongs to him as clan leader. Naruto, as ordered. That greatly annoyed the civilians and the three mummies of the council, while Jiraiya thought that was something normal, because it was going to happen. Hiruzen, I would also like to ask the 12 rookies, with the exception of Sakura Haruno, due to her lack of help in the invasion itself, as well as Garakuen, to officially appoint them as Chunins. Mabuki, Sandaime-sama, what is that due to? Hiruzen, it is due to several things, and about his daughter Sakura, and the performance during the exam, and during the invasion has been insufficient, added to the fact that she has been seen falsifying or trying to do that with mission reports with Kakashi Hatake, Jounin Sensei of Team 7, something that they have not achieved. Daimyo, granted the promotions, and knowing that, I end the meeting. Everyone would withdraw while Hiruzen sent a message to the Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara and Aburame clans, to meet at the Uzumaki mansion, leaving the civil leaders and the 3 elders alone in the council. Hamura, this is getting out of hand. Koharu, that's right, the witch boy is foiling our plans with help. Danzo, what to do? Civilian Leader 1, it's obvious, we must kill him, take over his accounts or force him to be our weapon. Civil 2, it is unproductive, the people themselves will support it. Civilian 3, we'll eliminate those insubordinates and that's it. Civilian 4, it is true we must eliminate them, even their supporters, no matter if they are clan heirs or shinobi, for the sake of Konoha they must die. Hamura, it's decided, we will take power by force. All Danzo YSSSSS at the Uzumaki mansion. Both brothers can be seen preparing to leave as they would go in search of the slug Sanin Tsunade Senju, to become the Godame Hokage of the Leaf Village. Jiraiya the Gama Sanin would join this mission at the request of a civil leader, while as a precaution Percy asked his girlfriend Annabeth Chase to accompany him, and Naruto. Percy, Naruto, are you ready? Naruto, yes and I-san. Annabeth, sure? Naruto, of course Nei-san. Percy, in that case we should go with that 4th-rate pervert to look for her. By the way, are you going like that little brother? Naruto, yes, I don't see anything wrong with it, keeping his sword at his side and the bow in his arrow holder. Annabeth, I'm sure he sees one of his girls. Naruto, I only have eyes for my Ino-chan, not for others and in thoughts, although I would also like to be with Hinata. Ino, are you leaving without saying goodbye? Naruto, no, never. Ino-chan giving her a tender kiss on her lips. Ino only reciprocated the kiss. Percy only took his little brother. Percy, come on Romeo, we're running late, getting a scolding from Annabeth for interrupting her little brother's moment. So they headed to the gates of Konoha, where they set out with Jiraiya to look for Tsunade, while 2 members of a fearsome group of black robes and red clouds followed them. While this was happening on the mission, an important meeting was taking place at the Uzumaki mansion, since the Sandaime had summoned them there due to the potential imminent dangers that were coming. In addition to the security that existed, Naruto, with his high Fuinjutsu, had managed to prevent Anbus from infiltrating the place with barriers. Kinfos, seeing Hiruzen, who nodded, the trusted Jounin Sensei, plus Anko and Yugao, Hate and Ginma, Iruka and some clan leaders Tuchi and Ayam, among others. Well, since neither Naruto nor Percy are here, it is time to start this secret meeting. Hiruzen, what's wrong, young Kinfos? Kinfos, I'll be direct. Being the son of Apollo, my eyes allow me to see everything in the world, even the future, and something has left me intrigued. What I saw is that there will be a coup by the civilians in the village, and you Sandaime-san will die. Everyone surprised. How? Preparing to avoid it. Kinfos, that's right, you will die during the coup d'etat, so we have to come up with a plan. I suggest that those who support Naruto go to Yuzu. For your safety, you could ask Hermes and Hephaestus for help, to restore you quickly, and you could go there, while I and the others take Naruto and his friends out of the shinobi continent to be safe. Hiruzen, if what he says is true, I believe it is the best option, not for me since I have made the decision to fulfill that vision. Everyone in favor? All yes. Sandaime. Are you sure, Hiruzen? Anoki, it's not that I'm worried, but a move like that is high treason to a leader. Shinobi villages are a military dictatorship. Hiruzen, I know, but that's why I made my decision. Asuma, you know how Konohamaru and Naruto will be, right? You'll destroy them emotionally. Hiruzen, I know, but a while ago I had a vision. I should have died in the invasion, but that didn't happen, and my death will help them mature. There's no point in continuing to insist. Kinfos, in that case I will talk to you 2 later, pointing to Inoki and who nodded. Hiruzen, well, it's better to prepare ourselves. We're leaving. Young Kinfos leaving with the shinobi, leaving only Shursui and Kinfos. Kinfos, Shursui, when this is over I'll take Inari and Gear to the camp. Shursui, why? Kinfos, I have a trip to make. Sure sway, what kind of trip? Kinfos, during my stay with the monks, I managed to complete the physical training, but I was missing the spiritual. It was then that I began to meditate, but as I did not finish it, I decided to meditate during my stay at the camp. But the time has come for my final test. For what is approaching, I need to complete this training. I must complete the 8th consciousness enlightenment. That point at which Buddha managed to ascend to the heavens. Sure sway, speechless. The enlightenment? Don't you think that with your current power it would be enough? Kinfos, it could be. But when I spoke with Itachi about Akatsuki, I saw a third presence there, and it emanated something similar to his divine one. And from the legends of the monastery, if what I think is correct, the enlightenment and the 8th consciousness could help us avoid deaths. Sure sway, understanding, I understand. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. How long do you think it will take? Kinfos, 2 to 3 years without interruption. That's why I need you to take care of and train Inari, since he just woke up the eyes of the Emperor and the Hyperion Solaris. In my father's house there are books that will help you train him. Okay, sure sway, okay, leave the rest to me. Kinfos, thank you, friend. Sure sway, now you found Itachi. Who told you? Kinfos, just protect Sasuke. Sure sway, I understand. So everyone went to prepare for an eventual exodus to leave Konoha. Hinata and Niji managed to go to the Hyuga district and were surprised to see Hayashi talk to Hamura and Koharu, managing to hear that the Hyuga clan would support them. This was something that both would never forgive, so they chose to take Hanabi and escape to the Uzumaki district, where thanks to Naruto and his seals, they would be protected. And more so when the entire Hyuga council knew that Niji no longer possessed the caged bird seal, which thanks to the blonde, was removed so that without them realizing it, Niji was able to deceive several with a henge. Dark times were coming to Konoha and the elemental nations. Meeting with Akatsuki. After Naruto, Percy and Annabeth left with Jiraiya in search of Tsunade Senju to be the Godame Hokage, we can see 2 hooded figures in black trench coats with red clouds entering the Leaf Village. They were not noticed by anyone. The 2 advanced without problems until they reached a cafeteria where dangos and tea were sold. The 3 sat down and prepared to order a small snack. Man with shark features. Do you think the Jinchuriki is here? Black-haired. It must have come out. Shark man? Do you really think the guy will keep his word about you know what? Black-haired. I don't know. I just hope so. I don't want to lose him. He's the only family I have left. All this was seen by a black-haired man, a man with eyebrows and a woman with red eyes who were at the table in front of us. Sure sway, it's them. Guy. And what will you do? Sure sway. Talk to them privately. The browed man and the red-eyed woman cleared the place, and when the hooded men were about to leave, Sure sway, hey, are you leaving without saying goodbye, Itachi? That's offensive. Itachi, Sure sway? What are you doing here? Sure sway, don't you know how to make a certain blonde fulfill his promise to an old man before returning to our home? Itachi, I see. Sure sway, and if it's for your little brother, I'm going to take him. Itachi, the guy who emanated fire talked to you, right? Sure sway, I was going to do it anyway. Naruto promised to do it after sweeping away that hatred against you. Itachi was going to answer, but about 6 Anbus with root kanji jumped out. Anbu, Kisame renegade of Kirigakure, the tailless Biju, Itachi Uchiha of Konoha, by orders of Danzo-sama must accompany us. Sure sway, go. Guy, we'll give them time. Thus a fight broke out where the Anbus were killed by Kurenai, Guy and Sure sway, while the 2 Akatsukis retreated, so that Asuma and Irika appeared while the 3 burned their bodies to leave no evidence. Asuma, Danzo, Kurenai, the mummy? Well, I do send these soulless people. Sure sway, I have a bad feeling. So they proceeded to head to the Uzumaki mansion because there was a bad vibe, while a silver-haired man looked at them with some seriousness. With the travelers, Jiraiya and his companions were walking towards another town, because the day they left they arrived at a town near Konoha, looking for Tsunade. But they did not find her in that town, but as the search lasted almost all day, they left in the afternoon, and on the way the night caught up with them. So Naruto and Percy set up camp while Naruto read one of the books that Athena left him, author Plato, The Allegory of the Cave, while Percy and Annabeth were preparing a campfire, and the good Sanin spying on hot springs that are nearby. After resting the night, in the morning they were arriving at the town. Entering through the doors they went first to a food place. After finishing their breakfast, They paid and left the place. Then they began to look for clues about Tsunade throughout the town, which they did not find, so they decided to wait in the hotel they got and more when a couple wanted action. While Naruto, thanks to silent seals, soundproofed the room of his brother and sister-in-law, and he continued with his reading. The salmon in the hot springs. But something unexpected happened in Naruto's room. Naruto, let's see what to read. I'm already bored of Plato. Who should I read? The door would start to be knocked on. Naruto, what do they have against the peace of a good reader and thinking? Studying with the owl of Athena brain made her habit stick to me. Naruto would open the door and find someone who had taken care of him as a child and a guy dressed as a shark. Naruto, Itachi-nisan? Itachi. Hello Naruto, he said with some feigned coldness. Kisame, stop for a moment. What's going on here? Itachi. I took care of him as a child from the beatings of the villagers, although they never revealed his condition. Naruto, are you looking for the Kyuubi? Well, that's bad for you, because I released it and I don't have it sealed. Kisame, how did you do that without dying? Naruto, I'm an Uzumaki. Itachi in thoughts, besides being a demigod. Kisame, too bad I wanted a fight. Naruto, oh. At that moment Jiraiya would arrive. Jiraiya, I'm here. Akatsuki seriously. Itachi, and we better go. Naruto, lucky us. We need a referee. Hey Tiburonson. Kisame, I'm Kisame Gaki. Naruto, steel versus steel. Some fun after a fall you say? Jiraiya, are you crazy? Gaki are Akatsuki. Naruto, and you're here to prevent any stupidity, so a fight wouldn't be bad. Taking out his sword, spear and shield. What are you saying? Kisame. Kisame, I hope you know how to use it. Boy somewhat excited. Itachi, I have nothing to lose and in thoughts. Let's see if what I was told about you is true. Since you are compared to Achilles and according to the books Shursui sent about him, he was one of the best Greek warriors. Outside the hotel. Jiraiya, I don't know how I agreed to be the referee of this. The rules are simple. The first one to fall loses. No killing, no jutsus. Begin. Kisame, will you say something? Taking out the Samahata. Naruto, yes, I have it. Itachi, why would they say something stupid? Naruto and Kisame, he who falls is a faggot, clashing sword and shield as they threw themselves. The collision between the two made Jiraiya fall. Itachi tried his best not to laugh while Percy left disheveled with Annabeth limping, and seeing this, and hearing what happened, he just shook his head at his brother's childish attitude. After the clash, Naruto ran in a zigzag pattern to strike with the tip of his spear, while Kisame dodged to push him away with a Samahata slash in the air. Naruto stepped back without damage to throw himself and jump, giving a thrust from above that Kisame blocked with his sword. This disconcerted the blonde, who took advantage of the fact that the Akatsuki launched himself, giving slashes that the boy dodged, to block with his shield and strike with the tip of the spear, an act that the Akatsuki shark took advantage of to break it. Kisame, not bad brat, this is being fun. Naruto, same here, drawing his sword. Itachi, his dexterity is surprising as is his ability. Percy, he gets compared to Achilles a lot. Jiraiya, that's a legendary warrior. Surprised. Annabeth, that's Gama-sanin. Jiraiya, if you compare him, he must be good, and he's only a 14 to 15-year-old boy. If his ability grows, he would be a monster in combat, he thought. This was unknowingly seen from limbo by a being with Godutamas. Hagoromo, interesting, your transmigration Ashura is a demigod son of Poseidon. This complicates my plans for you to defeat my mother. I will have to influence Indra, but in the meantime I will plan my movements. This was seen from Olympus by Apollo and from Konoha by Kinphos, who warned the Uchiha, revealing what was known of Indra and Ashura, Hagoromo, and a truth of Kagaya, and a pact that the rabbit goddess was willing to make with them. After arriving and not finding the gods of this place, she would occupy that position. While the Olympians kept the rest of the world, she would govern the elemental nations, which bothered Hagoromo, who wanted to impart his discoveries throughout the world, even bring them the chakra, which could not be after the sealing of Kagaya, and revealed to the rest of the continents more advanced than the elemental nations, and in order to protect them he devised the barrier that hides them. Back in the fight, Kisame and Naruto began to clash steel against steel. While the others saw how Kisame was overwhelmed by the skill and ability of the blonde, when they separated from a clash, Naruto placed his arm with the shield on the back of his neck. Naruto began to stab, cut and stab, which the Akatsuki found difficult to block, receiving cuts on his body, while in a stroke of luck Naruto connects an elbow to the guy's face. Kisame, you're good, I've never felt this emotion. Naruto, you're not doing anything wrong. Both resumed the fight, causing Naruto's toga to break with a samahata slash, causing Naruto to take it off, leaving his toned body in view. Author's note, use it as a reference. Without tattoos and eyes as blue as the sea, without the armor but what remains of toga, end of note. Soon the women of the place began to gather around and drool from their mouths, which Jiraiya took advantage of for his Ika series. Annabeth, this one is already using his physique. Percy, that's my little brother. In the fight, Kisame would throw a stab with Samahata, but Naruto would dodge with his body while he locked the Akatsuki's arm with his shield to give him a kick that made him fall to the ground. Naruto, I won smiling. Kisame, I must admit it, well I'm leaving, goodbye. Itachi, take it, and see you. Naruto, HAI. The two Akatsuki would leave while Guy entered like an idiot, sending Jiraiya flying because he would warn about them, but he arrived late. Naruto, they're gone. Guy, your flames of youth burn bright. Naruto-kun giving a thumbs up. Naruto, oh, and I wanted to use something else. Well, Percy, here giving him a scroll, taking out his armor. Naruto just put it on while Guy went back to the village. Jiraiya, Gaki, you and I will make big money. Naruto, whatever you perverted sage is, we must continue placing his shield on his back along with his quiver, and sheathing his sword at his side. Tsunade is waiting for us. Thus the group continued their journey to the city of Tanzaku. What challenges await them before Konoha shows its dark side? Wait for the next chapters. Tsunade and Goodbye Pedophile Snake. After the fight, the group of demigods and Sannin had gone to a nearby restaurant, ate, and when they finished, they immediately resumed their journey towards the town of Tanzaku. During the entire journey to said town, Naruto could not help but be somewhat restless, because he felt a familiar presence that kept him restless during the entire journey, and his brother and sister-in-law realized it, so they kept their guard up. Jiraiya, we're almost at the village. We're 20 minutes away if we keep up the speed the four were walking, because despite the two being shinobis, the two demigods couldn't use chakra to travel, so they jogged or walked. Naruto, well, the sooner we arrive the sooner we'll be done. Percy, are you alert? He whispered. Naruto, I feel the snake nearby. Percy, I forgot your sensing ability. Annabeth, that's very you, Percy. Naruto, and then they tell me that I can be a bit clumsy like your brother Hihi. So both of them started a comical fight in front of Sannin and the demigoddess, where in the end they started laughing like idiots. Annabeth, yes, both are like each other, a carbon copy. Only one has the same thing from his clan. Jiraiya, oh yes, the Uzumaki clan were very stupid, if you can call them that, jokers, absent-minded and very naive, until someone mentioned a word that made hell break loose on earth because of their temper. Annabeth, what is that word? Curious. Jiraiya, tomato, that bothered the pure-blood Uzumakis, who were redheads. Naruto, I am a pure-blood Uzumaki arrow Sennin, but my father was blonde. In the distance, they saw a city, and upon entering it, they saw many people walking around, food stalls, shops selling various goods, casinos, and restaurants. Jiraiya, if I know Tsunade well, she'll be at the casinos. Percy and Annabeth, casinos bring back bad memories. Elsewhere in the city, Orochimaru and Kabuto could be seen facing Tsunade and her student. Orochimaru, so Tsunade, what do you say? Tsunade, before you say anything, tell me who left you like this, seeing that he looked paler than before. His arms were broken, even those of his student, and his lungs full of water that had not yet been expelled all. How was he still alive? Well, it's Orochimaru. Deceiving Hades is his specialty. Orochimaru, I underestimated my opponent, but believe me, he was worse. Fortunately, Kabuto managed to make me escape a worse fate. My lungs are full of water and I can't expel it completely, so the only one who could make that happen is you. Tsunade then faced Naruto. That brat, if he is looking for possibly come see me, or that sensei wants me to be Hokage, the latter I will refuse. Thought, who was it? Orochimaru, a blonde boy with mustache marks. Kabuto, he almost killed me too. Tsunade, so he came back. Orochimaru, Kakuku, so you knew about the demigod brat Kakuku. Tsunade, go away and I'll think about this. Orochimaru, I will give you 24 hours. Kakuku. So student and student left. Jiraiya, if you'll allow me to give you a little tour, there was a castle in this city, I was sure because pointing to where he remembered it being how strange, I could swear that there was a castle in this city, he said, looking around trying to see if he was in the wrong place. But no, it was in the right place. The castle should be in that place. Another thing that seemed strange to him was that the people walking in the streets did so with some fear. What happened here? The castle isn't there and people seem scared, Jiraiya thought. That is something he would have to investigate later. Well, let's check into a hotel and then we'll look for any sign of Tsunade, he said again as he started walking, being followed by the demigods. It was already getting late and the group was somewhat tired and hungry. So right now they were heading to a bar because Jiraiya wanted to drink something strong, and also since it was daytime, Naruto, being a minor, could still enter without problems, at least until it was afternoon, although they would not have problems because being named shinobi, this classified the person as an adult, regardless of their age. Jiraiya, well, it's time to order some alcohol to quench our thirst. Percy, no Naruto, you're a minor. Naruto, I am a shinobi, old enough to kill, old enough to drink. Annabeth, or you're not going to drink, with a sweet smile. Naruto, yes. Annabeth, nay, and thinking, she's more terrifying than Zoe, nay. Upon entering the bar, they ran into a couple of women that the group recognized. Jiraiya, is it possible? Walking towards the ladies, Tsunade, Jiraiya? At that she realizes those present it can't be standing up. Naruto, Tsunade Obachan hugging the one who was like a mother during his terrible childhood in Konoha. Tsunade, what are you doing here? Naruto, I returned to fulfill the promise I made to the old man, and since I was promoted I plan to return home. Tsunade, oh, head down. Naruto, but not without spending days with my loved ones first. Jiraiya, I'm sorry to interrupt such a moving meeting, but we need to talk seriously. Tsunade, speak what you want. Jiraiya, I won't lie to you, Sensei was forced to retreat. Tsunade, it's about time. Jiraiya, Sensei asked for you to be you. Tsunade, what? Jiraiya, the feudal lord advocated that option. Tsunade, you know what I think about Jiraiya village. I would only come back for my grandson. Besides, why do they want me to come back? Jiraiya, there was an invasion. Suna and Orochimaru's village invaded the village. Several shinobi are injured and others are dead. That's why they want you to come back, at least to train medical ninjas so they can heal the still injured, and of course you yourself treat those who are in the worst condition. Tsunade, that was it. They only call me when they need me. All these years, and when problems occur, boom, they appear and call me. Shizen, you must stop drinking. Sensei holding back the sake cup. Naruto, Obachan, I know it's sudden, but I would like you to come back, not for the bucking Gigi position, but I would like to spend time with you and for you to see what I did in the Uzumaki district. Tsunade, I see, at least you convinced me of something. Naruto, Grandma, tell me, Orochimaru was here, right? Tsunade, how? Naruto, I'm a censor and I feel it near. Looks at the others. Do you think you can leave me with my brother and her Ero Sennin? Jiraiya, okay, I'll go get a drink. Leaving. Naruto drew silent seals on the spot. Percy, we have a bad feeling. Naruto, since Gigi revealed me as the son of the fourth Winking and gave me more power than I should according to the civilians, and increasing the anger towards me for having the position that corresponds to me by right. Tsunade, so you already feel like clan leader? Naruto nodded. Percy, we suspect they're up to something. Tsunade, it must be those 3 advisor mummies that Sensei has. Naruto, if something happens, I'm afraid Gigi will die and those who support us will die. Tsunade, okay, I'll go, but you should know this. Orochimaru asked me for help. He says he has water in his lungs. Naruto, that was me. Tsunade, I thought so. I'll support them, but I won't accept the hat. So the 3 agree and leave after paying the bill. The next day, the morning had arrived and now our Uzumaki brothers were waking up, or rather, they had been awake for a few minutes since it was 8 a.m. But they were lazy to get up, so Percy and Annabeth stayed awake but curled up in bed. But suddenly they started knocking on their door insistently since it was locked. The only one up was Naruto, who was on his cell phone playing video games with Nico D'Angelo, his cousin and Shusui's younger half-brother on Hades' side, and Jason Grace, Talia's younger brother, and both sons of Zeus. Naruto was on call when there was a knock on the door. Naruto, oh by the gods, right in the best part of the fun. Nico, that's what you get for not staying at camp. Jason, ha, looks like the mini seaweed brain got something wrong. Naruto, Yes, make fun of emo and bleached blonde. The mentioned, hey, Naruto. Ha ha ha, I'll see you later, hanging up. Naruto went to open it and saw Tsunade and Jiraiya. He was dressed in his typical armor because he no longer had any changes of clothes, since he only grabbed what he was wearing in his armor. Tsunade, it's Orochimaru. Naruto, I'm going to kill that pedophile snake. Then he sees his brother and sister-in-law in bed and smiled maliciously. Hey brother, I'm leaving. I'll leave the room alone with you. I don't want to be an uncle so soon, hee. After that he left the room. Percy/Annabeth, Naruto, in the nearby field. The two Sannin and Naruto were arriving where Jiraiya and his apprentice Kabuto were. Orochimaru, while we have Naruto-kun Kukuku pulling out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Naruto, you are a disgusting being, pedophimaru. Orochimaru, you're going to regret it, son of Poseidon. Jiraiya, oh, Tsunade hits him on the head. Naruto, thank you. Tsunade threw herself at Kabuto and Naruto at Orochimaru. Both fights began with an exchange of blows and taijutsu, well saved by Naruto, who defended himself very well through Krav Maga, until he saw Tsunade being cut and paralyzed with fear, stopping a dagger from Kabuto with his shield. Orochimaru, just in time. Kukuku. Naruto unsheathed his sword and put up his shield to defend both of them. Kabuto, do you think you can beat both of them? Naruto, I already beat them, so if I can. Kabuto, overcome with anger, launched himself at Naruto, but with just one cut his arm was severed. Kabuto, ARGJJJ. Orochimaru, Kukuku, how violent you are, slashing with the katana. Naruto blocked the slash with his sword, causing a loud metallic sound, as he watched his brother and brother-in-law approach. Naruto, another interesting fight against you, Snake. Orochimaru, it won't be like last time. Tracing hand seals Doton, Doskiryu. Naruto, dragon, huh? Can you play that? Tracing hand seals Raiden, Rarya no Tatsumaki. Both dragons collided, causing a slight tremor in the earth, while Orochimaru and Naruto launched into sword-to-sword combat, where Naruto's shield was cut by the Kusanagi. Losing his shield did not matter to him because he kept the fight at bay between sword and sword, which bothered the Sannin, who changed his skin upon receiving a cut. Orochimaru, cursed tracing hand seals Doton Doriyuso. Naruto, what a shame. Tracing hand seals Suiton, Taihoden. The earth's spears were destroyed by Naruto's water cannon, while it impacted Orochimaru, damaging him, which forced him to do another skin change. Percy, so, Annabeth, it will exhaust him. He uses chakra like they say with each molt. Naruto, and that's not all. Tracing hand seals Suiton, Gashokuzame. 5 sharks came out against the Sannin, who tried to use a Katon Jutsu to dispel them but managed to do it with 3, while 2 bit the Sannin, forcing him to change his skin. Percy, the combination of the water justice plus Naruto's hydrokinesis make him a danger to his opponents. Annabeth, he's not that dumb. Orochimaru, you're not going to beat me. Damn demigod. Tracing hand seals Doton, Tsuchinami no Jutsu. Orochimaru caused a tremor that with a single movement of Naruto jumping and unsheathing his second sword managed to give 2 cuts to Orochimaru, in the neck and torso, so Naruto, to prevent Orochimaru from doing his jutsu again and escape, drew hand seals. Naruto, Katon Karyo Enden. A great flame of fire came out of Naruto's mouth, incinerating Orochimaru, leaving the Kusanagi stuck in the ground next to the charred body of the traitorous Sannin, while all those who had a curse mark in Sound Village felt a burning sensation in their necks as they disappeared. Kabuto, Sensei. Damn, I'll get revenge for Sensei escaping with a Doton Jutsu. Percy finished. Annabeth, and what happened to him poking Jiraiya with a stick? Tsunade, I sent him to sleep. Naruto, did you recover? Tsunade, let's just say seeing you fight equally against 2 made me pay attention to you and overcome my trauma at the same time. Naruto, Tsunade, no questions, no answers. Naruto, okay. At that, Percy approaches with the Kusanagi. Brother, what's wrong? Percy, it's yours, you defeated him and now it's your battle trophy. Naruto, wow, the Kusanagi sword, he sounds better than your Minotaur horn, bro. Percy, we'll see how many trophies you get, little brother, because you still have to surpass me. Kudieta and Konoha, Tanzaku. Percy and Naruto were talking about the recent sword that Naruto had obtained. Percy, Kusanagi is her name? Naruto, according to Artemis Okasama it was the sword of Susanoo no Mikoto, but it is strange that it is in this plane. Percy, and what will you do? Naruto, I'll ask Hephaestus to analyze it, and whether it's good or not doesn't matter, and if it is, he'll show it off to Dad, since he always had a dispute with him over its dominance. Percy, good idea. Tsunade, I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation arriving with the brothers, but we must return to the village. Percy and Naruto nodded as they headed off to pack their things and leave for Konoha. In the Leaf Village, in a hidden location, we can see several people gathered around a table. Danzo, well, we are gathered here to resolve our crisis. Hamura, the threat of the Uzumaki boy. Hiruzen already hid his importance from us by letting him go, and now by giving him the power that rightfully belongs to us. Koharu, also Danzo, what have you found out about him? Danzo, I tell all of you to be careful, we are not dealing with a normal boy. Hamura, what do you mean? Danzo, in my research I was able to find the existence of the gods. Civilian 1, that's ridiculous. Danzo, no it isn't. Koharu, continue. Civil 2, this is ridiculous. Danzo, it is said that in the past the rabbit goddess, faced with the disappearance of the gods of these lands, this caught the attention of gods from another continent, so an agreement between both lands seemed imminent. Koharu, tell me something, this happens. Danzo, according to the writings I found in some tombs, long before the father god of chakra distributed it to humans. Hamura, it's before. Civilian 1, that's impossible, there must be no life before the Rakuto Sennin, and even less so if we are the only continent in the world. Danzo, continued annoyed by the interruptions. Over time what we know happened, the defeat of the rabbit goddess, long before the meeting took place, and Hagoromo sealing her on the moon. After that the world happens as we know it in history, with the exception of something, Minato Namikaze, a person who has never existed, come from the unknown lands, also known, Jiraiya, like the god of the seas, Poseidon. Civil 3, that means the blonde witches. Danzo, a demigod, and if they think about doing anything, they will condemn Konoha to the wrath of the gods. Civilians, that's stupid, gods don't exist. Hamura, I'm with them. Koharu, I will be more cautious and observe. I will not participate to condemn the village for our ignorance. Civil 2, don't do it, but it's time for us to take power. All the cautious ones, on Olympus, a meeting of gods was taking place. Zeus, and it is true, who summoned her? Apollo, that was me seriously calling for attention. Artemis, what's happening? Apollo, it's Naruto. Zeus, had to be the blonde joker. Poseidon, what's going on? Apollo, there is an alert that my son from there sent me, in addition to possibly finding a divine weapon. Zeus tensed. Hephaestus, and what is the situation? Apollo, it seems he found the Kusanagi sword. Poseidon is surprised, and to be sure, he'll probably ask you to analyze it. Hephaestus, okay. Apollo, resuming the alert, something dark is lurking around your son and something we didn't realize. Poseidon, perhaps it will be. Zeus, what is Hagoromo planning? It was already bad that he avoided the agreement with Kaguya. Apollo, Naruto is Ashura's transmigrant. Poseidon, how? Zeus, Indra and Ashura, what will happen to them? Apollo, the effect that condemned the two brothers to eternal combat to prevent them from facing their father ended so. Poseidon, both Ashura and Indra would be on our side. Zeus, I'm not convinced. In paranoid mode. Hades, Zeus, behave for once in your life and be serious, and leave that stupid paranoia aside and do something. Now Apollo, tell me what's happening with Indra, since if I'm not mistaken he's an Uchiha. Apollo, Indra is also at risk. He is a boy Naruto's age and is a friend of your son, and Hagoromo plans to make Indra and Ashura fight again, so both are at risk. Zeus, what do they propose? Apollo, before they vote, Konoha is planning a coup d'etat. I was able to see a little into the future, and I know that your old friend Hiruzen will die in it, in addition to Naruto possibly being exiled if he doesn't agree to give the village his inheritance. Poseidon, Uchiha, 50% of the country of fire, plus 68% of the village, added to the riches of the Uzumaki clan and jutsus that are in their libraries. Apollo, and not only them, Naruto has the support of the clans except Kurama, as well as the people. Only the civil representatives, who are corrupt, plan to do it. Poseidon, I think the option is to attract and protect Indra with us, and seeing that a conflict with Hagoromo is imminent. Artemis, father, I am with him, war seems imminent. Athena, what hidden villages do we have? Apollo, Iwa and Kumo, those two made Poseidon look surprised. Curie may end his blood purge war, and this goes for Hephaestus and Hermes, so we can rebuild Yuzu. Also Athena, The Uzumaki library is in grave danger if Konoha makes the coup. Zeus. In that case, everyone is in favor of the shinobi entering the camp. Everyone except Denicio raised their hands. Athena, what's going on? Denicio, don't get me wrong, but more campers means less peace for me taking a sip of Diet Coke. Hermes, we'll go there with Hephaestus. Poseidon, I'll go with you. Hephaestus, in that case, before rebuilding Yuzu, I will prepare some cabins. All the gods would retire to perform their duties. Konoha. It's been 2 days since the group with Tsunade started the return trip to Konoha, where in the process Percy and Naruto noticed that something bad was going to happen, so both brothers agreed to help each other. Uzumaki District. Kinfos had already received the vote via Iris message thanks to Apollo. The same thing happened with Zoe, so they informed those who were there of the situation, all those present agreeing, in the case of the clans, to go to a village like Kumo and Iwa, or Yuzu itself, while the Genin and the Konohamaru team with Inari would leave for Camp Half-Blood. Gates of Konoha. The group was signing in with Izumo and Kotetsu, while the group after finishing headed to the Uzumaki district, while Jiraiya went to the hot springs for his research. Sasuke, you're finally back, Dobe. Naruto, what's happening, team? Zoe, it's becoming more and more certain that we should leave. Naruto, I understand. Percy, should I accompany you to the meeting? Naruto, I could use a hand, bro. Naruto proceeded to go get dressed while at the district gate, and Anbu notified Zoe of a meeting. Zoe, Naruto, it's time. Naruto, it's time. Zoe, I'll go with you since you're sure to do something stupid. Naruto, well, somewhat offended while the hunter told him with her gaze that she knew him well. Boardroom. The entire council was gathered, including Sasuke and Naruto, who due to their promotion were entitled to sit as clan leaders. Hiruzen, thank you all for coming. Hamura, you get the point. Hiruzen, Naruto, you must treat Sandaime-sama with respect. It is not just any civilian or shinobi advisor Hamura to treat him like that. Hamura, shut up, demon. Naruto was about to unsheath the sword from his clothes, which made the women blush, but a squeeze of the shoulder from Zoe calmed him down. Hiruzen, as Daimyo-sama has ruled, I can no longer hold the position, which is why with the approval of our highest authority in the country, Tsunade Senju has been named Godame Hokage of Konoha. Before Tsunade could go to take the Kage hat, some Anbus with kanji for root appeared and immobilized the clan leaders, Naruto and Sasuke. Hiruzen, what does this mean? Danzo, don't even look at me, they are not my buses. Hamura, I, Hamura Mitokado, hereby nominate myself as Godame Hokage of the Leaf, and hereby by letting go of our weapon annoying the demigods and huntress I condemn you to die. Hiruzen by plunging a dagger into the old monkey's chest. Naruto, Sasuke and the other members of the shinobi sighed. Hiruzen's body fell to the ground dead as the civilians clapped and smiled arrogantly. Hamura, as Hokage of the Leaf, I order that Jounin Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko, surprising those present who did not know, deliver the Biju to the village and be integrated into the forces of the root to make it a faithful weapon to the Leaf. Naruto, once dead. Shikaku, you can't do that. That's completely illegal. Hut, it is unheard of. Shibi, I don't recognize this Hokage as such. Hamura, what? In that case, I will show some mercy. Jounin Uzumaki Naruto, by order of the Civil Council, you are ordered to enter the CRA, hand over your lands and Uzumaki clan assets, as well as jutsus and treasure for the good of the village. Naruto, listen carefully. Hamura, by now Zoe couldn't hold Naruto back any longer. From today, I claim everything Uzumaki in the Leaf. That includes the Leaf Barrier, the symbol on every vest of every shinobi rank, jutsus and seals given to the clans that have remained silent, including the caged bird seal for the Hyuga's annoying Hayashi, added to the fact that because of what you're doing, I'm exiled, being a member of a founding clan of the village and owner of a large part of it. Civilian 1, you can't do that. Witch. Civilian 2, he is a Jinchuriki, he is not even a witch, he is a devil. Hamura, you are hereby banished from the Leaf and without anything. Naruto, you want to bet mummy. As of today, using a seal that transmitted everything to Konoha, the Uzumaki clan ceases to be from the Leaf Village, and the corruption of its civil and political side is completely evident even to its own people. That is why I call on all those who, in view of the assassination of the Sandaime, and the recent coup d'etat and exile towards me as clan leader, to accompany me outside the village to seek new directions, and I make this oath before everyone, I swear. before the river Styxia that Olympus itself will take action in the matter. A loud thunder resounded throughout the sky, marking the oath, which was fully seen on Olympus, where Zeus, before the eyes of the gods and in view of what was coming, agreed. Hamura, I'm not afraid of you, demon. You have 24 hours to leave the village. Shikaku, the Nara clan will withdraw from the Leaf village. Shibi, the Aburame leaves Konoha. Hut, the Akimichi withdraws from the village. Sum, the Inuzuka will depart from the village. Inoichi, the Yamanaka clan will leave the Leaf village. Hinata, the Hyuga branch will leave the village. Hayashi, I won't. Naruto, yes they will, since I removed the caged bird seals from their foreheads a few days ago. Hayashi, damn. Kumogakure, break all relations with Konoha. Anoki, Iwagakure breaks the relationship with Konoha. The people did not wait any longer, and those who supported Naruto packed up and, thanks to the clones, sealed their premises and homes, making sure that with the seal and the blood of the villagers in the place where they settled the property would be placed. The clans, saving the stragglers who wanted to stay, packed up and began to leave and head towards their new lives. Many decided to join Kumo and IWA, while others decided to go to the Wave Nation, where Naruto and those who would go to Camp Half-Blood would say goodbye to the others and prepare for a long journey. The Leaf Village was reduced to almost 2/3 of its original population, while the orphans and other families who supported Naruto and sought redemption for their treatment in the past had left. The shinobi, such as Ibiki, Enko, Hage, Genma, Asuma, Kurenai Gai, Izumo, Kotetsu, Iruka, Tsunade, those of Ichiraku, Shizen, left for the country of the wave, since Tsunade and Shizen wanted to go to a world of demigods and live away from the shinobi life. Uzushio and Camp Half-Blood. After the great exodus from the Leaf Village, all the elemental nations echoed the situation. Akatsuki was surprised when they found out, and Itachi learned along with Kisame that the guy would surely take Sasuke. The big surprise was the great exodus of clans, where several were temporarily welcomed in Kumo, as there was a plan among the shinobi to rebuild Uzushio no Sato, the genin of the Leaf, with the exception of Sakura, who before leaving called them traitors and followers of demons. Several like Lee and Guy were hurt but decided to let it go. The good thing is that thanks to the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, they managed to protect everything they owned in sealing scrolls, their homes, secrets, weapons, and entire libraries. In Naruto's case, he was able to take the entire compound to install it in Yuzu, next to his parents' house in the village, and something that he and his brother did, the Uzumaki Temple in Konoha. Naruto was very thoughtful during the trip to Nami. Percy, what do you think? Looking at his brother, Naruto. In how, being my clan, a founder of that shitty village was left aside, even seeing that the Toad-san and Jiraiya himself was one of the causes of the fall of Yuzu in the Second Great Shinobi War. Percy, at least we got the masks and that temple back. Flashback. Annabeth, Percy, Zoe and Naruto can be seen with Tsunade in an abandoned place. Naruto, Oba-chan, what is this? Tsunade, this Naruto is the Uzumaki temple, she said sadly. This temple was a gift that the Whirlpool village gave to Konoha with the marriage of Mito Uzumaki and Hashirama Senju, promising that it would be taken care of, something that after Mito's death, only your mother and I took care of until before I left the village. The Uzumakis only asked for one thing, to take care of the temple, which under it was the fall of the village, even to the point of abandoning their allies in the Second Shinobi War. Naruto, how they fell nervous while his brother put an arm in support. Tsunade, it was before the start of the second. The Uzumakis were a peaceful and prosperous people, skilled in Fuinjutsu, Kenjutsu, and with chakra reserves that could surpass the tailed beasts. They were feared for it, and if war against Konoha broke out, the Uzumakis would fight for their devotion to their allies. But Konoha always moved in secret. Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Jiraiya fought in it, and it is thanks to the fact that we faced Hanzo of the Salamander of Maguekio that we obtained the title of Sannin. But Danzo was somewhat thirsty for power, and behind Sensei's back, he ordered Jiraiya to deactivate the protective seals of the country of the Whirlpools before the imminent arrival of ninjas from Kumo, Kiri, and IWA. Despite being outnumbered, the Uzumakis defended themselves and did not disappear without first taking more than 3/4 of the invading army. Zoe, surprising, but how many were there? Tsunade, it is said that there were 5,000 Uzumakis against an army of more than 100,000 shinobi. Percy, wow. Annabeth, Like Leonidas and his 300 at Thermopylae, she said, surprised. Naruto, wow. Tsunade, this temple along with the Uzumakis outside of Yuzu, including your mother, most likely the Yuzu library, survived. Zoe, what was in this temple? Everyone entered with a nod from Tsunade. To get inside and see the masks hanging on a wall. Annabeth, they're kind of scary. Tsunade, that's because of the ties between the Uzumaki clan and the Shinigami. The Shinigami always allowed your clan to summon souls of dead beings without charging a soul due to the respect they both had for each other. Hence the masks. Percy, I can't imagine Uncle Hades making a deal like that. Naruto, me either. But it doesn't mean it's not great. Tsunade, they must take the temple. The aforementioned HAI. So Naruto with Fuinjutsu, being a Fuin Master level 1515 on the Uzumaki scale, managed to seal the temple in a scroll. End of flashback. Naruto, yes, smiling. After 3 days due to the speed of the trip, they arrived at Las Olas, where Tazuna and Tsunami welcomed them with joy and listened to what had happened, in addition to offering asylum to those who wanted to stay there. At that time, Hephaestus finished about 4 new cabins in the camp, plus an extension on Cabin 11, the cabin of Hermes, at the pleas and insistence of the aforementioned god, so together with Poseidon they left for the Hidden Lands, passing the Hagoromo barrier, heading for the land of the wave. On their way they learned of the situation, what really bothered Poseidon and would bring down the fury of the seas on those mummies. He knew who they were and if he expected it, but never so soon, and less with his son. It took them 2 days to get to where Naruto was the one who knocked down his father, as if he were a 3-year-old child seeing a father returning from work. Naruto, father, you arrived. Poseidon, yes, I arrived, son. Percy, don't worry, you'll see him again soon. Poseidon, glad to see you, my boys. Naruto, Master Hephaestus bowing. Hephaestus, it's a pleasure to see one of my best apprentices. By the way, they told me you have a sword. Naruto, of course, taking the Kusanagi out of a wrapper. Hephaestus, not bad. The material seems to be from the original sword. Analyzing the blade and the material, from what I see it is a well-made replica but with parts of the original weapon, a version 2, combined with the chakra metal of these lands. Poseidon, a Kusanagi 2.0 in a nutshell. Hephaestus, that's right. Naruto, I also have this one, taking one out of a seal. Poseidon, one of the 7 swords of the mist, the Kubikurubocho. So you defeated Zabuza. Naruto, yes. Poseidon, that's my youngest son. Hermes, well, I'm sorry to burst into this, but we need to talk, he said seriously. At Tazuna's house, we can see Poseidon in his Minato form while the clan leaders talk to him about taking care of Naruto. Where the sea god regretted Hayashi's actions, he was going to continue talking but decided to wait for the Leaf rookies to arrive, who along with the Raikage and Tsuchikage decided to arrive with 2 additional people. Minato, or should I tell you how I know you know? Poseidon, calm down, my old friend. Shikamaru, he is Naruto's father. Ino, I see that Naruto is just as handsome, he. Shino, my insects warn that it is not just any being. I present to you Kari and Omoi. They will go with you because I want you to see the world and describe me. And then he thought, also they want to escape from B's disastrous raps. I don't blame them. Poseidon, well, for those who don't know me, I'm Naruto and Percy's father. Shikaku, the Emperor of the Seas. Poseidon. Several bowed to him. Poseidon, I appreciate the bow and respect, and I present my companions. They are Hermes, the messenger god, of travelers and boarders, of shepherds, of orators and wit, of writers and poets, of athletics, of weights and measures, of inventions, and for his negotiating skills, also of trade. Hermes, it's a pleasure. Poseidon, and the other is Hephaestus, god of fire and the forge, as well as blacksmiths, craftsmen, sculptors, metals and metallurgy. 1010. Is he the god who creates the weapons mentioned in the books in Naruto's library? She asked excitedly. The helmet and winged sandals of Hermes, the aegis of Zeus, the famous belt of Aphrodite, the armor of Achilles. Hephaestus, if I forge them, hard work. 1010. Can I learn from you? Hephaestus, we'll talk about it later. Poseidon, well, let's continue. Olympus knows about the fall of Konoha, and from what we see the village itself is condemned to destruction. With the gods we plan a couple of things. Some of their shinobi who wish can go with the half-bloods to the camp for them, because Naruto, Inari, and the other demigods and Huntress will return to those lands. They will not stay. Shikamaru, I speak for the Konoha rookies, Gaara's brothers and the Kumo colleagues who will go with them. Poseidon, anyone else? Tsunade, Shizen and I will go to help with the camp's infirmary. Guy, I'll go. I want to see the flames of youth from other places. Poseidon, and the others? Nobody responded. Naruto, father, do you think Yuzu can be rebuilt? Hephaestus, that's why I came. Olympus, to be able to access these lands without considering the Hagoromo barrier that surrounds them. You need a point. Yuzushiogakure is your property legally. Naruto, do it. The question is who will be the leader of the village. Anoki, more importantly, opening the whirlpool barrier will cause an immediate warning to the other villages. With A we can stop our councils, but I can't guarantee that they won't see them as a threat. Naruto, I don't know about that. Hephaestus, with the right technology or seals I can prevent them from finding out. Leave it to me. Anoki and I will keep it a secret until necessary. So everyone got to work. The god of the forge with the son of Poseidon managed to put together some seals that would prevent the other villages from feeling the opening of Yuzu, managing to make Naruto's blood after the installation of the seals make the whirlpools see everything destroyed, making Naruto cry. Percy hugged his little brother to help him unburden himself because when he saw that village he saw Naruto's town devastated. Zoe, the hunter, understood why he had been put into the Ciare. They wanted to maintain the lineage of an Uzumaki, but not for the purpose of protection, but for weapons. After calming down, Naruto said that they should clean the area and choose the land, managing to install the clan enclosures, while by a joint vote the temporary Kage elected was Asuma Sarutobi, who could only sigh. 2 weeks later, after Yuzu arranged everything he could, the gods announced that it was time to leave, so they withdrew in their divine form to Olympus, and the demigods left the village with their companions while their families said goodbye. Sure sway. Well, now let's go through that portion of desert near Suna, he said with annoyance. Naruto, and I left the horses in the village. Shikamaru, troublesome. So the group undertook the journey for 1 week until they reached the coast from where they would depart. There on the coast there was a boat with instructions from Hephaestus and Hermes. Note, demigods, if you see the boat in front of you, it is a creation of your servant with a bit of Hermes' speed power. Its capacity is greater than your quantity, but it will serve you to go comfortably. I will see you at the camp or at the winter solstice if you go to Olympus. Signed Hephaestus and Hermes. Naruto, okay, get on the boat and hold on. Everyone got on the boat, and as they set sail, a strong wind emanated from behind, causing the boat to move at great speed. Everyone, by holding on tight before positioning themselves, avoided falling into the water and being left behind. Shikamaru, troublesome. Tsunade, she's fast. Kiba, this is from Alphas. Guy and Lee, this has good flames of youth. 3 hours of suffering later. The boat was approaching a beach in New Zealand, so the speed of the boat slowed down until it reached land. Naruto, okay, time to change clothes. I can't stand shinobi clothes anymore. All change? 20-minute time skip. Naruto, oh, how I miss modernity using his cell phone. Lee, I feel full of youth. Guy, you already said it, my young pupil. Tsunade, I feel somewhat voluptuous. Percy, just in case, didn't see Tsunade because Annabeth fixed her sharp gaze on him, while Kinfos played a little with Inari and Naruto with Konohamaru and the other children. Percy, okay, I ask everyone to calm down now. We'll be able to use the vehicles of this world, so don't be surprised for the moment. After hearing that, they all headed to the airport, where fortunately one of the Apollo planes was waiting for them, and they all boarded the aircraft. Naruto, hey Gaara, do you want to play something? Showing his cell phone. Gaara, what do you propose? Taking out his. Naruto, Free Fire. Gaara, done. Both of them started playing on their cell phones with their headphones on under the watchful eyes of the shinobi. Kiba, what are those things? Sasuke, I would kill for one of those. Percy, don't worry, they'll learn about technology at camp. In that they hear Naruto and Gaara talking about their game. Naruto, die bastard. Gaara, they're shooting at me. Help me dodging several bullets from the opposing team. Konohamaru, Naruto and I-chan is great watching all the kids play with stars in their eyes. Naruto, I already hit him on the head celebrating until Gaara no. Gaara, Naruto you better win the game, he said depressed. Naruto, okay, he said to continue until no damn unhappy. Gaara, really? They blew your head off. Naruto, yes, Hashirama-style depression. Percy, relax and you two turn off your phones, we're taking off. The aforementioned, okay, putting the cell phone in airplane mode. The plane began to take off where the shinobi were nervous while the children stuck to the windows to see everything from the sky, shouting Suga with little stars in their eyes. Naruto and Gaara used their headphones to relax, although Ino took one from Naruto and put it on herself, falling asleep on his shoulder listening to music. Gaara, for his part, decided to fall asleep listening to music, while the others nervously talked to each other and even watched movies from their seats. 14 hours of travel later, the plane was landing at the New York airport, while the children and shinobi began to see the great skyscrapers from the sky that surprised everyone. "Guy, what a world so full of youth," he said, amazed and with fire in his eyes, just like Lee. Shikamaru, troubled but admirable. Sasuke, "Hey Dobe, did you live in a place like this?" Naruto, "No, I only came a couple of times since I stayed at the place where we go." Upon getting off the plane, they saw a young man whom the demigods recognized, accompanied by some girls who seemed to be made of nature, sitting in some kind of van. Percy, Grover, Naruto, Grover hugging Saturo. "Grover, I'm glad to see you all, hehe. By the way, come up because you have a surprise where we are going." Everyone got into the trucks, which were about 4, as they headed towards Camp Half-Blood. The trip was peaceful. The shinobi and children looked at the landscapes of the modern city and the forests on the way to the camp. After a 3-hour peaceful trip, several cows began to fall from the sky. Percy, "Oh, not again." Naruto, "What's up?" Kiba, "What's going on?" Grover, "Get down and run." Gaara and Naruto, "You know the way, run and don't stop." Annabeth, "Go away." Kinfos, "Follow me." Everyone would start running while behind them several trees were thrown after being uprooted. Tsunade, "What's going on?" Naruto, "Brother." Percy, "A monster." From the trees a muscular being, at least 3 meters tall, with horns and great fury came out roaring. Percy, "It had to be him." Grover, "Hey, look at those pillars pointing at some rocks past them. The camp barrier won't pass." Naruto, "Let's go." Kiba, "I'm not going to go down without a fight." Naruto, "You won't do anything to him." Taking the Inuzuka with the adamantine chains, Tsunade, "Obuchan, take them." The shinobis ran away, crossing the barrier to their luck, while Gaara imprisoned the monster with the sand, but almost without success. But Naruto's chains were fast and immobilized it quite well, being noticed by the daughter of Athena. The chains of the Uzumaki, if they were well used, could stop the titans, so the other demigods, saving the children who left with the shinobis, threw themselves to fight against the monster. After about 15 minutes of fighting, the Minotaur fell defeated, being pierced by the Kusanagi that Naruto decided to put into play, obtaining a horn of the monster as a trophy. So after the fight they decided to pass the pillars, being received by the shinobis, while Naruto showed the horn to Kiba, making the Inuzuka feel jealous, and the eyebrows say things about the flames of youth. Naruto, "Welcome to Camp Half-Blood." Rivalries, Shinobi vs. Aries Cabin. Previously, Naruto, "Welcome to Camp Half-Blood." At the moment, Ino, "It's beautiful." 10-10, "I like it." Niji, "It's so peaceful." Sasuke, "Amazing." Wow, the king of pranks is back. "To you finally return." Naruto, Travis, "Connor, it's nice to see you again." Percy, "Glad to see you." Zoe, "Step aside, Stoll brothers." Ino, "Who are they?" Sasuke, "Identify yourselves with a kunai in hand to defend yourself." Travis, "I'm Travis Stoll." Connor, "And I Connor Stoll." Travis, "Sons of Hermes, the messenger and leaders of Cabin 11 and the kings of pranks." Naruto, "You don't even believe that. Everyone knows that I'm the king of camp pranks," he said proudly. Tsunade, "Are they twins by any chance?" Percy, "No, the difference is his height." Travis, "That's right, I'm the oldest." While they were talking, a man with a horse's rear approached them. Chiron, "Glad you're back safe." Naruto, "Glad to be back." Gaara, "Same here." Chiron, "I am known as Chiron, trainer of heroes." Zoe, looking towards a place where a group of girls was approaching. A small tremor was felt in the place as a mob of girls approached. Naruto and Gaara, "Run!" running off towards the trees. Sasuke, "What happened? Where are they?" with little hearts in their eyes. Zoe, "Go now, daughter of Aphrodite." Percy, "It's too much, Silena, stop harassing them." Silena, "Oh, Silena Beauregard, daughter of Aphrodite, goddess of love." Percy, "You're just scaring my brother if you keep going like this, Silena." Silena, "Oh come on, your little brother is the definition of adorable. It's a shame these bitter girls have him to themselves." Zoe, "For your information, for the hunters, that pair is like a little brother. Even Our Lady sees them as children despite being men, so get lost." Tsunade, Ahem, I introduce myself. I am Tsunade Senju, of the Three Sanin. Grover, you are the Sanin of the Slugs. Daughters of Aphrodite. YHWWWWW, how disgusting. Aphrodite's daughters then left disgusted at the mention of a disgusting insect. Zoe, hee hee, I like it now. Naruto, have they already left? Percy, yes, they're gone. Both of you get down from the tree. The two mentioned came down from the tree in which they took refuge. Sasuke, I know what it feels like. Naruto and Gaara, Pana hugging Sasuke. Chiron, okay, before another interruption occurs, cabins 22 and 23 are the shinobi cabins, so you've been told you'll be split into two groups, so I'm asking you to designate a representative. Each of you can choose your cabin's logo. Tsunade, I guess I'll keep them. Zoe, Tsunade-san, in fact the hunters will not be at the camp for a while, so my lady wants to take you in along with Shizen-san, seeing a message from the Iris portal. Tsunade, I accept. Chiron, the last cabin is the inner cabin, a cabin for you young Uchiha. Sasuke, for me? Surprised, okay. Chiron, they are the. What a big responsibility, my father likes to punish me. Naruto, hello Mr. D. Denicio, I would say I'm glad to see you, but it's not true drinking a diet drink. Gaara, are you still having problems with your restrictions? Denicio, yes, but it's until my father gets over it. Tsunade, Mr. D, are you Dionysus? Mr. D, finally someone recognizes me. And a little Sanin. Let's see if you ungrateful demigods learn. Naruto and Gaara, we do recognize you. Mr. D, you guys keep quiet, I didn't include you. Naruto, okay, sighing. Chiron, capture the flag is in a few days. Naruto and Gaara, great. Chiron, prepare yourselves too, as you will be reporting to camp in a few hours. The aforementioned would go to their cabins where they saw something that surprised them a little. Shikamaru, hey, we know Sasuke has his cabin, but you guys? Pointing at Gaara and Naruto. Kiba, yes, where will they stay? Inari, I do know where. Kinfos, welcome to cabin 8, little brother. Konohamaru, I guess I'll go to cabin 23. At that moment some symbols began to appear and manifest over the two children. A sun appeared over Inari, along with a moon. Chiron and several demigods bowed before the boy. Even Naruto and Gaara had knelt along with the hunters present. This of course left the shinobis present surprised. Chiron, welcome Inari, son of Apollo, god of prophecy and divination, archery, healing and disease, music, poetry, the arts, herds, light, and the sun. Champion of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, wild animals, the wilderness, birth, virginity, and maidens. Kinfos, welcome to cabin 7 officially. Zoe, welcome to the hunt, boy. I hope that cabin doesn't ruin your mind like it does other men. After that, a trident and a moon began to form over Konohamaru, implying that despite not being a demigod, two claimed him as champion. This made everyone bow down again. Chiron, welcome Konohamaru Sarutobi, champion of Poseidon, god of the seas, earthquakes, hurricanes, oceans, horses, floods, and droughts. And champion of Artemis. Naruto, can I say it? Percy, no. Gaara and me? Percy, no. Both, party pooper. Konohamaru, tell me what? Percy, welcome to cabin 3. Zoe, I hope they don't disappoint you dwarves, they didn't do it. Konohamaru, HAI. Inari, I won't do it. Everyone began to retreat towards their cabins. Konohamaru, how is ours and I-chan? Gaara, you'll see. Naruto, it's the best, and it's also close to Zeus's, cabin 1, where my cousins are. Percy, speaking of cousins, I remind you that Talia still hasn't forgiven you. Naruto, oh come on. I played that prank on him a while ago, let him get over it. Gaara, you dyed her hair pink, a color she hates because she's somewhat gothic. Do you think she'll forgive you? So they continued walking, with Sasuke. Sasuke was guided by Shursui to his cabin. Shursui, well here it is showing a cabin similar to Hermes but with the Uchiha logo. Sasuke, you're going to be fine, right? Shursui, as a son of Hades I have my own cabin Sasuke, plus I have to go get someone. If you're going to go for me, it's the divine button. Shursui Nico. Sasuke, who is he? Shursui Sasuke, he is my little brother Nico D'Angelo, son of Hades. Nico younger? I remind you that I'm older than you, pouting despite being 17. Shursui, you were trapped in the Lotus Casino and you didn't age at all since you were 12, while I grew up more than you and I arrived when I found out at 18 while you were 14. That makes me older. Nico, okay, by the way, will you help me with that training? Shursui, Of course, little brother showing a twitch in his eye. Sasuke, I guess I'll be alone. Sure's way, I would be with you if I didn't have a cabin. Nico, well, do you at least want to play something? Sure's way, teach him how to play Might of Magic. Sasuke, what is Might of Magic? Nico, it's a card game with trading cards and collectible figurines from Greek mythology. Taking out his own. Come, I'll show you. Cabin 22. We can see the girls. 10-10. We will decorate this place as we wish. Hinata, great. Hanabi, this is amazing. Moegi, I'm asking for one of the top beds. Ino, I'll ask Aphrodite's girls for help. Silena, can I help you? I mean, I know how you can leave your divine cabin. Temari, we will definitely do it. Karui, without a doubt the best girl's cabin. Silena, Aphrodite's is better, but I don't argue. Ino, Silena, join us. We will make a women's shelter. Cabin 23. Shikamaru, this is very troublesome. Kiba, let's settle in. Oma, I agree. Lee, we will fill this place with the flames of youth. Guy, that's my young pupil. Niji, behave yourselves. We are not in elemental nations. Kangaroo, I hope we have room to accommodate this. Shino, I hope to have insects like mine. Everyone. Guy and Lee, no, set up your terrarium outside the cabin. In that a clone of Naruto would appear in each new cabin. Naruto clone. Guys, the original is sending me to inform you that when the horn sounds, it will be time for lunch. After giving the necessary warning, he disappeared into a puff with Naruto. Naruto, do you see that Konohamaru cabin? Konohamaru, is that it? Pointing to the cabin in front of the lake. Naruto, yes, welcome to cabin number 3, Poseidon's cabin. Konohamaru, amazing. Gaara, your room is that one, pointing to a room next to his. Next to it is mine and in front are those twos. Naruto, okay, let's unpack and relax a little. Percy, what's up? Naruto, I suspect the spoiled warmonger is going to do something stupid. Percy, Sherman? Since Clarice has been gone, that jerk makes everyone hate that cabin. Gaara, the useless spoiled one? Naruto, yep. Konohamaru, help me unpack. Naruto, I'm going. In each cabin everyone was unpacking to be able to settle in. Cabin 7. Inari, this is it? Kinfos, yes Inari, it is the hut of the children of Apollo. Inari, I see. At that point several people began to surround him to meet his new half-brother. Stop pestering him like you do. Kinfos, Inari, meet our half-brother and current cabin 7 leader Will Soul-Lace, along with Kayla Knowles and Austin Lake. Austin, it's a pleasure. Will, I'm glad to meet another son of Apollo, and one from the Hidden Lands. Kayla, okay, let's show him where he's staying. The 3 of them went to help Inari unpack and settle into the cabin, as well as teach him the customs of the place. With Tsunade, cabin 8. Zoe, they'll stay here. Tsunade, it's something big. Phoebe, it's for my Lady Artemis's hunters. Phoebe, by the way. Tsunade, I am the Sanin Tsunade Senju, and she is my student Shizun. Zoe, well, so you're calm. No man enters this house, except for Naruto when my lady is here, but other than that, no one enters. Tsunade, that makes me happy. At least there are no pervs. Zoe, yes there are, but they don't come into this house, don't worry. After unpacking and settling into the cabins, they all began to tour the camp. It was a very beautiful place in itself. There they saw a group of people tending to a garden. Annabeth, if you ask what it is, well, being a camp, it needs money, and thanks to Demeter's cabin, it is how it is supported by receiving money. Shikamaru, children of the goddess of agriculture, how troublesome. After seeing the orchards, they looked around, feeling a little perplexed. Their mouths dropped open slightly as they scanned the area. The landscape was dotted with buildings that looked like ancient Greek architecture, which they knew was from the Naruto books. There was an open-air pavilion, a large amphitheater, and a circular arena with many training dummies scattered across it, each with a few children attacking them with swords. White marble columns glinted in the sun. In a nearby sandbox, a dozen middle school boys and girls played volleyball. Canoes glided across a small lake. Kids wearing bright orange shirts like Annabeth's chased each other around a cluster of cabins nestled in the woods. Some shot targets at an archery range. Others rode horses along a wooded trail, while others flew on winged horses. Ino, this is beautiful. Temari, so cute. 10-10, I'm looking forward to forging some weapons. Annabeth, that's done in Hephaestus' cabin. Guy, and where we will be training to increase our flames of youth. Chiron, for the moment, we have been able to set up a practice field for your jutsus and such, and Mr. Guy, just as Tsunade joins as a doctor, I would like you to join as an advisor. Guy, okay, I'll make the flames of Camp Youth burn brighter. There's a fight heard. Stupid bucking Tanuki. I'll wait for you here, you stinky, lazy fox. Chiron, I'll take care of it. The two-tailed beings shocked the shinobi, as they realized who they were. But the comical fight was too exaggerated, as in a stroke of luck Kurama was exercising a submission hold on the Ichibi. Ino, are they Bijus? Kurama, yes we are, you know me as the great Kyubi no Kitsune. Shikaku, I am the Ichibi. Chiron, what's happening is that you're out and not doing Mr. D's paperwork. Kurama, we got away for a bit, but the idiot next to me pointing at Shikaku tried to be smart with the nymphs, almost scaring them to death because he was a psychopathic moron. Chiron, you'd better get back to paperwork. The two Bijus nodded and left, while a horde of nymphs passed by eager to kill a sand raccoon. As they toured the place, the shinobis felt more comfortable meeting several demigods than some like those from the cabin of Athena, Hermes, Aphrodite, Apollo, Demeter and Hecate. The place was spacious, even with the daughters of Aphrodite, Shikamaru, Kiba, Sasuke. They had to resort to fleeing, because they were fangirls, and in the case of the Uchiha he did not want more fangirls. Now he wondered why Naruto put up with them, or how he evaded them. All those thoughts had vanished when the sound of a horn sounded throughout the camp. It was lunchtime, so guided by the stoles, the shinobi decided to go and partake of the meal. Upon entering, they looked at the tables by cabin number, but theirs were not there yet. Chiron, young heroes, he called for silence. I know that many of you have met our new guests from the Hidden Lands, but it is appropriate to point out that they will be living with you here, which is why we ask you, through Lord D, to treat them with respect. In addition, living in two different cultures will help you to relate to each other. After saying that, Naruto led them to Chiron's box, while he sat at the table in his cabin. Chiron, as you know, they are accompanying us after a journey from the Hidden Lands, which is why, given the lack of tables, those cabins that can accommodate them for the time being will be helpful, with the exception of those who have already been claimed. After saying that, Konohamaru returned to the Poseidon table, where he sat with Gaara, Naruto and Percy, while Inori sat with his half-brothers at the cabin 7 table. The shinobi were silent, while the tables talked among themselves. Also at table 13, the Hades table, the 2 members of said cabin nodded. Sure Sway, as captain of cabin 13, I invite Sasuke Uchiha to sit with us. Sasuke smiled a little and went to sit with Sure Sway and Nico. Silena, cabin 10 can take some smacking her lips for the boys. Will, cabin 8 accepts those who sit with us. Katie, I, Katie Gardner, as captain of the Demeter cabin, accept our guests if they want to sit down. Connor, cabin 11 accepts that the new ones feel like children of the god of travelers. Percy, cabin 3 welcomes anyone who wants to sit with us. After hearing those words, Ino sat with the Demeter cabin, Shikamaru, Kiba and Chuji with Naruto, Lee and Guy with the children of Apollo, Ten, Niji, Kankuro, Udan, Moegi and those of Kumo sat at the Hermes table, and Tsunade and Shizen at the Aphrodite table. Chiron, now that we've all introduced ourselves, it's time for the gods to eat after beating their hooves. The demigods and Gaara of the room, 2 of the gods. The shinobi were surprised to see this, even those at Poseidon's table looked at Naruto's strange behavior. The wood nymphs came out with plates of food filled with grapes, apples, strawberries, cheese, fresh bread, a wide variety of foods, from the most common to the most notable and expensive. The shinobi were going to serve themselves, but each captain explained something to them. Captains, before we begin eating, we take a portion of our food and scrape it into the pot over the fire as an offering to the gods. They love the smell of burning food, so we offer them a bit of each of ours. The shinobis understood and did what was asked. It was a new custom for them, something they would include in their lives from now on. One could say that everything was rosy, but there was a cabin that did not take well at all that another minotaur appeared and that the algae-brained cabin took the glory of killing it, and more when there were some weaklings. Of course this was seen with disappointment from the table of Athena, by the repudiated son of the god of war, and champion of the goddess of wisdom, Elliot Archer. But what happened was something that nobody foresaw. Naruto left with his table, saving the shinobis to the training camp to begin to give Konohamaru a little training torture, and teach him how to use the domains he obtained for being a champion of Poseidon, but Hades had to be unleashed. Sasuke Uchiha was on the verge of stabbing a kunai against the son of Ares, who was showing a celestial bronze blade towards the shinobi, as they wanted to give them their welcome, as the thugs they were. Among the group was Sherman Yang, current captain of the cabin, who was smiling maliciously. Sherman, well, it's time to let them know what we do to the new ones, grabbing Kiba by the hair while the dog boy growled. Naruto, you better put him down, spoiled warmonger. Sherman, it's not about you. Mini Seaweed Series, Naruto. And to think that Athena is right and that the children of the god of war are all a group of idiots, brainless and spoiled. Ellis, you're dead, dwarf. Percy, it seems they have problems seriously next to his brother. Sherman, don't get involved, Jackson. You better get Mini Jackson out of here or we'll have serious problems. Sure, Sway, they don't want me to get involved, right? Mark, we do not fear you, son of Hades. Chiron, enough. I've tolerated a lot of abuse since Clarice handed you command of Sherman Cabin 5, so if you don't want me to suspend you from this camp, pull yourself together. Sherman, in that case, I'll make it official. The Ares Cabin challenges the shinobi to capture the flag. Mr. D, I accept the challenge. If you lose, you will do the Biju's work. Ellis, what if they lose? Mr. D, nothing will happen and you will continue as before. Sherman, I accept. Naruto was going to speak, but a centaur spoke. Chiron, unfortunately Naruto and Gaara cannot participate, since both have participated in several similar events, and the children still do not know how to fight, so Inari, Konohamaru and the others will not participate. Naruto, what? Gaara, oh gods. Shikamaru, troubled, he thought frustratedly because if they participated they had an advantage. Mr. D, well, capture the flag will be held tomorrow, even if it's something outside of what's already prepared. Capture the demigods will be held anyway, so you don't have to worry about that. Thus began the preparations for a confrontation that will mark the pride of the entire Cabin 5. Shinobi vs. Sons of Ares, the game of a demigod. After arriving at Camp Half-Blood and making themselves known, a minor argument erupted with the Ares Cabin. As usual, the bullies wanted to welcome the newcomers so they knew their place. This was about to escalate with the intervention of the Poseidon, Hades, Apollo, and a couple of hunter cabins, but the quick intervention of Mr. D and Chiron prevented a full-blown conflict. This could have been resolved in a civilized manner, but Cabin 5 chose to use a capture the flag. As jealous of the shinobi's battle skills, they wanted to prove their superiority, and in that way, without anyone knowing, not even their former captain Clarice LaRue. The challenge was accepted where the two camp directors cut off the little hope that Naruto and Gaara had. Shikamaru, troublesome. Temari, so they don't participate. Naruto, sorry. Gaara, but oh well. Kiba, shit, we're screwed. So the shinobi decided to retreat in order to prepare a strategy accompanied by Naruto and Gaara in order to have some information. Cabin 7. We can see kinfos in front of the current captain of the cabin, Will Solace. Will, let's see, are you telling me you're going to leave? Kinfos, you know perfectly well about my power. You know that I can be at a disadvantage if I don't do that training. I won't always fight if it's not midday. Will, I know, but the others won't think you're leaving because of that. Kinfos, let the Ares Cabin think and spread rumors as they please, I don't care. Will, you look like you're Asmita from Virgo. Kinfos, are you comparing me to an anime character? Will, yes da. Kinfos, well it turned out excellent, ha ha ha. Will, dad's sense of humor, hee hee hee. But leaving that aside, Inari, the atmosphere became more serious than usual. Kinfos, I'll tell him tonight. Will, okay, by the way, who would have thought he was a Greek demigod, and a Buddhist, which is ironic for a possible next Buddha. Kinfos, if you mock. Cabin 3, we can see Konohamaru training with Percy in a small fighting drill routine. Percy, you're doing well. Konohamaru, thanks Percy and I want to catch up with the boss, by the way. Why do they call the boss Mini Jackson? Percy, well, you see, when he arrived at the camp, the fact that he was an orphan became somewhat public, maybe not his Jinchuriki status, but the rest did, that made him somewhat isolated from the rest. Only a couple of gods, if they came, spoke to him, such as Apollo, Athena to teach him about the things of this world and get him into the habit of reading, Hera with whom he stays quite calm. Even Zeus comes and tries to make him perverted. But one of those who accompanied him the most is Lady Artemis, whom Naruto sees as his mother. She has given him, despite what they say that she hates men, a lot of affection, but due to ancient laws, she could not always be there, so I talked to my mother about it and took Naruto to meet her. My mother was delighted with him to the point that she became attached, and after inventing an excuse, legally he is family before the law. Naruto outside of the elemental nations uses the last name Jackson, not Uzumaki. That's why they call him Mini Jackson. Cabin 23. Shikamaru. Well, that's what they know. Gaara. Cabin 5 are a group of idiots, brutes, and extremely absent-minded and temperamental, so it is not difficult to provoke them. Naruto. Besides the fact that it will be easy to fool them, they are shinobi, masters at it. Shikamaru. By the way, what are you wearing? Ino. I haven't seen you wearing anything orange since we were kids. Naruto. Oh, it's the camp shirt. Well, in my case I already said what I had to, so I'm leaving. Gaara. I'll catch up with you in a moment. So Naruto nodded and went to cabin 3 until the time of the fight comes. 3 hours later, the horn sounded, causing the heroes to gather in the center of the cabins. Konohamaru was with a quiver on his back along with Naruto, a sign that they both practiced with the bow. Needless to say, the boy turned out to be quite good. Chiron. Gather heroes and shinobi. On this day we will hold the confrontation where the children of Ares from cabin 5 will face off against the newcomers, who, with the exception of the children, Mr. Guy and Miss Tsunade with her assistant, will not participate in the event. The river marks the limit of the confrontation. That is why I wish the teams luck. Any artifact and magic or chakra is allowed, but killing is not. Sherman. I have no problem if the old woman, the apprentice, and the big eyebrow come in, he said arrogantly. Naruto. Hey Gaara, he whispered, should we tell her that Tsunade Obachan is much stronger than she appears? Gaara. No. After receiving their flags, red for the children of Ares and blue for the shinobi, each one went to carry out their strategies, plans, and place the flag. Annabeth. Too bad they don't have a child of Athena. Naruto. Nah, with Shikamaru they are fine. He is a better strategist than many children of Athena. Only he does not use that ability because he is hopelessly lazy. The Athena cabin was offended by this insult, but they fell on their backs upon learning of this slight problem of laziness. With the shinobis, Shikamaru. Well, I know this is ugly, but we need enough things to defend. Omo. What if we use our superiority and experience? Shikamaru. It could work. They are ground fighters, not ambush fighters like us. Kiba. That's true. Shikamaru. Omo. As the most experienced swordsman present, you will go in the attack wave. Choose who you will take. Omo. Karui, the Yamanaka, the Inuzuka, the Uchiha, and the Gore Chuji began to emanate an aura of death at the word that was terrifying. The groan, the Akimichi, are coming with me. Shikamaru. Go and prepare yourselves. The aforementioned retreated with Omoi towards the location of the attack. Shikamaru. Well, taking advantage of 2 Hyugas and an Aburame, I need you to use your tracking gifts, Sai and Haku. I trust you to defend the perimeter. The aforementioned began to move. Temari. Kankuro, what will we do? Shikamaru. If you can get your puppet far away, do it. Temari, you and I will defend this area. Temari, of course. Kankuro sent his puppet Kurasa as far away as he could, while Sai and Haku carried out a survey and Shino sent her insects. The sons of Ares placed a guard of 5 to defend the flag, while the rest, about 20, headed under Sherman's command towards the location of the shinobi flag, unaware that they were seen by the shinobi on the ground. Sasuke, they're going to our place. Oma, it seems so. Uchiha, I want you to use the Inuzuka and the Akimichi to destroy the enemy. You can't kill them. Sasuke, sure. Omoa approached the enemy flag with Ino and Karui as they waited for their moment. With Sasuke, the aforementioned went ahead to prepare a trap for the children of Ares, where with ninja cables, Doton Jutsu, and Kunai and Shuriken they prepared a good trap, which was activated by Ellis and Mark, where 10 of the children of Ares fell while the rest advanced, leaving Mark unconscious by a blow from Sasuke and Ellis unconscious by the fall of Chuji with his expansion jutsu. With the spectators, Annabeth, I must admit that they are good strategists. Naruto, in shinobi life you don't learn to follow a plan to the letter. Many times that is the ruin of missions. Annabeth, what? Gaara, as Naruto said, not everything should always be planned. The more you plan, the more openings the opponent will have, so many times you should leave room for improvisation. Athena's cabin felt ridiculed in arguments because they could not refute anything. Chiron tapped Grover's shoulder expectantly, who looked at him somewhat oddly. In the game, Sherman continued to the base where the Hyugas jumped to fight, finishing off 4 through the use of the 8 trigrams, while the rest, thanks to the action of Sai's ink beasts, Ten's weapons and Haku's ice jutsus, where the only one left was Sherman, who was about to touch the flag. Shikamaru, Kagemain no Jutsu. Sherman, what? Still and in a position similar to Nara. Temari, Futon, Kazakiri after tracing hand seals. Kankuro, Karasu, let's go hitting the puppet. Sherman, what the buck? With Oma. Ino was using her mental jutsus against 2 of Aries' children, while Karui and Omoe were dueling with the other 3 in a sword duel where, thanks to Karui, the flag was secured. Chiron, Team Shinobi wins. Naruto and Gaara, that? So everyone gathered to congratulate the shinobi and remember what was bet on Ares' hut. That night, Cabin 7, Apollo, we can see kinfos with Naruto, Gaara, Inari, Gear and Shursui, along with the most notable brothers from the Apollo cabin who were called by the eldest son of the sun god in their respective cabin. Kinfos, well, now that we're gathered here, we can begin. Naruto, why did you call us here, Kinfos and I? I don't want to miss the boys' victory dinner. Shursui, is it time yet? Gaara, what do you mean, Shursui and I? Kinfos, with a serious look, I'll be direct with you. I'll be leaving the camp for 2 years. All Shursui and will. Why? Kinfos, I need to go on a training trip and it will take me 2 to 2.5 years to complete. Plus they can't come with me since I have to do it alone. Inari, but Kinfos and I, you are already very strong. I think you can defeat anyone if it is half a day. Kinfos, you said it yourself. Only if I have access to it at noon, so if I manage to complete this training I won't need to use it very often and thus won't have to depend on the Hyperior Solaris very often. Inari, starting to tear up, then I want to go with you and train. I don't want to be separated from you. I don't want to. Kinfos, crouching down and hugging his brother Inari, I know you won't need me at all. I already trained with you and showed you the main aspects of our power. I also asked Shursui to train you since I have left several things that will help you in these years. Also, take this, handing him a ring of pure gold. This is my Taiyang spear. It will always protect you even if I am not here with you. Inari, crying yes brother. Kinfos, carrying him with one arm and seeing Naruto and Gaara who are waiting, come here with a smile. Naruto and Gaara, running to hug him. Kinfos and I, please come back soon. Kinfos, I promise you. Please take care of Inari. Yes, after all you were my students and my adoptive brothers. I know you will be great warriors, he said with a proud smile, a Skeiner trademark. The 3 of them, still crying yes, brother. Kinfos, going down to Inari and seeing Gear, jumping on Kinfos and shedding tears. Please, just take care of yourself, please. Kinfos, looking at Gear, I promise you. And I promise you when we met, I promise you that when I return we will have many children and we will love them all, and we will be happy, and if the gods get in the way I will defeat them without a doubt because no one will stand in the way of my destiny and happiness. Author's note. Because I am Buddha xdxdxd. End of note. Gear, crying, please, just come back, okay? Kinfos, I promise you, my love. Well, it's better to go to the celebration. Tomorrow will be my departure from the camp. It's better to enjoy what's left of the day. Thus the other members of Apollo's room said goodbye one by one, while the rest went to celebrate the victory over Ares. While Kinfos informed Lord D and Chiron of his trip, without knowing that this idea would be remembered by several demigods as an act of betrayal, by not being present. Cabin 3, Naruto was heading to his room when Percy stops him. Percy, Naruto. Naruto, what's up bro? Percy, in a few days we'll go see mom, so get ready. Naruto, HAI. The ultimate joke and capture the flag of demigods. After Kinfo's words and his farewell, the son of Apollo left at dawn the next day without being seen so as not to cause more sadness. After having spoken with Dionysus and Chiron, who one accepted because he had no more people to take care of and the other understanding the situation, where he was only seen by a member of the Ares cabin who upon learning began to spread a rumor that he had left as a traitor. The news was not well received by those who knew, including Zoe and the huntresses who before leaving with their lady, heard the conversation with Chiron, so together with the cabins of Apollo, Poseidon, Hades defended him. The Stoll brothers spoke with Percy about the subject where the seaweed brain, not being able to lie to a liar like the sons of Hermes, told them the situation to what they understood. The camp was very divided on the issue, even the cabins were divided since there was no need to call him a traitor. At least there were no enemies currently to justify such actions, so they related it as the departure to normal life. It was not as if he spent the entire year in the camp since few knew him. After breakfast, the demigods proceeded to maintain their routine training for the day. While the hunters had a training session with the new male hunters that Artemis wanted, they had to train them according to their ideals. And above all, make them forget all the things that would make them equal to other men: pride, vanity, their womanizing sense, among other nefarious things in their eyes. Konohamaru, Zoe. Zoe, what's wrong? She asked seriously. She just let Naruto tell her that. Konohamaru, well, I was wondering how Naruto is so loved by the hunters. At that moment the Stoll brothers would appear. Travis, let us explain the ultimate joke to you. Connor, as well as the story of the one who stands at the top of all the pranks. Zoe, well, it started when he was 7 years old. Flashback. You can see Naruto as a little 7 years old training archery accompanied by Zoe. That day Phoebe had told him that they would give him a test to know if he was like they wanted him to be or if he would be like all the other men. Nobody told him what his test would be, only that Phoebe organized an exhibition of statues of Hercules, the most hated by them, who was left in charge of the House of Ares. Zoe, okay, do you see that guy with the statues? Naruto, yes, who is it? Zoe, that guy is Hercules, she said with much disgust. In the eyes of normal people he is a hero of mythology for completing 12 labors, one of which caused my family to abandon me and betray me. Naruto, nobody does that to Zoe Nachan. I'll make sure her memory in the camp is not well heard, he said with a dark aura and a sadistic smile. Zoe, well, that's it for today. It's time for you to go with Annabeth to see your studies. Naruto, okay, bye Zoe. The blonde left, leaving the jacket somewhat happy, while the blonde left with a plan in mind. That night, Naruto had prepared all his paint and his clothes with a lot of orange, where he escaped from his cabin and began to go after the statues, while the children of Ares were ignored or left aside, without them knowing who passed by. In the distance and above Cabin 8, Artemis's cabin, the hunters saw this with amazement, and two things came to mind. One, the blonde is a master of stealth and infiltration, and two, that the children of Ares are terrible guardians to do anything. Naruto, under the gaze of the hunters, while they did their best not to laugh, especially Phoebe and Zoe who were biting their lips, proceeded to make his biggest joke, something comparable to the time he painted the Hokage's faces or infiltrated the Anbu headquarters by painting the suits pink. To leave and say goodbye, saying, Naruto, stupid Hercule Databale, with an amused smile. The next morning the camp was in commotion. Chiron didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the fury of the Ares cabin because someone had slipped under their noses and their mission to protect those statues of Hercules had been desecrated. The others were astonished. There were 20 sons of Ares present at that moment in the camp and they were all mocked, but who did it? Zoe, Naruto, something to say. Naruto at that moment became nervous while the Hermes cabin that was seen as responsible looked at him strangely. Naruto, they'll never catch me alive escaping. No one believed it. The smallest of the demigods had outsmarted the children of Ares, who, furious, without thinking, grabbed the first thing they could find, some sticks and stones, while they chased him for 4 hours, leaving them exhausted except for the blonde who was only caught by his older brother. The Stolls at that time gave him the title of King of Pranks, while the rest of Cabin 11 made him a monument for such a joke, worshipping him as a king for 2 months, things that made the hunters and Naruto a little uncomfortable, who won the acceptance of all the hunters as their little brother, even jealously protecting him from the bitches daughters of Aphrodite, as they said. End of flashback. Konohamaru, wow, the boss is awesome. Zoe, yes, and I hope you're like him. Konohamaru, HAI. Stoll, no one will surpass the king by retreating. Zoe, idiots. Thus, little Konohamaru continued his training in the arts of hunting under Zoe's tutelage, forming another hunter under her ideals. Time skipped that afternoon. The horn had sounded and Chiron was calling the demigods, among them the children of Ares who from the beating the other day were healed with much pain and suffering by Tsunade, especially those who told her she was old. Chiron, assemble heroes, it's time for you to begin your long-awaited capture the flag. Remember, all forms of magic, technology, and chakra are permitted, but death is not. The river shows its limit. May the gods bless the best. Everyone went with their respective teams where Naruto's group, Celestial Flag, was formed by Apollo's cabin, Athena's cabin, Hermes' cabin, Poseidon's cabin, without Percy since he and Annabeth do not participate as they are camp counselors, Hades' cabin, without sure sway due to his age and experience. The opposing team was formed by Aphrodite's cabin, Ares' cabin, Hephaestus' cabin, Iris' cabin, Demeter's cabin. All the shinobi and children, seeing this, sat down with the camp counselors to wait for the situation to be resolved. Blue team, Naruto. Well, we need to do something and not have it be a stupidly long plan. Athena's cabin felt offended by this reason, but a blonde that everyone recognized showed up. Of course, we will make a plan since Athena always has one. Naruto, Kevin Jones. Kevin, we will follow a plan because that way we will win. Gaara, as a shinobi and with experience, following a plan only brings problems. Kevin, and leave everything to chance too. We can't always improvise. Everyone would begin to see a map where the flag would be and Kevin would say a clear plan, leaving the disposition free by experience of Naruto and Gaara since as shinobis they had the experience of the real battlefield. At the time of starting, Naruto and Gaara went with the first wave of attack where they ran into the children of Ares while both were surrounded. They knew that without that pair the others would be defeated easily, so accompanied by a pair of children of Aphrodite, who were envious of their pretty boy appearance, since without makeup and treatments they were appreciated by the entire female audience. Both shinobi stood back to back while the enemy surrounded them, because they knew one thing: with them they would take a large part of their opponents. Several children of Ares threw themselves against them while Naruto and Gaara clashed their swords against them, and with a blow to the face with their elbow or free fist they sent them to the world of dreams. On several occasions Naruto managed to connect a blow to the arm, dislocating his opponent, while Gaara attacked their legs, leaving them on the ground immobile by combining a little of their sand with the spectators. Guy, his flames of youth burned brightly. Tsunade, I didn't think they were that good. Shikamaru, troublesome. Kiba, those are alphas. Kankuro, come on Karasu, let's cheer the boys up. Ino, that's my fiancé. Hinata felt somewhat jealous and sad, which Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye, so knowing that Artemis would arrive in a few days, he would consult with her on the matter. As his mother figure, the opinion of the goddess of the moon would have more weight than the others, and he could not approach the daughters of Aphrodite without running the risk of possibly being raped and traumatized. Read, let's go Naruto-kun. Niji, come on guys. In the fight, Naruto and Gaara took with them almost all of Ares and Aphrodite's children in combat, leaving the latter with some scars that would mar their beautiful baby faces, while the rest of the team took care of the rest, while the blonde and the redhead went for the flag after leaving several opponents on the ground. Along the way it was normal for them to encounter opponents who were defeated, but something that caught their attention was seeing Nico D'Angelo do the signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan, the fireball, while those who watched Shursui looked with some pride at his little brother's achievement. So Naruto and Gaara rushed to arrive with the enemy flag and managed to take it while both raised it, and the light blue team with the exception of Kevin celebrated. That night there was a great celebration. While on Olympus, Poseidon showed off his son and adopted son to the goddess with Artemis, causing annoyance among the gods of the losing team. Everyone celebrated, unaware that something or someone was approaching. Near the camp, some beings were approaching. Two of them had orange hair and purple spiral eyes, along with two strange-looking men, one with a scythe and the other with masks on his body. They were all holding two young people captive, a blonde man and a black-haired goth woman. Attack on camp, Akatsuki vs. Demigods. After the capture of the flag where Naruto's team was victorious, the demigods and shinobi began to cheer and celebrate while sharing dinner while getting the shinobi used to the customs of the demigods. Chiron, to the gods. Raising a glass. Demigods and shinobis, to the gods. After the battle of capture the flag, Tsunade as the new camp medic began to help the wounded, giving them cures from the elemental nations and using medical ninjutsu to stabilize the most serious, especially the children of Ares, where she took revenge for being called old, where throughout the camp she made them hear girls' screams. On Olympus, Poseidon was celebrating as well as Apollo, Artemis, the latter for her adopted son, that child she raised and educated according to her ideals of how men should be, to whom she had grown fond of to the point of loving him like a mother, and in many cases throwing her motherly jealousy at Aphrodite for the bitches they have as daughters for organizing a club of crazy fanatics for her baby. Since he was a child, she told him that under no circumstances should he approach Cabin 10, since in the words of the goddess of the hunt, they only do sick things that would disturb anyone's mind, making the child obediently swear by the river Styx not to approach, something he always does, and like a little fox fleeing from the hunters when he sees the mobs, he escaped masterfully with his best friend, Gaara. Of the other gods, Dionysus just gave a thumbs up. He was the only demigod he liked since the boy found a loophole in his father's prohibitions on drinking. It was known that Zeus forbade the god of wine and parties from drinking wine, which the aforementioned took to mean that it was for all alcoholic beverages, something that Naruto managed to prove to him that it was not. So when he drank a beer, no thunder sounded, and additionally when you break an oath by the river Styx, he thanked him by naming him as the demigod he respects, in addition to giving him a barrier that he made with Athena to study without divine interruptions when the blonde reached level 1515 of ceiling on the Uzumaki scale. Zeus was a different case. Since he is in his domains, he had tried to make him a pervert like him, something that always failed, even when he got out of control with the children of Ares and released 5 tails of chakra, from which only Artemis calmed him down. So giving up, before returning to the elemental nations, he gave him the mission to find the unpublished manuscript of the Ika series, the most hated book by the entire female audience, and Naruto thanks to Artemis who hates it, something that the blonde did by stealing it from Jiraiya's things while they were looking for Tsunade. At the camp, the demigods continued celebrating alongside the shinobis, in Sai's case and the rest of Team 7 present, saving the pink-haired ironing board and with the voice of a walking megaphone. Sasuke, what a different atmosphere from the village. Sai, yes. Naruto, I'm glad you like it, guys. Sasuke, although I'm not going to lie, I feel lonely in my cabin, and even more so when they revealed to me that I am a transmigrant of Indra Otsutsuki, the eldest son of the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto, do you know that they gave you the true story that the guy is a half-breed of 2 races who, in order to become God, gave power to humans? Sasuke, yes, but well, you understand me. I'm trying to assimilate everything in this, and we haven't even been here for a week. Sai, for my part, I feel fine, rather than being a mummy Anbu with the Sharingan on his arm and bandaged eye. Naruto, haha, not bad. Elsewhere, you can see Apollo's children except Inari, who Zoe covered her eyes because of the stupidity they were doing at Apollo's table. They were making Will and Lee compete doing push-ups while they shouted silly things and cheered. Zoe, they had to be stupid. Guy, his flames of youth burn like 1,000 suns. Near the camp, those gods must know pain. 2, don't rush, they may be children of gods. 3, I must be the only god. As successor of the Sage of the Six Paths, I have his eyes. 4, don't worry, Pain, the others will know what you're doing. Pain, what do Kakuzu and Haiden say? Kakuzu, it will be interesting to steal that famous celestial bronze from them, rubbing his hands greedily. Haiden, I will take them to Jashin-sama, and more to the children of that god of the underworld Hades. Pain, Naraka and Azura, you will attack with Kakuzu. Haiden and I are leaving, but make sure they are seen. Girl, rot, boy, TT Talia weekly, don't provoke them anymore. Talia, Jason worried about her brother, what did bastards do to him? Jason, Talia, calm down, trying to calm her sister Gotham, the gods will make them pay. Pain, silence, your false gods fear a true one like me, the one destined to be the only god, the one who will make all know peace through color. You initiate the attack, Kakuzu and the paths. Pain withdrew from the place where the aforementioned 3 remained. Camp. Everyone was having fun while Konohamaru talked animatedly with Percy and Naruto. Shikaku and Kurama made introductions as the only Biju kings to end up grabbing blows to show themselves strong, but something happened. Naruto, what's going on? Percy, are you feeling okay? Naruto, and no, I feel presences near the camp. Kurama, I thought I was the only one who noticed. There are 3 guys. Percy, Chiron, something's wrong with the subjects. Naraka Path, Shinra Tensei. A great explosion was felt in the camp, if not for Talia's ancient tree, a gift from the gods after Talia's departure from it, and after the second Titanomachy with the same power as when it contained the demigoddess daughter of Zeus. Chiron, all 2 arms, defend the camp. Naruto, will take the children to the cabin. Konohamaru, but, Naruto, it's dangerous and they don't know how to fight well enough yet to help. Naruto along with Percy and the children of Hades joined the others while Will took the minor demigods, Konohamaru, and the shinobis, despite the fact that Sasuke, Haku, Kiba and Omoi wanted to fight. Percy, Naruto, Gaara, go to the area with Zoe and Phoebe. Those mentioned, HAI. Percy, campers, we will defend our home. Cabin 5, Ares, began to shout Spartan-style war cries in an attempt to intimidate. With Naruto. Zoe, they can't be more idiotic. Naruto. Then they complain that Artemis Oka-sama hates them. Zoe, what are you both doing here? Naruto. N-I-sen told me to come with you. Zoe, I'll talk to Jackson later, now take your hunting bows. Naruto and Gaara would have their bows ready with the other hunters. At the entrance, Percy had gathered several demigods, including, obviously, Cabin 5 who couldn't stand going in a second wave, the Stoll brothers leading several from Cabin 11, Shursui leading the other houses like some from the house of Aphrodite, Demeter, Apollo and Hephaestus. Shursui, be careful. Percy, don't remind me. As they all approached the entrance, they could see two men with orange hair and purple onion eyes, along with a man with his face covered, leaving his eyes exposed. Percy, who are they? Shursui, Akatsuki, I didn't think you were so stupid to attack us. Naraka Path, you are in the presence of a true god, demigods of false gods. Percy, that's what the Titans said and here we are. Azura Path, I wouldn't underestimate you if I were your demigod. Shursui, what do you want? Naraka Path, they have in their possession 2 of the 9-tailed beasts. We want them to carry out the true path to peace, true pain. Shursui, that won't be possible. Percy, what do they want? Kakuzu, maybe we can trade for them, showing the demigods. Percy, Talia, Jason, damn, what did they do to you? Naraka Path, surrender the bijus or they will know pain. Shikaku, if you think we'll go, you're wrong. Kurama, we won't leave the camp's cubs unprotected. Kakuzu, we wanted to negotiate. But anyway, any last words? Jason, I'm just thanking myself for something. Kakuzu, what about? Jason, taking Talia, let Naruto put a seal on me now. Naruto using the Hiraishin managed to rescue his cousins from the hands of Akatsuki while putting the aforementioned with the hunters. Kakuzu, Dai taking their masks off their bodies. Shursui, hunters now, with Naruto. The blonde had already returned with his Hiraishin, so he positioned himself again to launch arrows. Zoe launch. Naruto with the hunters and Gaara threw a rain of arrows made of celestial bronze, added to the right-hand chakra that Naruto added. At the entrance, Naraka Road was cupping hand seals while the water of the place gathered in abundance. Naraka Path, Suetun Baku Sui Shoha. A large wave hit the entrance, but I didn't expect Percy to use his hydrokinesis to stop it, while the arrows began to collide with the aforementioned. Kakuzu, I am immortal in that 3 arrows kill 3 hearts, making the aforementioned spit blood. Damn. Azura Path, Bansho Tenin casting his attraction on the demigods. Shursui, resist tracing hand seals Katan Gokaku and Ojutsu. The fireball went to the Azura Path, causing him to stop using his gravity jutsu. The children of Ares then threw themselves at Kakuzu, where they all threw cuts and stabs, causing the immortal to be quite injured by the cuts and stabs, while the rest watched, and Phoebe took the children of Zeus with the help of a son of Hephaestus so that Tsunade could heal and care for them. As for the pads, they wanted to throw themselves, but the barrier prevented it, something that Shursui and Percy took advantage of and tried to fight against them, the Azura Path being destroyed by Shursui using for the first time in a long time since he arrived at the camp his Umbrokinesis, a trait he shared with his younger brother Nico D'Angelo, along with necromancy, something that Nico used and Shursui, due to his principles, did not use. The children of Ares managed to kill Kakuzu as they brought his body into the camp along the path that Shursui defeated in order to investigate them along with the bijus. As for Percy, against the Naraka Path it was a little difficult for him to face it, but using his inherited powers, among them something that differentiates him a lot from Naruto is the use of atmokinesis, the use of storms and hurricanes, especially his aerokinesis, the control of the winds, since with Naruto he shares to a certain extent electrokinesis, although Naruto is much better at it than him. Not that he would admit it, but he himself even greatly helped his younger brother like no one else would. He could have fought him like any brother, but he was always there for him, just as Naruto was for him. The path did not last much longer since Naruto, without thinking and with Zoe's complicity, decided to intervene using his Rasengan on the path of pain, causing it to break. Naruto, Percy, I told you to stay back. Naruto, but I wanted to fight alongside my older brother. Percy, what am I going to do with you? Hugging him after sighing. Shursui, it's over. Nico, hey, did I miss something? Arriving with the others. Shursui, not for the moment. Percy, something big is coming. Naruto, We will be prepared. Artemis arrives at the camp. After the attack on the camp, we can see Tsunade healing the wounded with medical ninjutsu. Jason, that feels good. Talia, you already said it, but who is she and what are shinobis doing here? Naruto, calm down cousin. Talia, bleached blonde, seriously you dare appear after your… Naruto, it was a harmless prank when I was 10, get over it. Talia, I got over it? You dyed my hair pink, the color I hate the most. Naruto, it's not that bad. Tsunade, so the Gaki did that seriously. Naruto, that Tsunade Obachan was a long time ago. Zoe, and it was one of the most fun things she did. Talia, growling stupid hunter. Zoe emo goth. Naruto, I'm leaving, goodbye cousin. Jason, don't leave me alone, shorty. At that moment an argument between both hunters started in the medical wing where even Tsunade wanted to separate them. Cabin 9, Hephaestus. We can see a kunoichi with pigtails and a large scroll walking through the house of the god of the forge, while being accompanied by a Latino boy, son of the god of the forge, user of pyrokinesis, a product of being a domain of the god of the forge, volcanoes, fire, architecture and sculpture. 1010 and Leo? Leo, so what? 1010. You said you would take me to where they forge weapons and that you would help me forge mine. Leo, yes, I know what I said, but the forge is in cabin 9, the sons of Hephaestus cabin. Boy, that's right. Only the children of Hephaestus produce the best weapons and perform the best repairs at camp. Leo, hello Charles. Oh, meet Charles Beckendorf, son of Hephaestus and leader of cabin 9. Charles, it's a pleasure to meet a fierce kunoichi who loves weapons. 1010. It's a pleasure. Charles, and what do you want to do? 1010, hey, I wanted to make my weapons but I don't have a forging place in my cabin. Leo, do you like forging? 1010, yes, and all my weapons are made by me taking out their sealing scroll. I keep them in the scroll. Leo, let's see? 1010 would take out his weapons. Charles, you know you're skilled, I've never seen weapons of such good quality, so make yourself at home. 1010, thank you. Hand-to-hand combat dojo. Naruto was running from the infirmary when he didn't notice that he arrived at the dojo, the building where he learned hand-to-hand combat. There he saw Sasuke hitting a hanging punching bag, unloading a little. Naruto, so you wanted to train? Sasuke, I just de-stress, plus I wanted to help in the attack, but they didn't let me. Naruto, are you frustrated? Sasuke, yes, and Shursui is with his younger brother in cabin 13. Naruto, in that case taking off his shirt I'll wait for you team. Sasuke, are you sure, Dobe? Smiling challengingly. Author's note, Sasuke doesn't have the bandages. End of note. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto, don't let my bandaged arm fool you. I know how to fight with that. Both would engage in a fist fight, blocking each other, until Sasuke would grab him by the shirt and give him several knees while Naruto manages to cover his face, until he gets out of the grip and begins to give him boxing punches and a kick to his side, making a moan of pain in the emo, until in a lucky blow from the brunette and a carelessness of the blonde Sasuke applies a suplex to Naruto, throwing him to the ground. Sasuke would take advantage to hit him on the ground while Naruto covered himself with his legs and arm until he managed to perform a ki that would leave the emo immobile. Sasuke, shit, hitting the ground in surrender. Naruto, good fight team, not knowing that two black-haired men would enter the dojo. Nico, wow, that was a good fight. Shursui, may I know what the two of them were doing? Seriously, both, training in a friendly combat. Shursui, really? Really, both, yes. Shursui, well, sighing, they call you in cabin 8. Naruto, I'm leaving now, leaving. Cabin 3. Konohamaru can be seen training with his sword with the help of Gaara and Percy. Konohamaru, this is difficult. Percy, not everything is easy. Gaara, I had to learn it a lot. Konohamaru, Percy, nothing is easy, even for demigods. Konohamaru, okay, let's continue. So he kept up his sword training so he could be part of the next capture the flag for Poseidon's cabin. Cabin 7. Inari can be seen spending time with her half-siblings, as they teach her how to use their prominent musical instruments. Austin Lake was teaching her how to play the saxophone while demonstrating the healing abilities that the children of Apollo were able to use through music. Kayla Knowles, one of Apollo's daughters, was teaching her how to use her bow, as even without it, her aim with throwing weapons is very good. Inari, wow, that was amazing playing with Austin on the instrument. Austin, do you want another one? Inari, of course. They would both proceed to play the instrument together. Cabin 22. You can see Ino and Hinata talking about the situation. While the blonde hugs her and tries to make Naruto marry them, she may not like sharing the blonde, but no idiot hurts a friend like the older pearl-eyed girl. Ino, I'll talk to Naruto-kun Hinata, but I don't promise anything. Hinata, I understand, I just like him, and how would marrying someone be helpful so they don't put that label on me? Ino, I understand. As Karui and Temari walked in with them, Cabin 23. You can see several of them doing various things. Shikamaru is sleeping with an orange shirt on, Lee doing headstand push-ups shirtless getting the attention of Aphrodite's daughters, Niji using the soft fist against Guy in combat training, Kiba playing arm wrestling with Dari to pass the time, and Chuji eating chips while watching Shinobi with his insects. Hades' cabin. Kankuro can be seen talking animatedly with Nico D'Angelo after his training on the puppets, while the little emo boy used his necromancy to take out several skeletons. Cabin 8. Naruto can be seen arriving at the cabin while Zoe and Phoebe waited for him, seeing the condition he was in. His eye was purple. Zoe, I want an explanation now. Naruto. Naruto, I was training hand-to-hand combat with Sasuke. I didn't see a hit coming and here's the result. Phoebe, at least he doesn't hide it. Naruto, doing so would be the complete opposite of how you Nei-chans have raised me. Phoebe, that's why you're the little brother of the hunters. Naruto, thanks, besides it's not that it bothers me, but what do you need me to do? Can I see my child? Naruto, Artemis Okasama running to hug her. Artemis, my boy hugging him. I've seen everything and let me tell you that I hope you enjoyed your only chance to have fun like you did against that walking shark. Naruto, sorry, I got carried away. Artemis, no problem. Naruto, hey Okasama, can you help me with something? Artemis, clear. Naruto, well, you see, there are some girls that I like. Artemis, the Hyuga and the Yamanaka, right? Knowing where this was leading. Naruto, yes, and the truth is I don't want to fail you for your teachings. I know that I am committed to Ino, but I also know that if I don't help Hinata to be free by marrying me, since otherwise they would put the seal of the caged bird on her, it would go against all the teachings that you gave me. Sobbing, what can I do? Artemis, go for both. Naruto, what? Artemis, go for both of them. I know you well enough to know that you won't do what other pigs of men do to women. We raised you not to be like that, and we've erased all traces of those attitudes from you. Naruto, but you taught me that the CRA is a very ugly law that makes women look like incubators. And Artemis, do you love them? Naruto, yes. Artemis, then go for them. Naruto just hugged Artemis tightly. Naruto, thank you Okasama. Artemis, also well done. Naruto, I'll always listen to you. Artemis, very good. And Aphrodite's cabin. Naruto, they would only teach me things that would disturb my mind, do bad things to me and turn me into what I swore to destroy. Artemis, that's my boy. And in thoughts, I hope you enjoy this Aphrodite, she smiled. Naruto, by the way, what do you think of Tsunade? Artemis, she's a good doctor and a great ninja from what I can see. Naruto, yes. Artemis, now tell me what happened in the attack seriously. Naruto, yes, proceeding to tell everything that happened, the Onion Eyes, Akatsuki and their plan with the Bijus, Sasuke's brother's mission as a spy in it. Artemis, good. Naruto, also, do you remember the Sannin of the Toads? Artemis, yes. Naruto, I burned all the books and manuscripts of that hateful book, except for this one, which is what Uncle Zeus asked for. Artemis, well done, but why do you have it? Naruto, the guy said he wanted the unpublished manuscript, so I stole it. It was very easy since he left with a woman and left his things at the hotel. You can take it to him since he'll surely give me those erotic magazines that he always gives me, and I burn in front of you because I hate perverts. Artemis, I'll take it to him resigned while you train for what's coming. Naruto, yes Okasama. After that the goddess left. On Olympus, all the gods were gathering, even Dionysus, who was drinking a beer from a Pepsi can so that his father wouldn't say anything to him, since thanks to Naruto he discovered that the punishment is only applied if he drinks wine. Zeus, I called them well today. Artemis, here is a gift from your nephew, she said with displeasure at the content. Zeus, oh Naruto, seeing the manuscript, hot damn Gaki, well done. Maybe a god of deception will do it, hehe. Hermes, that's not my domain. Zeus, admire the unpublished manuscript of Ica Paradise. Apollo, Hermes, Poseidon, Ares, big brat / my son / mini Jackson. Artemis, idiots, she whispered, well if you're done we have something serious to talk about. Ares, And that would be it? Without taking importance, Artemis, the camp was attacked. All Hera, what? Denicio, how is the blonde? Everyone sees it. Dionysus, he is the only demigod I like and love. Artemis, I expected that. Poseidon, that's my youngest son. Zeus, well, say what you know. Artemis, we were attacked by two guys with black robes and red clouds and purple onion eyes. Zeus, Rinnegan? Artemis, according to Naruto and Shursui, yes. Zeus, this is serious. Artemis, Naruto said we had the brother of Indra's transmigrant as a spy in that organization, so we'll be moving forward soon with more information and his movements. Poseidon, I will notify for the Kumo Jinchurikis. Hera, Hephaestus, how is the reconstruction of Yuzu going? Hephaestus, it's going great. I'll soon have the portal ready for us there. Hermes, also, thanks to my help, a lot of trade goes to the island. Zeus, well, very soon the situation will worsen, so I do not rule out the idea of a third Titanomachy. Hades, that's serious speaking, who was silent the whole time. Demeter, no doubt. Hestia, let's hope we can resolve the crisis. Elemental nations, since the escape of the former Konoha shinobi from the Leaf Village, things have not gone very well for the aforementioned, since many agreements had fallen, and due to the resurgence of Yuzu, the Godame Hokage Hamura Mitokado could not help but feel furious and more with the Kage of the same, Asuma Sarutobi, son of Hiruzen, who was the Sandame Hokage of the Leaf Village, that poisoned his blood. In Suna, Raza kept sending his ninjas to search for his ungrateful children, but without any good results regarding their whereabouts. In Kumo, Iwa, and recently Kiri, things were going well since with Yuzu on their side, in addition to several contacts with Portal Iris with Olympus, they can keep the Akatsuki matter at bay, added to the fact that the Jinchuriki's saving bee decided to be taken to Yuzu, including Yagura, who discovered that he was in a genjutsu before the war became bloodier. In Maguekio, the Akatsuki were furious, minus an emo and a shark. The reason, the attack on the demigods failed, and left a balance of 3 less in their possession. Pain was the most annoyed, since how dare those demigods to mess with him, a god. Toby was the most furious. How could he perform the infinite Tsukuyami to bring peace without the Biju? Another affected was Zetsu, since it was not expected that the Olympians would intervene, but none counted on the intervention of Hagoromo, who decided to help them by telling them some things about the deities of Olympus. In China, we can see a large Buddhist temple in the mountains where several monks were meditating or carrying out their routine activities. In one of the rooms was the most powerful demigod son of Apollo, member of the 4 mestizo princes, in the lotus pose, while meditating. Apollo, I know you are Buddha's son, but very soon your skills will be needed, said his father in the area. Kinfos, and so I will, he answered. Love and Akatsuki. After the talk with Artemis, Naruto cleared each and every one of his doubts about his heart. He had fulfilled and had sought advice from her, since in the goddess of the moon, the virgins, the childbirth, since she claimed him as champion, and named him Hunter along with Gaara, she began to educate them in how she believed men should be. She was tired of most of them being like Orion, and in that the hunters, or rather the most overprotective older sisters, never let them get close to anything related to Aphrodite, because even though they earned a little living as models, Aphrodite did her thing to give them many fangirls, something that bothered the hunters a lot. Cabin 3. Naruto was arriving at the cabin built by his father for his demigods. While he watched as Percy and Gaara helped little Konohamaru with the sword and shield, he had to admit, it was like seeing older brothers and a younger brother. Naruto, you're doing well, Konohamaru. Gaara, until you arrive. Konohamaru, boss, hugging him. And I-chan, how do you think I'm doing? Am I doing well? Naruto, I'm not the one to judge, but Percy and I. Percy, you're doing well, kid, now it's time to leave. Konohamaru, yes, taking his weapons and storing them in the cabin. Percy, well? Naruto, what thing? Percy, what did Artemis tell you? Did you resolve your doubts? Naruto, okay, well yes, and I know what I'll do, but will you help me? Percy, what do you want to do? Naruto, well, go to Central Park, and since you won't let me drive, playing with his fingers. Percy, Naruto, by Chiron's orders you can't leave right now because of the attack, although that doesn't mean you can't use the lake, but first we have a celebration to have. Naruto, yes. That night, several were dressed in their characteristic orange shirts in front of a fire in the center. But among all of them, those who stood out were Naruto, Percy, the hunters, among others. Despite Naruto not being that short, Percy was taller than his half-brother by a head and a half, which made several people like Kiba and the Aries cabin mock him. The blonde didn't mind their insults, but well, some of them hurt, especially considering that he would be living in Percy's shadow. If these insults had been made during the times of the Second Titanomachy, they would undoubtedly have sent the younger demigod to the enemy side, causing Percy to have to kill his little brother. 10:10 Hey Leo, what are you doing? Seeing the son of Hephaestus with a plan. Leo, well, it's a plan for some future construction of mine. Why? 10:10 Oh, I thought you were bored from not paying attention to a party. Leo, it's just that I feel more calm when I'm in the workshop than here. 10:10 Come, we'll be friends and you'll have a good time taking the Latin demigod who was somewhat blushing. In another area of the fire, Niji, along with several children of Apollo, were chatting when Niji felt something. His Byakugan activated. What's wrong, Niji? Niji, I feel like someone is taking something from me. Reed, stop being sure it's temporary. Niji, okay, deactivating his Jujutsu. With Naruto, the blonde, after leaving his older brother, while the aforementioned along with Jason hid while following him, went to an area of the lake where fortunately Hinata and Ino were talking, so hiding his presence, he listened to their conversation. Hinata, Ino, what do you want? Ino, talk to you about Naruto-kun. Hinata, but he's already your fiancé. I doubt he'll notice a blind girl like me head down. That hurt Naruto a little. Ino, you know, searching a little I heard that Naruto, being the only Uzumaki man, can enter the Ciare. Hinata, you're talking about. Ino, yes, share it. In our continent polygamy is normal, and we also know that he won't use us. Artemis's teachings influenced him a lot. Hinata, I'm still not sure. Naruto, girls leaving the area. Ino, Naruto, how much have you heard? Naruto, enough to know a few things. Hinata, Naruto-kun, I like you, but I don't want to put your relationship with Ino before you, or even you using the Ciare to be with me. Naruto took her hands. Naruto, you know my mother would hit me for letting you cry over something like that. Wiping a tear from Hinata with his thumb. The tears will ruin your beautiful face. On Olympus, Artemis, Poseidon, Apollo, Hera, Hestia, Amphitrite, Hephaestus and Zeus looked at this scene waiting for what would happen. Amphitrite was not a big fan of Poseidon breeding demigods with mortals, since he was her husband, but Percy in the past won a little of her affection with the Titanomachy, and Naruto, well, her husband always talked about him, so she consulted with Shinigami about the boy and learned of his hard childhood. No demigod had suffered something like that. Zeus, come on nephew, show what you're capable of. Hera, at least he knows what it's like to be faithful. Zeus, needs some good advice from his uncle, he said proudly. Apollo, come on kid, make me proud and write you a haiku. Artemis, hearing what the blonde said, smiled because she had raised him well, while using her domain on a full moon to help her adopted son. Poseidon, come on son, proposed to both of them. With Naruto, Hinata was blushing seeing Naruto's smile, because thanks to the moonlight the moment was giving it a romantic touch. Naruto, I know you both are undecided, but I can't deny what my heart desires, and that is that I like you both, I love you both, and I don't want to hurt either of you by choosing one over the other, and talking to my mother, and listening to you Ino-chan, I think if you both are willing, we could try. Ino, what do you mean? Smiling internally. Hinata, Naruto-kun, are you sure? Naruto, only if you want. They both looked at each other and nodded. Both, we accept, but only we, no one else. Naruto, okay. In that case, Hina-chan, Ino-chan would be this fool's girlfriends. Both, we accept. The three of them would hug each other while Naruto gave each of them a kiss on the lips. With Percy, Jason and the blonde's older brother were joined by Shui, who was watching the situation. Upon hearing the situation and the words, the three of them began to smile. Jason, wow, the dwarf showed off. Percy, I believe it. Shui, congratulations, you now have two sisters-in-law. Hee. Percy, I see that. At that moment, Zoe would appear behind them, emanating a dark aura while smiling very sweetly. Zoe, what are you doing? All three, KYA. Giving such a manly shout that it echoed throughout the camp. On Olympus, Poseidon, that's my son. Artemis, well done, follow my instructions and that bitch of love will not be influencing you. Apollo, this deserves a haiku. Amphitrite, surprising. Zeus, that's my nephew, he said proudly, now it's better if I give him some advice. Hera, you stay here. Hestia, They will be a beautiful family. Hephaestus, not a bad student at all. While this was happening in Olympic territory, elemental nations, in Konoha, things weren't going well, as Yuzu's resurgence caused a mass exodus from the village. The civilians who weren't against the blonde began a mass exodus from the Leaf Village, which Hamura, as Kage, couldn't stop. Since they weren't shinobi, he couldn't put them in the bingo book. This caused Danzo to take power and implement bloody measures to prevent more people from leaving and the Leaf Village from disappearing. In Suna, Raza was furious. The flight of his weapon and his children from these lands infuriated the Kazekage. Yuzu's uprising only worsened the situation in Suna, as the daimyo even redirected missions from Konoha to the village of Whirlpools, or rather, city, since Hephaestus left Uzushio as the largest city in the elemental nations. Maguekio. At the Akatsuki base, the village hidden in the rain, Pain was upset because his attack on the demigods of the false gods had been a failure, and even more so having the support of the Rakuto Sennin who made an opening in the barrier. Pain, shit, how is it possible that those false gods are screwing us? Hagoromo, patience. This wasn't a defeat. Itachi, what is he trying to do, he thought. Pain, what do you mean? Hagoromo, we got Olympic attention at this place, plus some samples, showing some samples. Pain, what are those samples of? Hagoromo, what sows more fear in the heart of a god? Itachi, the Titans, but how did he get them? He thought surprised. Kisame, I'm curious, so what is it? Hagoromo, Titans, specifically 2 of them. Atlas and Iapetus. Pain, and how do we bring them? Hagoromo, with Edo Tensei of course, but when the time comes. Getting to know downtown New York. Camp Half-Blood. We can see Naruto sitting by the campfire with the rest of the demigods, while on his chest and on each side Hinata and Ino cuddled with him, bringing out jealousy in several children of Aphrodite, a couple of children of Athena and Ares, because they said that a blonde idiot, hyperactive, brain of seaweed, did not deserve to be with those beauties. Only one had the balls to confront him. Kevin, hey Fox. Naruto, what do you want, Kevin? Kevin, you're an idiot. I don't understand how an idiot like you can be with those beauties. Why don't you just leave him and come with me? A true demigod. Annabeth, Kevin annoyed with her half-brother, don't start. Kevin, don't get involved, you may run Mother's cabin, and you may be the counselor with that idiot Percy, but I'm not like you. Naruto, enough, if you want to insult me, bother me, do it, don't involve my loved ones. Kevin taking out the glitter chains. Kevin, I'm not afraid of you, shinobi phenomenon. Naruto, fear me, that's what you do, why you always bother me. Hinata, you're also a pig. Ino, he looks more like the son of the god of war than the son of the goddess of wisdom. Kevin, a domain of Athena is the blind and hollow blonde war. Naruto, that's enough, Brainiac. Kevin, are you mad, mini seaweed brain? Naruto, and you don't? I'll brain. Stole brothers, place your bets and get a lot of money. Kevin, I challenge you. Chiron, enough. Denicio, that's enough. Kevin, we've heard how you started the argument, so you don't have to continue that fight. Kevin, he's just a demon, he's a Jinchuriki. I don't know how they let him in, annoying and saddening Naruto. Denicio, enough, he is not a demon, he did not have the privilege of choosing to have the Biju sealed within him. Kevin, it's just a gun. Percy at that moment under Annabeth's nodding gaze hit the demigod. Percy, you don't treat my little brother like that, he may have his flaws and the bad luck of being a Jinchuriki, but in no way is he a weapon or a demon. That's what he sees everyone present, and we've been through a lot at camp. He grew up with us, and despite knowing him, you would leave him aside? Sure sway. I speak for the Hades cabin. Receiving support from Nico. Naruto is one more and should be treated as such, not as a monster to be hunted, especially you children of Ares. You already got him out of control once, and it didn't get worse because of Artemis-sama who calmed him down. Annabeth, I say the same as captain of the Athena cabin, we are more rational than this. Looking at her own will, the Apollo cabin is in favor of what the Hades cabin says, receiving the nod of agreement from the other members. Clarice, I speak for the conscious people of Ares cabin being seen with surprise by everyone. The mini seaweed case will be well taken care of. Percy, Clarice LaRue, daughter of Ares, he whispered in surprise as he nodded in thanks. Another girl raised her hand, her name Katie Gardner, captain of Cabin 4, Demeter. Katie, Cabin 4 is in favor of the blonde. Leo, Hephaestus is on Naruto's side, we help each other as friends. Shikamaru, The shinobi huts are with the troublesome blonde, Silena. We daughters of Aphrodite with brains are on the side of the hexy blonde. Everyone stares at her, while Naruto hides behind Zoe. The rest of the cabins supported the blonde, leaving several bewildered, while Naruto just sat and shed a few tears, while Hinata and Ino hugged him. On Olympus, many gods, all except Ares because he didn't give a damn, were upset with the attitude, so Athena subtly sent a message to Annabeth to avoid further problems. Camp Half-Blood. Chiron, Percy, come with me for a moment. They both retreat to a secluded place. Percy, what do you need, Chiron? Chiron, it's best to take your brother to clear his head. These attitudes destabilize him mentally, and if there were a Titanomachy, they would push him to the opposite side. Percy, okay, I'll get one of the camp trucks ready. Cabin 3. Naruto was in his room hitting a punching bag that he had hanging. Gaara was outside with Konohamaru as Percy approached them. Percy, how are you? Gaara, angrily hitting the punching bag in his room. Percy, I'll take care of it. In the room, Naruto continued hitting the bag, venting his anger, while his older brother approached him. Naruto, leave me alone and I-san. Percy, no, since I have to talk to you about something. Naruto would stop hitting the bag. Naruto, okay, I'm listening. Percy, we're going to the city. I want you to get ready. Ruffles his hair. I want you to leave those things behind. Ignore what they tell you. Naruto, yes brother, relaxing. Percy, rest. The next morning, Percy and Naruto were putting together the group that would go to Central Park. The ones going were Konohamaru, Naruto's girlfriends, Naruto himself, Percy as driver, Gaara, Temari, Hanabi and Annabeth. Percy, all aboard, taking out the keys to a Hyundai H1 SUV. Everyone got into the truck as Naruto thought about a day to spend with his current girlfriends. Hinata, Percy-san, where are we going? Percy, you'll see. For several hours they traveled en route to one of the largest cities in the United States, New York City, the financial center of the world, as well as having the heaviest traffic in the world. Naruto, brother, don't take the 7th. Percy, I'll take some close ones. After another 3 hours of travel towards where they would stop. Naruto, girls, friends, welcome to Central Park. Hinata, she's beautiful. Naruto, not as much as you. Ino-chan, Hina-chan. Ino, you look handsome too. Naruto-kun, hihi. Percy, you guys have your picnic. I'll take the new roller boy to have his time at the skate park. Konohamaru, I look great, especially with these, pointing to his rollers. Gaara, I'll go with you. I must maintain my streak as a skater. Hanabi, I'll go with Anna-chan, pointing at Annabeth. Annabeth, I'll take her for clothes. Ino, Naruto, are you taking us later? Naruto, of course. Temari, I'll go with you, Annabeth-san. So they proceeded to carry out their activities. Konohamaru met several boys his age in the park, while Gaara was challenged by several skaters his age while he made them look ridiculous in trick tests, and so on. Ino and Hinata took Naruto to the lake where they set up their picnic, where the three of them kissed each other, surprising all the passers-by. Annabeth dedicated herself to shopping for clothes for the shinobi so they wouldn't look like weird or backward people, actions that Naruto also carried out on orders from Hinata and Ino, who loaded several bags into the van to return to camp. Memory of the out of control and hanging out. Naruto can be seen sleeping on Hinata's shoulder. After returning from Central Park to camp, his brother at the wheel looked at this and smiled a little bitterly. Annabeth, what's wrong? Percy, I remember the time Ares' children got him out of control. Annabeth, it's already happened and we've helped him. Percy, I know, but let those idiots come and try to destabilize it again. Annabeth, I know. What happened, you may ask? To find out, we must go back a few years, precisely about 8 years. Flashback. You could see Naruto at 8 years old playing with Gaara under the watchful eye of Zoe Belladonna, one of Artemis's hunters, and the most beloved older sister figure for both infants since their lady made them hunters as children. She knew that because of Orion men would not be well seen, but some time ago her lady thought, why not prevent men from being those pigs and being hunters? It is thanks to that thought that the idea of training small demigods arose in order to make them hunters and to be able to detect those who deserved it. Those memories of the hunter with Artemis were erased when she saw 5 children of Ares, of great corpulence and age. The 5 doubled Gaara and Naruto 5 years, so they were older than the poor who tried to defend themselves from their bullies. Naruto, leave Gaara and I alone. Bully 1, look, it's Poseidon's QB boy. Come on, little shinobi phenomenon, defend yourself by hitting him. Naruto, leave him being taken by 2 of the 5 while 2 held Gaara. Bully 1, come on, defend yourself, show the power of that fox, show the power of a powerful weapon hitting Naruto. Unfortunately for the blonde, neither his older brother nor Annabeth were there to calm the situation as counselors, but the 2 hunters were more like older sisters than teachers and very overprotective. Zoe, enough taking the bully's fist. Bully 1, oh the Tamba of the hunters. Phoebe, enough, leave the children now. Bully 2, or what? You'll hit us with that fragile little bow, smiling arrogantly. Phoebe, leave the kids alone, hitting 2 bullies. Bully 3, damn bitch, hitting Phoebe. Naruto, Phoebe nay. Zoe, Naruto, calm down, okay? Smiling at him reassuringly. That smile would calm Naruto down a bit, but not much. But seeing that another bully would hit Phoebe again was enough for Naruto to take out even the 3rd tail. Naruto, Phoebe nay, he said with almost a roar. Zoe, oh this is bad. It's getting out of control. On Olympus, Poseidon entered Zeus's room while he was reading his Ika. Poseidon, brother. Zeus, what's going on? Poseidon, he's my youngest son. Zeus, what's wrong? Poseidon, he is getting out of control because of the warmonger's children. Zeus, how many tails did he free? Poseidon, 3. Zeus, let's go out for all the gods to calm the boy down. Camp Half-Blood. The bullies continued to harass while several arrived to see the scene. Chiron, oh no, what did they do to them? Dionysus, they got the 9 tails out of control, and my favorite demigod. Grover, I'll call Percy. Then they see Zoe receive a blow that left her unconscious. Naruto, Zeuyani starting to grow more tails and a kind of skeleton. Chiron, retreat to your homes. Connor, what's wrong? Travis, they got Naruto out of control, they had to be Ares' children. Sure Sway, I can't calm him down in that state, he doesn't recognize anything. Then the gods would arrive. Zeus, nephew, please calm down. Come, your dear uncle will teach you a lot, taking out his Ika. Naruto saw that and following the teachings of Artemis roared against it. Poseidon, calm down, son, please. Hera, calm down, Naruto, please. Hestia, nephew, please. Artemis, Naruto. Just arriving. Naruto, oh Kasama. Artemis, it's over, those pigs won't bother you anymore, calm down, okay? Hugging him in a maternal way. Naruto was leaving the chakra cloak while in Artemis's arms he cried like a little child, while Artemis carried him like a little child. Zeus, Dionysus, I don't want Ares' children who don't have his trust to approach him. It's not safe for anyone and he is quite sensitive on a mental level. Dionisio, good. Poseidon, don't let your children get near him. Athena, the only one he lets get close is Clarice. Ares, you guys don't get close to him. He's not stable because of what he suffered in his hometown. Try not to be such idiots. End of flashback. After those memories of Percy and Annabeth, they continued talking about their relationship until they reached the camp where the arrivals woke up. Each one went to their cabin under the gaze of Chiron, and after a kiss between the beloved trio of boyfriends. Cabin 22. Hinata and Ino along with Hanabi and Temari arrived and were intercepted by Ten and Moge, who would start asking questions about what they visited, including the things they bought, among them an image that made several blush and make Ino and Hinata jealous, because Hanabi took one of the magazines that Naruto had taken as a model, where there was a photo that was not at all revealing. Temari, Ino and Hinata eat so well, what a shame it would be if they stole it for Fufufu. Hanabi, he my brother-in-law is cute, blushing. Hinata, stay away from my boyfriend. Ino, bitches. Ten, if she's this hexy at 14, what will she be like in a few years? The girls present would start sighing like schoolgirls while 2 had unholy thoughts. Ten, wait, is this Gaara? Temari, he's my brother, blushing, don't let impure thoughts come out, he's my brother. Hanabi, Gaara is cute. Cabin 3, Naruto, Gaara, Konohamaru, and Percy arrived at the cabin while trying to get over what happened yesterday and today. Konohamaru was the first to enter, as he decided to use the rain shower and take a quick bath. In the living room of the cabin, Naruto was looking at a photo album where his brother, with the complicity or obligation of Annabeth and his mother Sally, enrolled him in the Yansei Academy. Konohamaru, what do Enai-chan see? Naruto, my memories at Yansei Academy. Konohamaru, can I see? Naruto, of course. Konohamaru, and that one? Naruto, I was more athletic than Enai-san, so I was on the Academy's basketball team, in addition to being the team captain. Gaara, how jealous. Naruto, what are you complaining about if you were the captain of the volleyball team, even the beach volleyball team? Konohamaru, And why are you black-haired? Gaara, they dyed my hair since that was the championship I was leading as captain for the first time. And let's say that as a baptism they dyed my hair black. At that, Konohamaru sees the computer on. Konohamaru, what are these videos? Naruto, oh no, I hope he doesn't find those videos we made with Kinfos and Isen and Elliot where Shursui joined us. He thought, somewhat terrified. At that, Konohamaru, before Naruto said anything, would put one of the videos. Naruto, Kinfos, Gaara, Naruto, oh I'm late. Konohamaru, that was great. Naruto, hee hee. Gaara, what a shame. Konohamaru, do you like music? Naruto, yes. Gaara, wasn't there one that we did even with the stole? Konohamaru, to Zelody dance? Viewing the file. Naruto, put it on. Konohamaru, Sug, that was amazing. Naruto, I remember that Kinfos and I uploaded it to the networks. And Gaara, are you talking about the time everyone asked us for autographs at school because of that? Naruto, yes. Konohamaru put another video and saw another to Zelody or various compilation. Konohamaru began to try to imitate the steps he saw while Naruto took out his cell phone and filmed him, until in one of the attempts he succeeded, while Gaara encouraged him. So the days passed, enjoying themselves a little. As summer was approaching, at Apollo's cabin, Inari began practicing every musical instrument they allowed her, as well as gaining theoretical knowledge of various subjects and joining in the other camp activities. In elemental nations, Konoha's fame declined at an alarming rate, something that the daimyo, after what happened, did not care about his village. Danzo decided to remove Hamura from power and place himself, allying himself with Akatsuki, so Itachi sent the message to Asuma in Yuzu, where the current Yuzukage, already knowing about Itachi's infiltration, passed the information to the other Kages. While they tried to make video calls because the technology was advancing a lot, there were shinobi who found it difficult to use, like Inoki, who drove Kuratsuchi crazy because with everything he did and tested between the two, he asked the same questions. Do you see me well? Can you hear me? I see you. Do you see me? I hear you. Do you hear me too? Etc. In Kumo, B abandoned rap and found his passion in other musical rhythms, improving the quality of his art in Kumo, which made him praise the gods for this improvement. In Yuzu, Asuma sent shinobi missions since they would not be necessary with all the technological they were, since they had good economic progress without missions, through mining cryptocurrencies, something that made the renegade Kakuzu abandon Akatsuki and settle to mine cryptos in Yuzushio. The other Jinchurikis, at the suggestion of the Kages, moved to Yuzu, obtaining the life they wanted. Fu was rescued by Kurina Yuhi on a mission from her village, and there was almost war between Taki and Yuzu, if it weren't for the defense of Kumo and Iwa if the war broke out. In a Buddhist temple, a Greek demigod was seen meditating in a Buddhist temple, while a smiling Apollo looked on. Kinfos, levitating as a lotus flower formed with its divine essence. Apollo, that's my son, he whispered, seeing what he was doing in the temple. Mission, return to the elemental nations. Cabin 3. After watching and learning the things that Naruto and Gaara used to do for social networks like YouTube or TikTok, Konohamaru decided to venture into the world of influencers. With the help of Naruto, he opened his YouTube channel, and with the help of the Apollo cabin, who taught Inari how to venture into that world. Konohamaru had become a fan of anime, comics and manga, so he dedicated himself to editing and uploading content on that subject, in addition to joining some Naruto streams, who was a first-class gamer. Inari dedicated himself to uploading music since thanks to his half-siblings he learned to use musical instruments and the DJ device. Your most responsive video. Both of them dedicated themselves so deeply to that field that within a month of having their channels they were already monetized. In part, Gaara and Naruto told their fans about their little brothers by giving the little ones a sect of fangirls. Regarding the shinobis, Kiba, to the surprise of many, caught the attention of one of Aphrodite's daughters, because, in many of the camp activities, she saw him shirtless, making the demigoddess blush, so she decided to approach the Inuzuka, where she asked him for help with her hand-to-hand combat. They both began to feel something for each other, until both declared their love to the other 3 weeks after starting to train. The name of the lucky one, Valentina Diaz. Niji decided to go for a walk with 1010 around the camp, while also getting to know the customs of these lands. He was amazed by what was happening, the weapons, the relative peace that existed, and the lack of missions that would lead to death. Both were determined to spend the rest of their lives in this place. They also visited Hephaestus's forge at the camp, beginning a somewhat strange relationship. Guy and Lee found a fascination with the many martial arts of the world, deciding to learn everything their youthful passions would allow them to learn and more, starting with karate, judo, and taekwondo. Tsunade felt like she was brimming with control because, thanks to a gift from Artemis, a pile of medical books from Apollo's shelves that the god doesn't even use, the Sannin learned more about the diseases that existed on her continent but for which there was no information or cure, among them Itachi Uchiha's illness. Her apprentice Shizen, instead of staying, decided to join the hunt as a medical assistant because with her inside they would avoid the sun god and his stupid rhymes. The Sabaku brothers did not make up for lost time with Gaara, while thanks to the requests of Chiron and Azatiro, they spent a bit of the summer on the American coasts, getting to know and enjoying life. Shikamaru and Shino didn't do much, except that one was researching and creating terrariums with rare insects for himself, as well as spiders so he could have his insect collection, while Shikamaru decided to be a cloud watching from the least problematic places in the camp. Sai decided to become a painter because he didn't want to return to the elemental nations, much less to Konoha, so he traveled around the country since he wasn't very detectable to monsters, becoming somewhat famous for his paintings. Udan followed in Inari and Konohamaru's footsteps by becoming a gamer like Naruto, while Mogue opened her channel talking about girl stuff. Naruto was quite skillful because on one of Ino's outings with a group of daughters of Aphrodite, since they helped her with the fashion theme, Naruto took Hinata to the lake. While they were walking, the rain came, and before a thunder, Naruto hugged Hinata since she had been scared. Naruto, thanks uncle, he thought, thanking his uncle Zeus. On Olympus, Zeus, oh ha 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 ha, you're welcome my dear nephew. Artemis, and wait, what do I have for your date with my other daughter-in-law? She thought with a triumphant smile. She wouldn't allow just anyone to be with her adopted son, much less the daughters of Aphrodite, or the dove she hates so much. With Ino, at Artemis's suggestion, he took her to a nearby beach where they both surfed. Naruto was smitten by Ino's bikini, and the moon shone brightly, giving him a better view. Artemis wanted granddaughters to join the hunt, and she wanted her son to give them to her in everything but blood, something that bothered Amphitrite, another goddess who wanted the blonde as a son, so she sent dolphins to help her give him grandchildren. In the elemental nations, Asuma managed to keep Yuzu with the help of A and Inoki, as the three had meetings through Skype or other video conferencing programs brought from outside the elemental continent. The three villages were the pillar of technological development. In a short time the quality of the village declined and each town became a completely modern city: vehicles, airplanes, neon signs, internet, electricity, etc. The three cities were connected by land with the monorails, in addition to boats that went from Yuzu to Nami, the land of demons and the land of spring, since with the help of a couple of Yuzu teams, Dodo Kazuhana was overthrown, which ended a relationship between Iruka and Princess Koiki, implying that they would be married. Regarding the land of demons, the three villages sent a group of ninjas equipped with celestial bronze, the little that the gods gave him in the face of the danger of Morio, the demon, being killed. Back to Camp Half-Blood, Naruto and Ino were training while Hinata watched them and read a book about a romance between a vampire and a human. The book was Twilight, one of the bestsellers that the Hyuga had been fascinated by. For the daughters of Aphrodite it was a delight to see Naruto shirtless, so they mentally cursed the blonde and the blind woman as they called her for keeping their Naruto, especially Silena. His spying was interrupted by Chiron. Chiron, Naruto. Naruto, oh hello Master Chiron. Chiron, the Oracle needs you to visit him. A mission has been issued for you. Naruto, do you know if it was my father? Chiron, no, it wasn't just him. Naruto, really? Chiron, Apollo, Artemis, your father, Zeus and Hera cast it, so you should visit the Oracle before you leave. Naruto, okay. Ino, go while I talk to Hina-chan to give you a gift. Naruto, hi, blushing at having a perverted idea. Naruto headed to the top of the cabin where Chiron is, while he saw Dionysus upset about the wine. Dionysius, Christians have a guy who turns water into wine, not the other way around, trying to drink a bottle of wine that turned into water. Naruto, hello Mr. D, remember that you can't drink wine, but that doesn't apply to other drinks. Dionisio, that's why you're my favorite demigod. Naruto, preparing a fernet with Coke. Argentinians know about alcohol, Now go get the oracle because you have to go on a mission. Naruto, yes. Naruto went up to the mentioned area where upon entering the room he saw a kind of female figure on a kind of altar. Naruto, you are Oracle. I am the spirit of Delphi, the one who delivers and guides the prophecies of Apollo, delivered by the fates and the Moirai, he said in a distorted voice. Come closer and tell me what you seek. Naruto, is there any prophecy about me? Oracle, yes there is, but to know the future you must understand the past. Long ago, Kage Otsutsuki, after the Titanomachy, arrived in the lands known as the Elemental Continent. There she dedicated herself to being and acting as a goddess due to the lack of attention from her deities who today live in the techniques of the Crimson Eyes. But this goddess was betrayed by the one she loved and gave her children, the first genuine gods of those lands, who in search of power sealed her and divided the Jubi into 9-tailed beings. But these creatures can bring her back or carry out a much worse punishment. Time moves forward by counting the hours for the beginning after the end and the end after the beginning. 10 shadows posed in a deadly game, traversing the path traced to their annihilation or rescue. In the hands of despair they will find their way. Those so-called wise men are chess pieces playing at being world leaders. In the darkness lies devastation, waiting for its moment to swing its scythe and expose its services to finish off those who put themselves on a pedestal. The splendor of their thrones makes them unaware of their end, and they will pay for their arrogance with flesh and blood. When war approaches, the mountains and valleys will burst into flames, giving way to chaos. The seas and rivers will shake, drowning their victims. The earth will split, absorbing the unwary. The fire will ultimately burn everything to ashes. The end will be inevitable unless the one who guards one of the shadows within them succeeds. Fear traitors, because your extinction is upon your heads and the Lady of Death is lurking. The beginning after the end and the end after the beginning is approaching, and there is only one being capable of preventing or aggravating it. Naruto's eyes turned even brighter than usual, repeating the prophecy in front of his friends, girlfriends, and siblings, telling them everything in great detail about what the oracle said. Kurama, talk about the Jubi, who would be able to awaken that thing. Shikaku, so that old man simply saw us as weapons and not as we were led to believe. Chiron, your mission is to return to Jujutsu and set out in search of a Jinchuriki and bring her back to camp. With 3 Biju behind the barrier, there's less chance of them awakening that monster. You can bring 5 of your friends or demigods. I wish you luck, young demigod. Naruto, well, this is difficult. Ino and Hinata, we're going with you. Naruto-kun. Shino, count me in. Lee, I'm going. Sasuke, count me in. Naruto, okay, we're all here. Get ready because we'll be returning to the elemental nations. The mentioned SII lineage awakened, departure on the mission. After hearing the oracle's prophecy and assembling their group to return to the elemental nations after a year away, they were at camp for so long, you might ask. They were simply at camp for so long that they forgot the notion of time. Everyone was having a good time. For the shinobi, there were no missions, only very few chores and training. In their free time, they accessed all the technology they had outside their homeland. In the cabins, Naruto and the others were preparing their luggage, while in the other areas, many demigods and shinobi present were spending some free time, picnics, sports, video games. Naruto, maybe I'll get another one of the fog swords, putting away his sword, while having a tinge of excitement. In the Great Hall, Kurama can be seen talking to Dionysus, Percy, Annabeth, Zoe and Elliot, who were closest to the blonde. Denicio, let's see, are you telling me that the blonde demigod that I like so much is going to undergo some changes? Kurama, yes. Denicio, and they would be. Kurama, since Hera and Hestia freed me from my seal, the boy is suffering changes in his body and chakra. The seal of the Reaper retained his sleeping Uzumaki genes while it retained me. In short, it is awakening his Uzumaki genes, and it will do so more rapidly if he continues using the Kongo Fusa. Percy, what changes could I get? Kurama, chakra increase, hair color changes. Annabeth, and what color would it get? Kurama, blood red, and if someone calls him tomato, may Zeus and the others have mercy on his soul so that Hades may be unleashed. Denicio, that would be problematic. Kurama, in addition to that he possesses the other Kekii Genkai's Eye of Karura, being the best sensor in the place, and Healing Bite, a good ability that would make the mastery of healing music of the children of Apollo envious. Chiron, at least we know it's not a bad thing, but let's leave this here, it's time for lunch, so you can leave comfortably. Elsewhere in the camp, the lunch horn sounded, and everyone gathered at their tables. Each cabin and its companions sat enjoying their meal, following Chiron's cry of thanks to the gods. All was quiet when tremors were heard, tables shook, and glasses fell to the floor. Sasuke, what's going on? Percy, the barrier. All the campers, accompanied by their respective companions, headed out of the dining room to see something hit the barrier. Grover, the barrier protects us, there's no way. Talia, you know I'm not there anymore, right? At that moment the barrier would break like glass as a metal bull entered the camp. Percy, run! The demigods began to run away in terror. Shikamaru, how troublesome. Kiba, legs, what do I want them for? Kankuro, Karasu seized throwing the puppet. The puppet upon being thrown was torn to pieces by the charge of the bull of Calchas while the sons of Ares who had weapons tried to confront him while a group of sons of Athena waited for him from behind. But it would be useless since the bull would turn around standing on its hind legs and fall causing a slight tremor. Percy, this again. Annabeth, but how did this happen? At that Sasuke tried to throw a fireball at him but ended up being chased by the bull, while Lee, Guy and some satyrs knocked down the attacker with an improvised battering ram. Percy, where are the others? Inari, Udan and Konohamaru. Percy, oh no. Gaara, stop throwing the sand. Naruto, Kongo fears a throwing 8 chains holding back the bull. Percy, Naruto holds on throwing himself with a spear. Naruto, I'm trying. At that moment Tsunade came out and hit him with one of her blows, denting his head, while Leo, with the help of Ten, put an explosive inside, making the animal explode. Leo, I'm done. Ten, that's what it seems. After that, everyone in the camp saw Naruto's hair turn blood red. Naruto, what's wrong? Are they seeing me? Sherman, nothing, you have tomato. At that moment Naruto would begin to emanate killer instinct, while the chains came out of his back in the form of 9 tails, and a black aura covered the area. Naruto, how did you tell me? With a voice from the grave. Sherman, and nothing, shitting himself. Naruto, I thought so, calming down and being his usual cheerful self. Denisio, oh, I didn't think the Uzumakis had that temperament. Kurama, I do, remembering Naruto's mother. Chiron, okay, the wounded go to the medical wing please, those who can fight form a scouting party. Naruto would approach the tree noticing some strange kanji. Chiron, what do you see? Naruto, it's weird, but this is Fuinjutsu, someone blocked the power of the barrier. Dionysus, but even Hagoromo would have a hard time. Naruto, this is level 13 in sealing, no one except Hagoromo or I know of anything like this in this seal, which leads to the question of us having a traitor. Percy, it's not a stamp of yours since I know your handwriting. Shikaku and Kurama, it's from the old man. All what? Shikaku, it is from Rikudo Sennin, there is no doubt. Kurama, someone came in and placed the seals to suppress emanating their chakra to the seal. Shikaku, if you send more than necessary, the seal will kill the tree. Kurama, I know, also let me work. The seal would be broken as the barrier rebuilt itself until it stood again, as if nothing had happened. Naruto, I'll go get ready to go out. Kiba, we have a problem. Shino has several broken bones. Naruto, what? Gaara, I'll go in his place. Kiba, Shino said it would be advisable. Naruto, okay, get ready, we're going. So after 3 hours, wherein Gaara prepared his luggage and in the remaining hour they prepared for their trip, while waving goodbye at the entrance of the camp, they would take the long route since the Iris portal was not working yet. In the elemental nations, hordes of monsters had begun to be seen as people fled from them. Shinobi began to die if they encountered them because they were mistaken for demigods, and were devoured by several of these monsters. In Uzumaki, Asuma received the report from his scouts in the surroundings while they were on video conference with A and Inoki. Asum report. Anbu, we have sighted and photographed these showing a photo. Asuma, wild boar? Kurenai, don't you think that boar is a bit strange? A, did you say wild boar? Inoki, it's interesting that a pig is one of those monsters. A, B says he read that its name is the Erymanthian boar, a huge boar that fed on humans and was so strong that its tusks could uproot trees. In the myth, it is mentioned as one of the 12 labors of Hercules or Heracles. Inoki, my ninjas also mentioned something unusual. A, here too, but continue. Inoki, my ninjas report the presence of large beings, exceeding 3 meters in height and with only one eye. Asuma, it's strange since some according to the Iris portal, Hephaestus informs me that several work in Olympus. A rebel group, you say? Anoki, it's possible. Then Hephaestus would be at the conference. Hephaestus, it is a possibility after the second Titanomachy. Not all of Cronus' forces were defeated, many dispersed. Asuma, as you said, you have some working for you, just as Poseidon has some in Atlantis as blacksmiths. What do you suggest we do with them? Hephaestus, the most likely outcome is that they capture one and interrogate him. That's what we'll do, plus we have another monster that is near Kusagakur and Takigakure. My spies photographed it. I'm sharing the image with you. Asuma, I was also told about a similar one near the Sound Village showing image. Anoki, and they also told me about this being showing a photo of another one near the wave. Hephaestus, the first two are known as chimeras, a hybrid monster, daughter of Typhon and Echidna, a monster that vomited flames and had a lion's head, a goat's belly and a dragon's tail. Other descriptions describe it as a three-headed being, one of a goat, another of a lion and one of a snake, with the ability of fire. Others remove the snake and add a tail, wings and a dragon's head. Asuma, this is serious. Anoki, you have no idea. We'll have to stop sending shinobi after these monsters. Hephaestus, the next is a being known as wyvern. It is a type of dragon that was distinguished by having a pointed tail which was said to be poisonous, and that has fire breath or a very poisonous and corrosive acid breath. Whichever it is best to be careful, since only the celestial bronze kills them. Asuma, that's how we'll have it too. In Kusagakur, a red-haired girl with glasses was being led by shinobi with the sound logo outside the village, while roars began to be heard. Shinobi 1, what was that? Shinobi 2, it's nothing, let's continue, Kabuto-sama needs this Uzumaki. Shinobi 3, let's go. The roars were present again, but a hairy girl appeared in front of them very scared. Shinobi 1, look, it's Nanabai's Jinchuriki. Kabuto-sama will be interested in recovering, take it. 3 of the 6 shinobis rushed to take her prisoner, but a three-headed, winged being appeared, incinerating 2 of them while another head tore the remaining 1 to pieces. Shinobi 1, kill him. The 2 girls watched as they broke free and hid from the fight, while heart-rending screams of agony and death were heard, while cut, burned and devoured flesh was what filled the silence after the screams. Redhead, yes, I'm Karen. Pelamenta, yes, I'm Karen, we should go slowly. Inside. Chomei, listen to him, they won't get rid of that monster very easily, especially you who are a Jinchuriki. So the 2 kunoichis slowly left the place without attracting the attention of the monster that was feasting on 6 dead sound shinobis. Naruto, we have returned to this continent with annoyance. Sasuke, the cruiser was more comfortable, though, the technology arrived smiling. Hinata, okay, it's time to go to the town hall. Ino, you don't mean Yuzuki's office? Gaara, no, since it is a city and not a shinobi village, the position changes. Naruto, Mayor Asuma Sarutobi, different name, same enemy, and same obligations as a Kage, who would have thought? So the group began walking through the city, while people greeted them with happy faces, while the group headed to the town hall. At the town hall, Asuma was signing papers, doing Kage work and was a mayor, while Kurenai helped him as a secretary and lover, while Genma and other former shinobi like Iruka gave him a hand. Asuma, Naruto, if you hear me, I hope you suffer the worst curse in existence. Iruka, and what would that be? Assume, 1 week of diarrhea. Everyone paled at this news. While at the entrance someone knocked on the door. Assume, pass. Naruto, hello everyone. Iruka, Sasuke, Ino, Hinata, Gaara, and who are you? Naruto, changed so much to not be recognized. Iruka-sensei? All Naruto? Naruto, of course they expected. Sasuke, I'm sure you were still dressed as a Greek. Hinata-sensei hugging Kurenai. Ino, Asuma-sensei hugging Kurenai. Hinata, what a joy. Asuma, Ino, nice to see you. Kurenai, girls are beautiful. Yugao, wow, they didn't waste any time coming. Naruto, Nico-nizan. Yugao, hello, hugging the redhead. Every day you look more like Kushina-sensei. Asuma, well, we'll have time to celebrate later. Adjusting his tie. Since it became a city, several textile companies started selling clothes and other products there, such as IWA and Kumo. Naruto, we came on a mission from the gods. Asuma, I see, if they send them here it's because of the Jinchurikis, right? Sasuke, yes. Kurenai, someone is missing. At that, an older Uchiha with an appearance of not having slept wearing a red cloud suit. Sasuke, and Isen hugging the aforementioned Itachi. Hello surprised, he had made me hate him, and now he loved me. He didn't know how to feel, on one hand happy and on the other like a hypocrite. Asuma, well I guess I should warn you. Itachi, same with me. Asuma, several monsters have been appearing throughout the continent. With Iwa and Kumo, we were able to get information but we can't kill them. Naruto, who can be? Asuma, we have detected a grotesque boar near Konoha. Sasuke, the Erymanthean boar? Asuma would nod. Naruto, well what else? Asuma, near Nami, we encounter a wyvern. Several cyclops scattered everywhere, attacking caravans and shinobi missions from every village without distinction. The samurai who go to fight them on the orders of the daimyos don't return. In addition to chimeras, more than one between Taki and Kusa, added to the fact that they often roam around the sound. Sasuke, without celestial bronze they wouldn't kill them. Itachi, that's not the least of his problems. The sage of the six paths joined Akatsuki. All what? Naruto, so that idiot. Kurenai, but he is a god. Naruto, demigod actually, Kaguya is the goddess, although I'm not surprised that he joined. Sasuke, what Naruto is getting at is that we suffered 2 attacks, one with 2 paths from a certain pain and a guy named Kakuzu from Akatsuki, and the most recent one a few days ago where a Hagoromo seal was on the camp's barrier tree. Asuma, rest well and then leave for your mission. All HAI. Itachi, okay, with that I'm leaving. Sasuke, good luck brother. In Konoha, Hamura was analyzing everything, the monsters that had appeared, Iwa, Kumo and Yuzu disappearing as villages and becoming cities. This annoyed the current Hokage of the traitor village, which was in a deep decline due to their actions. This led to them entering into a civil war where their supporters faced Danzo, who, seeing the progressivism, did not want to know anything about it, and wanted to maintain the shinobi life, considering that progress would make them weak. One day later, in Uzushigakure, Naruto and his group were heading to Kusa and Taki, with the goal of helping a shinobi escape from the continent. Her name was Fu, Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. The group knew that Iwa and Kumo would not let their Jinchurikis leave, especially A, who would not get Killer B out of his computer while he was putting together the bases for future rap concerts, which thanks to technological progress and the abandonment of the shinobi life, suited life better. The team had a rather strange outfit for the place. The men of the group wore tight muscle shirts, camouflaged military pants and boots while they had in their equipment swords, shield, axe and arrows with their bow, plus some other knife. The girls' clothing was similar to the men's, only they made the aforementioned women look bustier. Hinata, come on Naruto-kun, seeing the aforementioned with a blush and blood coming out of his nose. Naruto, that's it. Ino, maybe we should. Hinata, Ino, I don't feel ready yet. Ino, me either. But Naruto will need it, and we have to mark the territory with it. Hinata, yes. Sasuke, love sarcastically. Gaara, Naruto doesn't come back virgin. Near Taki, the 2 kunoichis who were saved from being devoured by a monster had known each other to the point of tolerating each other. Pelamenta, Karen, what do you want to do? Karen, return to Yuzu, my homeland. I only knew of a cousin in Konoha, but if there is a civil war it is not convenient for me to go to that village. What do you want to do, Fu? Fu Ito playing with his fingers, I don't know. I have nowhere to go. At that moment, a roar interrupted their conversation. Karen and Fu decided to run to where Karen felt a presence very similar to hers, with Naruto. Naruto, over here noticing something. Sasuke, we follow you. Gaara, you say it. In that they would run into the girls taking combat positions. Karen, you're redhead. Your chakra catches my attention. Naruto, I would say the same. Sasuke, nice thing well done, he thought, blushing when he saw Karen. Gaara, so it was true that the Uchiha liked tomatoes, he thought with grace, although the green-haired girl is cute, blushing. Karen, my name is Karen Uzumaki. Naruto, and me Naruto Uzumaki. Both, we are family hugging. Karen, I thought I was alone crying. Naruto, me too. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Gaara, Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki, are you all happy? Everyone looks at him surprised. Let's go to a safe place. I don't want to be in a place with monsters. At that moment a figure would hit the ground with force, revealing a tail of snakes. Naruto, you had to talk. Team taking out the bow. Gaara, idiot Uchiha's taking out his bow. Karen, what are they doing? Hinata, girls, you'll buy us time. Let's go. Ino, go away. We'll give you time taking out a spear. Naruto, seeing the beast, shot an arrow, sticking it in the goat's face while the monster attacked him. Gaara, Naruto throwing an arrow. Ino, Naruto-kun jumping with the spear and burying it in the back of the beast that was growling in pain. Naruto, now using a pen to draw a sword. Gaara would do the same with Ino while both would cut off their heads under the gaze of the others, while the beast crumbled into golden dust. Karen, how they killed her. Ino, celestial bronze, the only material that kills them, recovering her spear and sword. Naruto, that's all, we must continue and return to Yuzu. All yes. Karen, I'm going with you, cousin. Everyone sees her. What? We're from the same clan. Fu, I just hope to be treated better. Gaara, and you will be smiling at him and causing him to blush. The appointment before returning. After rescuing Karen and Fu from a chimera, the group decided to go back to Yuzu, where the redhead approached the brunette, blushing, while the redhead spoke animatedly with Gaara. Upon arriving at Yuzu, the two former kunoichis were surprised. Everything was progress. In Naruto's words, it was the elemental city that never rests, a counterpart to New York, within the elemental nations. Upon arriving at City Hall, Asuma welcomed them and arranged for them to stay in one of the hotels, whose quality throughout the city was no less than 4 stars. So they decided to take a day off so they could have the whole next day for shopping and other activities. The next morning, Naruto invited his girlfriends out for an evening out. He took them for a walk through the parks, which were green and teeming with wildlife. Unlike the larger cities outside the continent, they were friendly to humans and lived in harmony here. Of course, some harmed them, but they were few and far between. Naruto took them to clothing stores and ended the almost evening with dinner at a restaurant under the light of the full moon. At the hotel after the date they had, the redhead and the others had arrived at the hotel room. The date was certainly fun for the others, but Naruto felt that they weren't over yet, since it would be a while before he returned to his responsibilities. He looked at the other girls and smiled, since the idea had occurred to him. Naruto, hey girls, he spoke to the aforementioned while hugging the waist of a blushing Hinata. And Naruto-kun, said the Hyuga timidly. After the Hyuga's response, Naruto thought for a moment, until an idea crossed his mind. Both were his partners, but it was the first time he had consented to both of them with something together, so the three of them spoke. Naruto, what do you think about using the hotel pool? There's no one there, and it's hot today. It wouldn't be a bad idea, Yamanaka would say with an idea for tonight. Well, it's not a bad idea, Ino-chan, said the Hyuga timidly. Ino, okay, let's get changed. Taking the Hyuga to go to the room, Naruto-kun used the boys' room to change. Naruto, of course, retreating to Sasuke and Gaara's room, in his swimsuit. In the room, the girls would go to change in the room, while Naruto used the bathroom in Gaara and Sasuke's room. Ino, Naruto-kun will like this bikini, putting on a passion purple bra and a purple swim thong. Maybe he will like it, moving her breasts to prepare for anything. She had a slight suspicion of what the redhead wanted to do. This is very revealing, the Hyuga would say shyly, seeing herself in the mirror with a violet and lilac swim bra and a lilac swim thong. Gaara and Sasuke's room. Naruto, okay, checking his luggage, I'm going to need them. Taking out a small box of condoms. Okay, Naruto, you mentally prepared yourself for this with talks with your brother, so nothing could go wrong, right? I mean, it's my first time, the Uzumaki thought nervously, looking at himself in the mirror. Well, it was to be expected for the Uzumaki to be nervous given that the date was his first time. But the pool was another matter, and it had to be perfect, no matter what. Nothing should go wrong, and that worried Naruto. At least he didn't have his uncle Zeus as always wanting to pervert his mind, which ended with Hera hitting him with the chairs of Olympus. Very well, now the action. Finally, the Uzumaki had everything prepared for his action. With the Hyuga and the Yamanaka, the girls were in the water, and Hinata hid her body in the water shyly since the pool was reserved for her. Lemon skipped. Hinata, that was amazing, lying on his left side. Ino, incredible, to his right. Naruto, I love them. The three sweaty men decided to fall asleep, showing their immaculate nakedness after the greatest act of love and passion that all of them gave each other. In a restaurant, Gaara and Sasuke had gone to the bathroom while Karen and Fu talked about the life that was coming to them. Gaara, do you think he did it using the urinal? Sasuke, surely. When we went to look for something to wear, they were at the pool, but I found a condom on the stairs, so it's more than obvious that they did it there. Gaara, if not more. Sasuke, it must have lasted a little while finishing urinating. Gaara, I don't know, in the books that Athena-sensei gave us it said, Uzumakis are beasts in bed. After cleaning up and washing, the two would continue with their evening problems before returning. Camp Half-Blood. We can see Percy Jackson, known as Percy Jackson, who was on the phone telling his mother some things. Phone, let me see if I understood Percy. Naruto activated his bloodline for quite some time and his hair changed color? Percy, yes, mother. Phone, and he won't tell me because he's doing those missions? Percy, yes, mom. Phone, okay. Thanks for letting us know that he didn't go rogue. Percy, you're welcome and goodbye, ma. Phone, if he comes back tell him we'll take the trip to the place we were going before this. Percy, sure, I'll see you when the dwarf returns. I would hang on that. Percy, well, sighing he took it well. Konohamaru, and I-chan, come on, you told me you would help me use the sword, showing a wooden one. Percy, okay, let's go. Thus the demigod hero of Olympus would take the little shinobi that his father claimed as a champion. Apollo's cabin. You can see one of the rooms in the cabin, which was a recording studio, where, at the idea of Inari and Will, everyone would start recording different songs, in all formats, a cappella, remastering, etc. Will drums, Inari keyboard and rap. In the city of Jujutsu, Naruto was waking up as he felt two kinds of pillows surround him. Naruto, so comfortable and plump, squeezing both pillows. Ino and Hinata, all letting out a small moan. Naruto, hearing that, woke up with his eyes wide open in shock while both girls turned on him, placing their breasts in his face. Naruto, Okasama is going to kill me, trembling with fear, remembering a few words with Artemis. Flashback. Artemis, you better use protection because although I want granddaughters for hunting and Zoe wants nieces to spoil, you are too young to start parenting, she said seriously. Besides, not all girls will be able to approach you in an overprotective way. End of flashback. Ino, Naru, it's early. Hinata, yes, Naru, go to sleep. Naruto, he said without breathing. Both, Naru getting up. Naruto, I miss you. Hinata, Naruto-kun, are you okay? Sad, forgetting that the three of them were naked. Ino, are you okay, darling? Naruto, come on, say something intelligent. Don't be as dazed as Uncle Zeus when he watches porn novels. He thought blushing they are beautiful in the morning. Those words made the girls blush deeply, but that ended when they felt touch on the other side of the door. Gaara, Naruto, I need you, with a slight blush on his face, because he and Fu ended up having hex, as did Sasuke due to a couple of extra drinks. Fortunately, they both used protection. Sasuke, I'm sorry, Dobe, I need you opening the door. Naruto, wait. The two entered and saw the sight of the naked trio, blushing. Gaara, we'll wait for you downstairs, blushing. Sasuke, what he said, closing the door. Naruto, I'll go see them, blushing. Hinata, we'll catch you there. Inoue, yes. So Naruto would proceed to change as he would go with the boys to a confectionery store to go out with sunglasses, a white shirt, gray Bermuda shorts and white summer shoes. The girls, upon seeing him, ate him up with their eyes, while the sheets covered his immaculate body after losing his virginity. Naruto, see you later. Ino, bring us something to eat. Naruto, of course, to leave through the door. Hinata, I can't move my legs. Ino, it hit us very hard, and it was both incredible. Ino, we must repeat. Hinata, yes, I hope it will be like that later on. Ino, if Artemis and Amphitrite are like their mothers, then we must give them grandchildren. Hinata, yes, fufufufu. With Naruto, the redhead had arrived with his three best friends to one of the first franchises to arrive in Elemental Nations, a Starbucks store, so the three of them would order a frappe to have breakfast and chat about trivial things. Sasuke, it's amazing drinking a chocolate frappe. Gaara, I miss this drinking an Oreo. Naruto, I understand you drinking one of dulce de leche. Sasuke, good, how did it go? Naruto, if you mean that my bottom literally hurts from everything I did last night, I guess it went well, and I actually like it. Gaara, I thought the Uzumakis were beasts in bed. Naruto, we are proudly I slept at most 2 hours from last night's fun. Sasuke, like us with girls blushing, Karen demanded more than I could give, and until I fell asleep she didn't stop jumping on me. Gaara, Fu was more submissive, remembering how he kept the girl on top of him while he stabbed her. Naruto, I guess the three of us beat several others there, smiling. Sasuke, meh, I doubt Kiba didn't do it. Gaara, I doubt Valentina would let Kiba do anything to her. Naruto, she's the daughter of the dove, so don't expect her not to be a nymphomaniac with him. Sasuke, and you're the son of the god of the seas? Rhetorically, the redhead sounding very close to what the goddess of the hunt would say. Gaara, he's been hanging out with Zoe since he arrived at the camp, so don't expect anything. Naruto, well, what are we going to do now? Because it will be another day. Lightning-covered swords would attack both of them. Wow, it seems the demigod they paid me to capture is good. Naruto, Kiri's renegade? Renegade. You recognize me from my former village but not by my position. Sasuke, by his swords he is a swordsman. You must be one of Zabuza's former companions. Renegade. I introduce myself. I am Raiga Kurasuke, bearer of the Kiba swords, renegade of Kirigakure and former member of the Swordsmen of the Mist. Naruto. This will be interesting, using his pen to turn it into a sword. Raiga, cute and a good way to hide it, especially when this former village, along with Kumo and IWA, modernized, leaving shinobi life behind, which bothers me a little. Naruto, TSK, another idiot who can't tolerate progress. Raiga, what did you call me? Throwing herself at him. Both would clash swords where Naruto would have the superiority due to his style, something unpredictable for the Kiri-nin, were added to his skill and ability where several cuts appeared in the renegade ninja. Raiga, damn dwarf. Naruto, you know, I didn't think you were after me, and besides, if you know about me, it's because some of you were being loudmouths. Raiga, Danzo, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, they all spread it, where the current mayors of the former hidden villages now jealously protect you, denying everything. Naruto, TSK, that snake and that mummy are going to pay for it, but Ero Sennin? I'm sure he released it because he's a pervert. Raiga, whatever tracing hand seals right on. Kurapantsa throwing a lightning feline. Naruto would dodge the attack but another sword would pass near him. Raiga, Mangetsu, he's my prey. Mangetsu, Raiga. Seeing how Naruto was behind him. Raiga, at being pierced in the chest, to spit blood, damn me. Naruto, don't get distracted in battles. Mangetsu, this is getting exciting, drawing hand seals Suiton. Suiben throwing a water whip. Naruto, stupid, using his hydrokinesis. Mangetsu, his handling of water is superior to anyone in Kiri or. Naruto, Tobirama Senju himself. Mangetsu, shit, blocking a thrust. Naruto, taking advantage of the water generated plus some nearby tanks, would use them to trap the swordsman while he tried to get out of the formed sphere, and after a few minutes, drop it with the dead Kiri-nin. Gaara, congratulations, you have 2 more Miss Swords. Kiba, Sasuke, and the Hiramakari. Gaara, you're going to give Aries' children a major heart attack, because you have 3 of the 7 Swords of Mist. Naruto, yes. Asuma along with Kurenai and Iruka would arrive in the area. Asuma, I see they attacked them. Naruto, what do we do with the bodies? Asuma, we will burn them. Naruto and Sasuke would proceed to draw hand seals. Sasuke Katan Enden. Naruto, Katan Hazakisho. The bodies would begin to be burned without leaving a trace other than their sip mark. Asuma, that jutsu is from my clan. Surprised. Naruto, I saw you do it against some renegades, and I'm also teaching it to Konohamaru. Asuma, thank you. At that moment the girls would arrive running with limps. Karen, Sasuke-kun. Fu, my raccoon. Hinata and Ino, Nara darling. Kurenai, Era, what did they do? The couples would blush as the adults laughed, guiding them to their apartment, and helping them pack for their afternoon trip, where they would depart on the first flight out of the elemental nations. Return, a trip to the beach. Asuma, this is goodbye, guys. Sasuke, but we will return, right? Naruto, only if we are needed, we will not do more than that. Sasuke, I see. Karen, well, at least I'll have fun with you. Fully, yes. Loudspeaker, Flight 35089 to New York. Please board at Gate 5. Naruto, well, it's time taking his suitcase. Sasuke, yes. Gaara, let's go. Ino and Hinata, see you senseis hugging Asuma and Kurenai. The group would board the aircraft. After a half-hour of preparation and boarding, the Qatar Airways plane, the first airline to operate in elemental nations, would take off, leaving behind as Asuma watched the takeoff as the elemental nations monorail arrived at Yuzu. For a year and a half, Yuzu, Kumo, and IWA had been connected by railways that came and went in a matter of hours. The last to be connected was Kirigakure, 3 months ago, after the end of the Blood Purge War. This advancement surprised the world but enraged Konoha because they wanted those weapons as they were told, since they would use them for war, and they did not want that level of progress since it eliminated the shinobi era as a way of life itself. At Camp Half-Blood, a test was being carried out, one of the many that were done where the participants from each cabin competed on a kind of machine. Kiba, nothing easier for an alpha like me. Inari and Konohamaru, Naruto-nikan was right. Kiba, what about? Inari, you have a sense of humor. Both minors would run to the area starting to jump over all the obstacles while Kankuro was thrown by a son of Athena to the ground. Temari, not bad bro. Hanabi, come on Konohamaru-kun. Mogue, let's go Inari-kun. Shikamaru, troublesome. Udan, come on bros. Kiba would be climbing an area with stairs, while Konohamaru and Inari were removing areas of some kind of climbing surfaces, where unfortunately Inari would fall while Konohamaru continued climbing until Kiba would hit him, causing him to fall, while obtaining a celestial disc. Kiba, yes. I'm the alpha. At that, a group of daughters of Aphrodite would come out and begin to kiss him, while his girlfriend looked at him with a lustful look. Kiba, okay girls, there's Kiba for everyone. Kankuro, jealous bastard. Niji, who would have thought? At the airport, Percy and Annabeth were waiting for the plane to land, which was loaded with several passengers. Since they removed some of the fog with Hagoromo's barrier, the elemental nations became a tourist paradise due to its large lands without human advancement, and its purity and certain natural sense. Naruto, brother. Percy, and well, Naruto, I had a good time hiding a blush. Percy, my little brother is a man now, hugging him and crying comically. Annabeth, guys, rolling her eyes. Okay, seaweed, we're splitting up here. Say hi to Sally for me. Naruto, take care of them Nasan. Annabeth, of course. Percy, take care, kissing his girlfriend while Naruto did the same with Ino and Hinata. Naruto, see you later. So they both got into Percy's car, where they passed in front of the statue of Gabe Ugliano, Percy's stepfather, who saw a Gorgon head. So they decided to enter the house, being greeted by Sally. Percy, Mom, we're here. Naruto, Okasan, we arrived. Sally, my boys, I'm glad to see you, hugging both of them. Naruto, we're fine. Percy, no doubt, besides it's time to go. Naruto, let's go. The two would help Sally pack her things, while they loaded beach stuff into Percy's car. It was a place that Percy showed Naruto as a child, Montauk, where Poseidon fixed it up a few years ago to make it more welcoming. After packing and getting in, Percy started the trip of a couple of hours, where Naruto showed her his new treasures, 2 more swords of the mist, surprising Sally while worrying her because 2 guys wanted to kill her adopted son, while Percy looked at him in the rearview mirror seriously, although he couldn't say anything because he was stubborn, even more than him. Naruto also told her about his Uzumaki genes and that they might have activated the clan restoration law in him, which is why he had 2 girlfriends, surprising Sally, although he told her that he loved them equally and also had to apply it so as not to fail his teachings with Artemis, not to harm or make a woman cry. After a 5-hour drive, the car parked next to a wooden cabin located right on the beach. The cabin looked a bit old but seemed to be in good condition, as it showed signs of repairs to help maintain it, as well as some updates. The beach itself was very beautiful. The white sand and the clear blue ocean, along with a forest in the background, made Naruto fall in love with the place. Sally, go, I'll prepare something to eat. Both brothers would go out in swimming shorts to get into the water, while competing in races as if they were children while taking off their shirts and extra clothes. Both of them were laughing a little like idiots when they dived, because they liked to compete in almost everything, even in their physical appearance, since they both had a toned body, although Percy had more volume and scars from past fights. When they got out of the water, wet, they saw Sally with towels for them, so they approached and sat down to enjoy a picnic. Sally, for both taking out a blue cupcake and an orange one. Naruto, brother, you really like it, ha ha ha. Percy, same as your favorite color, and that you're a ramen addict, little brother. Sally, guys, both sorry, thanks Mom/Okasan. After eating, both would take out a volleyball while Sally took photographs of both of them playing while they sat on the sand after several hours of playing, fighting in the water with their domains. Naruto, thanks for being the best big brother. Percy, little brother, hugging him from behind. Naruto, thank you for rescuing me from that hell, crying a little. Percy, hey, nothing's going to happen to you, I'm here. Sally just listened to them get along and smiled sadly. No child deserved to live the life of the now redhead. After Percy calmed Naruto down, they would start talking about elemental nations. At the camp, Annabeth would arrive with the rest, with Gaara being the one to report to Chiron, while both kunoichis were introduced to the members of the camp and added to the girls' shinobi cabin, where Gaara visited for every hour, making the Shippiras and the daughters of Aphrodite scream with excitement. In the boys' cabin, Kiba was pale, making Sai mock, because he had hex with the daughters of the goddess of love and ended up dry. Sai, for his part, was with the daughter of Demeter, who asked him to learn how to paint, while he varnished a canvas with his love in secret.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.